it tries to convey the idea that society exists within the environment and the economy exists within society. And so the Sustainable Development Goals were first presented in 2015 as a successor program to the Millennium Development Goals. And although people may be more familiar with the nice picture of the 17 goals on the right-hand side, the goals don't make any sense without reference to the document on the left, which is called Transforming Our World. And it's really the vision for sustainable development and where we're trying to get towards. And I'll come to talk about that on the next few slides. And so in Transforming Our World recognised that the traditional way of thinking about sustainability is made up of three parts isn't quite enough. So we have people, to end poverty and hunger in all their forms, and to ensure that all human beings can fulfil their potential in dignity and equality and in a healthy environment. Planet, to protect the planet from degradation, including through sustainable consumption and production, sustainably managing its natural resources, and taking urgent action on climate change, so that it can support the needs of the present and future generations. Prosperity, to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives, and that economic, social, and technological progress occurs in harmony with nature. And then the next two are the innovation of the goals. So peace, to foster peaceful, just and inclusive societies which are free from fear and violence. There can be no sustainable development without peace, and no peace without sustainable development. And lastly, partnership, to mobilise the means required to implement this agenda through a revitalised global partnership for sustainable development, based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity, focused in particular on the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable, and with the participation of all countries, all stakeholders, and all people, and that includes all of us. And so this is, as I mentioned, the kind of poster for the 17 goals. But I think it's important to say that we have to understand them in a bit more detail to really make sense of them. So if we take one example, in Goal 2, Zero Hunger, you might think, well, so in many wealthy countries, what's hunger got to do with wealthy countries? If we look at the full title, it's to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. So it has a much wider area of interest than might be suggested from the short title. And so just to talk about, well, why should museums connect with these sustainable development goals? Firstly, the goals really need museums to play their part, because museums preserve cultural and natural heritage, they reach lots of people, they can support cultural participation, they're trusted by large numbers of people, they can make a significant contribution to local economies, they make a significant impact through their operations and use of resources, and they can work in partnership with other sectors, such as with academia and with business. But also, the museums really need the sustainable development goals, and connecting with them can help provide people with meaningful activities. They can help museums put their unique resources to good use. They can help museums play a significant and distinctive part in an ambitious global agenda. They can help museums build partnerships and collaborations, and they can help museums to communicate and demonstrate their value to society. And so in the guide that I mentioned earlier, I came up with a model of 7 activities that museums more or less do already that can be kind of streamlined with the Sustainable Development Goals. We'll just talk about these in turn briefly. So firstly, to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage, both within museums and more generally, more widely in the wider world. And this is the subject of a particular SDG target, target 11.4, which is around strengthening our efforts to protect and safeguard cultural and natural heritage. Because it's important to say that the goals and targets, they're not about continuing with the way that we do things, because that doesn't change anything. They're about helping us focus our attention and our efforts to achieve better results. So secondly, to support and provide learning opportunities that can support the Sustainable Development Goals. And this relates to 3 targets in particular. Target 4.7 is around education for sustainable development and global citizenship. Target 12.8 is around promoting a universal understanding of sustainable lifestyles. And target 13.3 is around building knowledge and capacity to meet climate change. So thirdly, to enable cultural participation for everyone, because cultural participation is a human right. And so this relates to, I've just picked 3 targets here in particular, although it relates to many more, around ending discrimination against women and girls, promoting universal social, economic and political inclusion, and providing access to safe and inclusive green and public spaces. Fourthly, that museums and science centres can support sustainable tourism, which can be very positive for communities and economies, but we also have to remember that it can also have a very heavy carbon footprint, and we need to look for ways to reduce that. And then fifthly, one of the ones most relevant, I think, to your conference is around enabling research that supports the Sustainable Development Goals. And if we look at some of the targets related to this, we have target 9.1 is around developing sustainable, resilient and inclusive infrastructures and research collections, such as in museums, are a research infrastructure. Target 9.5 is around enhancing research and upgrading industrial technologies. So we can think about that in terms of supporting research and researchers and ensuring that they have got the scientific facilities to make use of collections. And lastly, to show target 11.4 again, because science and research are one of the main ways that we can understand the world around us and to help us develop management strategies to help us face the challenges of a rapidly changing world. But also to show all of the goals at the bottom right there is because research, although it sits within some targets, it's crucial. It relates to all of the goals and all of the targets, all of them. And then sixth is to direct internal leadership, management and operations to support the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's just to say that, of course, it's great that museums educate the public and so on and raise awareness of challenges such as climate change, but museums also need to play their own part in ensuring that they're working towards reducing their greenhouse gas emissions, reducing their waste, and making sure that they're making a positive impact on the world through all of their activities. And finally, is to direct external leadership, collaboration and partnerships towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Because while of course it's great that museums partner with one another to face shared challenges, but by partnering with other sectors, museums can help address a much wider range of challenges and create new opportunities. And so I put together a kind of very simple 6-point plan to think about. So firstly, I would say that it's important to recognise that the Sustainable Development Goals are all connected to one another. Secondly, to ask what role you should be playing. Do you think you should be a leader, a follower, or a partner? Thirdly, to ask how do you currently contribute to each of the goals, both positively and negatively, because sustainable development is around working to do more good at the same time as doing less harm. So use the 7 key activities that I just spoke about previously to decide on where your main contributions are to the Sustainable Development Goals. Make a plan to improve your contributions through the 7 key activities, review this and communicate successes and use it to help amplify the work and tell your story. And finally, here are a few resources. I should have included the Tokyo Protocol from 2017 that was adopted by the World Science Centre Networks. The ICOM resolution on sustainability was adopted last September in Kyoto. There are links to a couple of webinars. There's a lot of information available on the main SDG website, including short articles on each of the Sustainable Development Goals, why they're important and what the challenges are, but also more in-depth information as well. And to say that UNESCO in particular has got lots of great resources linked to the Sustainable Development Goals that museums and science centres can very easily adopt. And so it only remains for me to say thank you again for the invitation to be here to talk with you. And I wish you have a fantastic conference, and I wish you all good luck for your work with sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are excited to hear the lectures. What lectures are in store for us today? Now we will begin the invited session where lectures will be given, followed by a Q&A session. There will be a moderator for each session, and the lectures and Q&A will be conducted real time. If any of you who are watching have a question, you can ask those questions via online. I'm sure that many of you are now watching this through our website or the YouTube channel. For online participants in Korea, send your questions via Kakao Open Chat Room, and they will be delivered to the moderator and the speakers in real time. Search ISSM in the Kakao Open Chat Room to enter. We hope you'll send a lot of questions and also messages of encouragement. For those of you who are watching from abroad, go into the Zoom link that we gave you when you registered for the symposium. There you can use the Q&A function. Now, we'd like to begin the invited session 1 under the theme of what are SDGs, why SDGs are important. And the moderator will be Ms. Yeonhee Park, Director of ICLEI's Korea office. I'll hand the mic over to Ms. Park. Thank you very much. Hello, as introduced, my name is Park Yeonhee. I'm the director of ICLEI's Korea office. So I work at ICLEI. ICLEI it's a network where members are the local governments, and together with the local government members, we try to promote sustainability at a city level and provincial level. And we support them so that these sustainable efforts can be carried out in reality. So I am, as introduced, the moderator of the ISSM 2020, which makes me very happy because among our activities, we never really had a chance to meet science museums and centers. But today, under the theme of science museums and sustainable development, this symposium is being held. And I thought that while this is a valuable opportunity for all of you, it is also a very precious opportunity for me as well. So we are now going to conduct the invited session 1. We invited 3 prominent lecturers. So after these lecturers make their presentations, we will have a Q&A session and a discussion session based on the questions that you give us. So please leave your questions as you listen to the lectures. We will collect those questions and make sure that they are answered. So let me introduce the first lecturer. His name is Mr. Jasper Visser. He is an expert who focuses on sustainable development, digital transformation, and community leadership in cultural and civic organization. And he is an international consultant and facilitator. And he also has a career in various international organizations. So we will first hear his presentation. Mr. Jasper Visser, please go ahead and start your lecture.
Hello, my name is Jasper Visser. I am from Amsterdam, and today I want to talk with you about science museums as catalysts for sustainable development. So this is me here on the left, and this image actually tells the whole story of my presentation, but I'll start with me on the left. So as I said, my name is Jasper Fischer, and for the past 10 to 15 years, I've been working on culture, the relation between culture and communities, and the relation between communities and sustainable development. And here in this image slide, I am at an event in the city of Leiden in the Netherlands, talking with hundreds of children about the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Not literally, of course, but by asking them questions about the things that they like in their neighborhood and the things that they think can be improved in their neighborhood. Because that's actually one of the main things I like about the Sustainable Development Goals, and likely the thing that is most useful to all of us as cultural organizations. At their heart, the Sustainable Development Goals can only be achieved if we take collective action from the bottom up in our own communities with everyone involved, children, grown-ups, everyone. So the girls on the right who participated in this event, they're actually, I would say in this specific case, the scientists. They're the knowledge keepers, the experts of what is going well and what is not going so well in their own local communities. And in this very instance, we had a conversation about biodiversity, about poverty, about education, and all the things that matter to them in their community. And they actually contributed and provided lots of ideas about what can be improved and the little things and the little parts in their neighborhood that are already going well when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals in these Agenda 2030. Together, the girls and I and hundreds of other children and their parents, we try and stimulate a movement around the Sustainable Development Goals, and we look at the role culture can play in that agenda, and we try and use the cultural infrastructure of Leiden to support these girls and all the others who try and make their community a little bit better in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So what I want to do with you in this little talk is talk from this practical experience I have as the director of this foundation that works in Leiden with children, but also with education, with local businesses and with others to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as my international experience as a consultant helping organizations to do more good and to tell stories that have a positive impact, and bring that together into why I think science museums like you can be a catalyst on this very important sustainable development agenda. So in doing the work that we did, we found very easily that in every single community around the world, there are many things already going well with regards to sustainable development. And there are also lots of challenges. This is a map of Leiden, actually the map we created together with these girls. We have many more maps like these, and we can all overlay them to create a full network of activities that are going well and that can be improved when it comes to all these important goals on the agenda. And time again, when I speak with people about the Sustainable Development Goals, I find that cultural institutions like science centers, but also other museums, pop up as hotspots on these maps. They're mentioned quite often as meeting places, as places where people go to find information, as conveners of groups of people, and as generally speaking, hotspots when it comes to sustainable development. This is not something the science museums or the science centers say, but this is something actually being mentioned over and over by those working on the sustainable development goals. And I've seen this everywhere in the world. I've seen that museums and science museums are seen as trusted partners on this important agenda. And not just because they believe they are, but because they're seen by their communities and seen by their audiences as being important players in this area. So what do I take from this? I see three approaches that science museums can take to fulfill their mission or their sort of like purpose as conveners and as catalysts for sustainable development. And these three approaches they're slightly different, but each and every museum, each and every science museum should likely take a combination of these. First of all, they can take the lead on a select number of topics. Obviously, science museums are knowledgeable about many different topics, but if you choose 1 or 2 or 3 topics from this agenda, from the 17 goals and 169 targets that make up the Agenda 2030 or the Sustainable Development Goals, you can likely have a real impact. In Leiden, where I showed you the map before, we see, for instance, that there's a botanical garden taking on the topic of biodiversity. We see a city museum taking on the topic of livable communities. And every one of the museums in that way takes on a specific role, a specific number of topics that they claim responsibility for and that they take the lead on in finding partners and connecting with these communities in achieving these. The second approach is to support others in achieving their goals. And I think this may actually be a very much overlooked approach for science museums and other museums. So when I talked with the girls I showed at the beginning, we had long conversations about the things that they want to change in their community. And they're still young now, but in maybe 10 years or 15 years, they will have their own NGOs and they will run their own businesses and they'll have their own enterprises and they'll still be working on these goals. And they'll still be looking at museums and science museums for support, for a place to come together, for somewhere to meet, for somewhere to work together. And we've seen this when we organized the global initiative Museums for Future, the museum spin-off of the Fridays for Future climate movement. We've seen that around Museums for Future and museums all over the world, young activists, climate activists came together to use their spaces for educational purposes, for workshops, to create banners and flyers and posters and signs and symbols to wear in the streets and to take to the streets to advocate this agenda of climate change. So the role of science museums to support others and team up with others to help them achieve their goals, their sustainable development goals, is often overlooked. And the third approach, I think, for science museums that science museums can take is the approach all of us should take. And a friend of mine, an artist, called that doing the chores, just making sure you do your homework. Change internally to make your organization and its practice more sustainable. And although this is a very important topic, it's not something that typically applies to science museums because it should apply to all of us in our daily lives. And therefore, it's not something I want to dive into deeply in this talk. So just to give you a couple of examples, right? When I started on this journey and through the work I've done, I've tried to map the agenda, museums on the agenda. And in this image, which is, I recognize, maybe not very clearly visible, but you can find it on multiple places online, as well as in my paper, you can see some of the targets that, generally speaking, I feel museums can lead the way on, topics where they're more suited to support others, and topics that especially demand internal change, internal processes. And science museums, especially, I think, have certain goals that they're more suitable for them than others. And you'll notice that on goal 14 and 15, I haven't highlighted anything. And that's basically because I believe they're generally important for science museums, for natural history museums, and others. So this is not a comprehensive overview, but it gives you maybe some starting points for your action. Some more of a deep dive into these approaches. So when I say that museums should lead the way, or science museums can lead the way, museums often come back to me and they say, yeah, but we're not going to be able to achieve a goal or a target at all. We're not going to be able to ensure healthy lives and well-being for people, goal 3. And my response always is organize for impact. So we still have 10 years left to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, and more people start moving. As a science museum, you will not be able to address an issue worldwide and reach its targets, but within your community, by taking a long-term look, a 10-year approach, you may actually be able to achieve impact that you want in your community. And also not alone, but in collaboration with others. You lead the way, maybe starting this year with a small event, but ultimately working towards a movement in your community and collaboration in community, so that by 2030, on these few topics where you choose to lead the way, you can check the box and be successful. When it comes to supporting others, there's so much to choose from, and there's so many initiatives already going around that allow for museums and science museums to participate. I'm just naming two. So the Frost Science Museum, they're collaborating on cataloging and collecting marine debris and cleaning up the beaches, while many other natural history museums are annually supporting the counting of bees, and they're working together on measuring and tracking biodiversity. And if you go into your own community, there are doubtless many initiatives, both global and local initiatives, that you can partner with. And I'd highly encourage you to start reaching out to these organizations working locally on the Sustainable Development Goals and connecting with them, talking with them, because we found, both in Leiden and elsewhere in the world, this is the fastest way to have more impact. And then thirdly, even though I don't really think this is something specifically targeted at science museums, but this is something that applies to all of us. People always ask me for a list of the things that you can do in-house, internally, to address this agenda. And I've made a little overview here, and you can see how many of these are fairly easy to implement, whereas others may be harder to implement. But it's also to remind you that the Sustainable Development Goals, they're not just meant for others elsewhere in the world, but they're also meant for us everywhere in every community, and they apply to everyone. And only if we do it collectively can we actually achieve them. So I believe, through my experiences in Leiden and elsewhere in the world, that science museums are maybe especially suited to help others achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to lead the way in selected topics to make this world a greener, fairer, and more sustainable place for all of us. And when people come to me and they ask me, where do I begin? Whether it's the girls I showed at the beginning, or whether it's a CEO of a large museum that reaches out to me to ask, where do I begin? I always tell them, don't worry too much about where to begin. Just begin. Begin by making your institution, its community, and by extension the world, a better place. Don't stop or don't think too much about the global scale of these goals, but try and make an impact in your local community. It's very easy, it's very simple to put up a table outside like we did in Leiden and start talking with the kids and the others in your community about what they see is going well and not so well. And through that learning, where you can, as a museum, have the greatest impact. I feel science museums as being, by design, very inclusive organizations, very approachable and respectable organizations, are uniquely suited to start this conversation in their communities. And I encourage all of you to do so. I'm very happy to talk more with you about my experiences both in Leiden and internationally working with museums on the Sustainable Development Agenda, either in the live Q&A that will be organized by the conveners of this fantastic symposium, or on social media or email. I'll share my details with you so you can reach out to me to follow up on any of these topics, but I'll also be there in the live chat and live Q&A, and I really hope we can meet there and continue the conversation there to make science museums catalysts for sustainable development. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much. So I hope you all enjoy this. So now then, science museums as the catalyst for sustainable development, and also the regional activities together with the residents and the children. So what should be our approach toward achieving SDGs? And he also mentioned that the science museums can be the hotspot of change. And not just the museum people saying that, but actually people from the outside saying it. And actually now I was able to really engage in this discussion because I was also one of them. And then also he talked about what the science museums can lead and how it can encourage others to follow. And he also talked about what we can do on a day-to-day basis. So very convincing presentation as well. And also as someone who is on the field doing my activity, now we know that the SDGs are not just isolated in certain regions. They're all linked with each other. So when we talk about the SDGs, then we have to have a more global perspective. Now, of course, a global SDGs and the sustainable development is not easy, but then you can also start from where I am. So we can also say that, well, the sustainable development starts from my gate and my alley all the way to the rest of the world. So once again, that was a presentation that reminded us of all that. All right, thank you very much once again. And now we will move on to the second presentation to be delivered by someone from Singapore. And it is Mr. Tit Mung Lim, the Chief Executive of Science Center Singapore. And he is also an Associate Professor of the Biotech University of Singapore. And he also served as the chair of the Asia Science Museum Society. So I do believe that he is someone who is familiar to many of you. And he will talk about Science Museum's role in achieving SDG 2030. So now then, please, Dr. Lim, if you could start your presentation.
And museums towards the UN SDGs 2030. Now, we all know who we are. We are the science centers and science museum people. And if you look back into history, you'll find that the very first science communication center was founded in Berlin in 1888, and it was called the Urania. And I think it still exists today. And all the science centers that we know of today are mainly the products of the 1960s and later. And we all started with science communication, but with our society developing more and more with a knowledge-based and innovation-based economy, science centers and museums in recent time have started to promote STEM, what we call science, technology, engineering, and maths. And we communicate STEM applications, especially in addressing real-world challenges, including the SDGs. Now, we are all familiar with what SDGs are. The United Nations 2030 Agenda for SDGs was adopted in September 2015. And there are altogether 17 Sustainable Development Goals with 169 targets. And these 17 SDGs can be organized with different representations, like in this case, pyramid format, linking people to ecological to spiritual levels. And this is one way of looking at how they are all interlinked. Another way of organizing the SDG is to look at it as a theme. In this case, the SDGs are organized with the theme of agriculture and food, and how it's linked from planet to people to prosperity, and addressing all our food system and food security issues. And interestingly, as science centers and science museum people, when we look at SDGs, we can see very clearly the linkage to science. And not only us, the UNESCO National Educational and Scientific Agency also saw that. And they recognize the importance of science centers and museums to build the skills and capacity, as well as to send a strong message about how it is important for us to use science to support the SDGs. And because of that, UNESCO have set the 10th of November as the International Science Center and Science Museum Day. And that's a day that we celebrate our contribution, our impact towards SDG. And science centers and science museums are effective. And we have been doing this for many years now in communicating the SDGs. And here are some examples of different science centers on the 10th of November, the International Science Center and Science Museum Day, doing in their own local community science promotion and SDG promotion activity. But we can do more. The United Nations has got a platform called the SDG Media Zone, and it is a collaboration with many creative agencies, including entertainment industry, media organization, and businesses that are committed to SDGs. And science centers and science museum could join this to create a dynamic and what we call a transmedia network to strengthen the commitment of the international community in support of the 2030 agenda. And one interesting example, which I like very much, is Thomas the Train Engine, how it is linked to educate young people about SDGs. However, SDGs are not just about goals and aspiration. They're actually very complex issues. And in 2017, there was a report done by the International Council of Science, ICS, and they examined the interactions of SDGs. And they found that indeed, SDGs are so complex that if you want to implement it in any country, in any society, you need to have clear understanding of the interactivity among all the different goals. And in this report, they focus on 4 SDGs, namely the SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 3, about good health and well-being, SDG 7, about affordable and clean energy, and SDG 14, life below water. And the reports were done by scientists studying SDGs, and they found that they are actually interacting with one another in a very complex manner. And it's only natural because the nature, the strengths, and the potential of all these SDGs are very largely interlinked with science and economy, with society, and with policy, and even country agencies' agenda. And therefore, this reports become a blueprint for us if you want to implement that. Just to give you some example of what this report talk about, for example, the SDG 2, which is to end hunger, there's no poverty, and so on, have got very strong interaction with SDG 7. And if you look at SDG 7 and SDG 2, the interactions could be actually competitive. They are competing over the same resources. On one hand is land and water, and they can then result in a trade-off between both goals. And similarly, SDG 2 and SDG 15 have got also sometimes the interactions that require careful balancing. And the balance is needed between achieving food for all and conserving and restoring ecosystem. Similarly, for SDG 3 and SDG 13, there are also interactions. And if we fail to address the climate change goal, will make achieving the health goal impossible. An example of SDG 7 interacting with SDG 8 is also another example of how this report shows us the complexity and integrations of all the SDGs. And therefore, science centers and science museum should do beyond just communicating the science behind SDGs, but also serve as a network for interchange for the corporations, for the policy makers, for practitioners and scientists working at both the global and regional as well as national level to implement and support the implementation of SDGs, because SDGs are interrelated and really the people need to understand. Otherwise, there will be different corners of people competing over why are you not doing this when you are actually affecting the other aspect of other kind of SDG goals. Another important role which I think science centers and science museum should do is to go back to our core. We are very good as informal STEM education agents, especially when we are working together in partnership with the educational ministry, with schools, with corporations, to nurture what I call the STEM empowered citizens, especially the young ones. And this is also very important because we really write on SDG 4, that is to give quality education. And we can see the SDG 4, with good education, we have a direct impact on innovation, fosters creative solutioning, and that will lead to the achievement of all the other SDGs. So science centers and science museum indeed has a very important educational role to play. And we shouldn't stand by ourselves alone because as science centers and science museum, we are probably not rich enough, so-called, to have the money and resources to really go towards achieving the SDGs through many interesting and innovative initiatives. And there we should therefore link up with the UN called SDG Impact. And it is an initiative that group together corporations and resources that believe in upholding the principles of SDGs. And in Singapore, we have got an example. We work very closely with our Temasek Foundation. And I'd like to share a little bit more about how Temasek Foundation, who embraces the SDGs, support Science Center Singapore. Now, Temasek Foundation organize their business, their investment according to how they look at they can support the SDGs. So they group SDGs into 3 baskets. A is active economy, B is beautiful society, and C is clean earth. And whatever they do in both local and overseas investment and setting up corporations, they always have in mind whether what they do can achieve either A, B, C, or all of the above. And they therefore fund us when we propose to them that we want to work with them to work towards SDGs achievement. And they funded us, and it is called the Step Alive Youth Camp. Now, this Step Alive is to bring about the youth, the young people, teenagers from ASEAN countries, and they come together to the Science Center because we are the host, funded by Temasek Foundation. And this youth come to Singapore. We split them into different groups. So they will work with different countries in the team. And they will come together to learn about design thinking. They learn about prototyping. They learn about how to address the complex real-world challenges in their respective countries or community. And they have to convince the other partners to agree on working and solving the problem. So, for example, somebody said, I think the water pollution problem is very bad in Malaysia. So he convinced the whole team to work on that. Another country convinced the team to work on their energy problems. And this group will then come together for 5 days, 4 nights. They will prototype the solution and they will come up with something and they'll pitch the idea to potential investors to see how they could come in to fund their initiative. And we found this very powerful because we really combine the power of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths, with the power of youth. And the youth are fully aware of how the world is really under a threat. And therefore, they're very committed and very passionate about how they could, as young people, innovative ideas can come from them and make it real to solve real world problems in their countries. And this is not possible if it's all done by ourselves as a science center. So we thank the Temasek Foundation for giving us the grant to run this. So we're going to run this next year again. This year we have to stop it for a year because of the COVID-19. Now, talking about COVID-19, I think all of us know that the COVID-19 pandemic is really a wake-up call for us, and it's really challenging us to look at UN SDGs 2030 seriously. We all know that COVID-19 does not respect nationality, it does not respect diversity and geography. And it is the same like climate change. Climate change doesn't care whether you speak a certain language or not. The whole planet Earth is under the threat of climate change and the seawater rise, and we can see all the natural disasters coming out in such an erratic manner. And therefore, like what the pandemic has shown us, we, the human race, have to really be very humble and be united. And while we have diversity across all the nations, we speak different languages, different culture, but as science centers and science museum, we speak one common language, and that is science. And science, to me, is a universal language for all, regardless of where you are. The way the scientific principle work is the same, regardless of whether you're in the northern, southern, eastern, western hemisphere. And therefore, science centers and science museums should use that as a unifying means for us to use science-based, science-empowered technology to address SDGs. So we, therefore, with the COVID-19 showing us how we should not waste time, how we should really come back to look at science as the foundation to solve all such crises, Science Centers and Science Museum will have to come together with a pressing mission towards the United Nations SDG 2030. So if you look back in the past, since the 19th century, we seem to be doing only science communication, but I think we now have a greater role to play than we originally meant just for science communication and science promotion. We have to use STEM to empower solutioning, and it's time for collective action. So in conclusion, I like to really remind all of us the fact that we cannot come face to face to meet in this symposium simply because of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has brutally and shockingly humbled us. And it's important for us to recognize how fragile we are as a human race. And you think about it, SDG 2030 is also addressing how fragile we are as a human race living in this biosphere. If we do not look after our biosphere and take COVID-19 as if it's something that we can just easily brush off, we will face great challenges if we do not meet up to SDG 2030. So the pandemic has also shown us that we really need to have science literacy. It's very important to have science literacy so that we do not anyhow look at things and treat the virus as if it's rumor, as if it's a fake news. We must use the power of STEM. Together with the science literacy and the power of science, technology, engineering, and maths, not just in understanding how the virus spreads and threatens our life and health, but also how, by mastering the STEM, we could innovate tools to help detect infection, formulate medical regimes to treat patients, and produce viable vaccines against the virus, and so on. And similarly, if we can use STEM power, we can help towards achieving the SDGs. So Science Systems Museum should see the urgency of the next decade to achieve our mission in promoting and grow the STEM power. We serve as effective and meaningful agents to propel our community leaders, stakeholders, and people of all ages towards achieving the SDGs through collective efforts, starting locally, regionally, and then globally. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. At the UN, they have adopted the SDGs in 2015 and said they will achieve those goals by 2030. And at the UN, once every year, there is a high-level politics forum where members of the UN would take part to discuss and review how they're going to, or how they have been doing these sustainable development goals. And we only have 10 years left until 2030. But they said they called the 10 years the decade of action, where we will have to do the action. So for the rest of the 10 years, how are the member nations going to implement the goals? It has now become a public responsibility. And in that regard, what should science museums do by 2030 for SDGs? We have heard lectures on that, and the lecturers have emphasized that we cannot be separated from SDGs. And the 17 goals of SDGs are not separated but connected. That was a message shown through the lecture. So he emphasized STEM: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And he talked about science museums as STEM institutions. And science museums can play a role to promote sustainable development in our society. A lot of you, I think, would have questions regarding the second lecture as to what specifically you can do for SDGs. So if you have any of those questions, please leave them on our Kakao open chat room. And perhaps you need advice because you find carrying out sustainable goals challenging. So if you could leave questions or leave your own tip or advice on chat room, I think it would be of a great help to us. Now to our third lecture. This person is probably also someone who is familiar to you, Mr. Walter Stavellos. He is indeed an expert in the area of science and how the public and citizens can participate in science. That's his specialty. He is also an expert at Fulbright. He has been focusing on the importance of science and research in society. His major achievement in the capacity was the creation of Science Center at the University of Brussels. And in 1995, he became the first executive director of ECSITE, the European Association of Science Centers. So he has experience of science museums in not only a single country, but across Europe. And he has been a lecturer at this symposium in the past. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with him, and he will probably give us a very good message that will be helpful. The title of his presentation is Resilience is Not Enough, and I'm curious to see what message he has in store for us today. Mr. Stavelos, please start your lecture.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of the symposium to invite me to join the symposium this year. I had the chance to speak several years ago in person at the symposium, so I really remember that very well, and I'm happy that this time I can join virtually from my apartment in Washington, D.C. It's a different experience, but you know, we will make it work. I know that the title of my presentation is Beyond Resilience, and what I'm actually going to talk about is about the concept of acceleration. And acceleration that I notice in the thinking that our museums do these days about who they are and where they need to be, how it was before the pandemic and what it should become after, and considering the pandemic period as a sort of an acceleration of the conversation that we had before. So what I mean is that before the pandemic, several conversations were going on in the field, and they seemed never to find an outcome or trigger new practices. We were speaking about relevance to the community and public engagement, but except for a few examples, we were still operating in one form or another on the deficit model. My point will be that because of the COVID-19, these conversations have taken a new turn. However, if we are not careful and do not operate the transition well, it may well have been in vain. First, a little bit of the context about the pre-COVID conversations. In the summer of 2019, I had a chance to be running a survey amongst many US science centers and museums about their new plans for climate change exhibitions and programs. And the majority of them responded with the current view of becoming more community relevant by addressing strategies of resilience. And as much as this is valuable, this is mainly addressing the symptoms rather than the cause. Understand me well, this can be great plans and influence the community in a very important way. One example, the Science Museum of Virginia created the Citizen Science Project to address the urban heat island effect. They created a number of devices that people could carry in their cars or on bikes and follow pre-designed routes at pre-designed times of the day and really map the temperature of the city at very specific times of the day. This is very important because when the cities cool down at night, not all the areas cool down in the same way. And what the Citizen Science Project found was that these areas where senior citizens lived were the ones that suffered the most from the heat at night. So that allowed the city to take proactive actions to prevent the seniors or to help them when the temperature was very high. And we know that high temperatures can be very important and sometimes lethal to old people. So I was really excited about seeing a multiplication of such programs. But then one CEO of a science center in Florida came back to me and said, what about attacking the cause? The carbon emissions by industry and the food industry, etc. Will we as science centers continue to pretend that we cannot tell people what to do, to give them ideas to participate in actions even when they are based on scientific evidence? This question actually reflects the whole paralysis of the field, of this single, very widespread conviction that science centers cannot become political activists because they will lose the trust of their audiences. So let's look into the trust issue to start with. It's generally admitted that science centers and science museums benefit from the trust of their audience. Figures vary depending on the source, but generally we can admit that about 85%, even more, of our audience mostly trust or totally trust the information they find in science centers and museums. This is considered our principal selling point, our most precious asset, and maybe that is why we have not been digging deeper in what trust really means. Well, someone did. At the Perot Museum in Texas, a science center heavily sponsored by oil companies, the director of research started a research protocol to analyze the trust of museum audiences in the climate science presented by the museum. And to do so, she used the 6 Americas model from Yale University about the attitudes of the US population about climate change. And the 6 Americas model creates 6 populations in the United States, from the alarmed, which are those who are the most concerned and convinced that global warming is happening, to the dismissive or doubtful who doubt the whole thing. And so at this point, about 60% are concerned or alarmed, and about 20% are dismissed. So she looked at the visitors of her museum, and she found that even they were more alarmed than the average Americans. And so she tested, and it looked like an expected outcome that visitors of science museums are more concerned about climate change. However, she then organized workshops with specific groups, with the alarmed, the most concerned people about climate change, and the dismissive separately. And she tried to figure out how they actually found the science presented in the museum. And so the outcomes were quite different. When it comes to the views about academia and research, the alarmed people would say something like, the information comes from people that have devoted their lives to research, so they are trustworthy. The doubtful would say things like, quite honestly, there are a number of institutions that are biased, and I would not trust Harvard, for example. When it comes to sponsorship and corporations, the alarmed would say something like, the Perot family, which sponsor the museums, makes a lot of money with oil and fossil fuels, which is a reason not to trust the information. And the doubtful would say, people who point towards a bias because of the oil sponsorships have an agenda on their own. So there's quite very different views about trust in the information. So obviously trust is a very complex matter. And when it comes to put science into action, that trust may or may not be effective. So Colleen Dillenschneider, who is a well-known researcher in the US, has explored this further recently, and here are some other findings. Are museums trusted because they are not seen as having a political agenda? Maybe or maybe not. When an organization's mission itself may be viewed as politicized, where does an organization draw the line? What's an organization to do when facts become politicized? Museums are increasingly taking up issues that are in line with their mission, marching in pride parades in the name of inclusion, hosting naturalization ceremonies, and reminding the public that facts matter, and yet people do not see museums as political so far. On the contrary, people believe that museums should suggest, recommend certain behaviors or ways for the general public to support their causes. This is likely tied to the combined force of high levels of trust and credibility that those organizations possess. Recommending action is not the same as being political. This is confirmed by many other studies, like the ones organized in zoos and aquariums, that systematically find since 10 years that the ask of the public for guidance in matters of conservancy and protection of biodiversity is constantly growing, and also is the frustration not to find it in the zoos and the aquariums as much as they do. It is in that context that we have seen the dramatic controversy about the new museums definition proposed by ICOM, the International Council of Museums. In a nutshell, after a long preparation, ICOM came up with a new definition that included the role of museums in addressing global challenges and work on social justice issues, recognizing the cultural differences existing in the world. And as we all know, the leadership was not able to bring this new definition to a vote during the General Assembly in Kyoto in 2019. Because of the frustration about the process that was not transparent enough, which might or may not be true, but also because there were critics from different sides, scientists warning about the shift from scientific evidence towards culture, and others finding that museums should not be social activists. Finally, in this pre-COVID period, another movement started before COVID troubled everything, responding to the Black Lives Matter movement and inspired by some at museums, some professionals in museums. The museums are not neutral, started. The movement affirms, and I quote, the very fact that this field has a long history of excluding and marginalizing people of color in terms of selection, interpretation, and care of art and other objects, jobs, visitor services, board representations, and more indicates that museums are political spaces. And then COVID strikes. COVID strikes before a significant movement towards new vision for museums came about. Despite all these conversations, nothing changed very much in what we think museums should look like. Now we all know what happened and what dramatic consequences the pandemic has and will have on the field. No one can ignore this, and it is a societal disaster. However, something very unexpected happened. Very quickly, new concepts and new behaviors appeared, and if I had to summarize in terms of what they mean for science museums fields, I would say this. People gained or regained trust in experts and science. People are willing to change attitudes and behaviors under immediate threat. People are questioning if the pre-COVID-19 societal model is sustainable and are open to new models. Underserved populations have been hit the hardest by COVID-19, which triggered a new debate on social justice. COVID also revealed the scope of the digital divide that exists. In the midst of the pandemic, the famous young activist Greta Thunberg and renowned scientist John Rockström sat together in a video conference hosted by the Nobel Museum in Stockholm, and they agreed that these were actually all elements that could be seen as signs of hope for a post-COVID climate change action plan. And as far as I am concerned, they are elements for a new vision for museums as well. It is incredible how this came about in a few months, where 30 years of struggling with the deficit model has not moved the needle that much. But here are the challenges that we will need to overcome if we want to solidify the change. As we have seen signs of hope for museums during the pandemic, a few things became clear as well. And maybe this is the most important one. We do not seem to matter to people as much as we think we do, which is a bit frustrating, isn't it? First, from the data museum surveys, we can see that people are much more worried about the survival of restaurants and local businesses rather than reopening of museums. 75% versus 30%. That's huge difference. Only 16% of current regular museum goers are fans consider contributing financially to museums to survive the crisis. When asked what people would lose most if a museum disappears, they classify from more important to less important. On top, the loss of identity, the loss of learning opportunities, the loss of economic impact, the loss of inclusion opportunities, and finally, well-being. That's worrisome, because the expectation is that well-being is what visitors will look for, and they obviously do not associate museums with well-being. Second, and somehow linked, museums need to heal. They need to heal emotionally, mentally, and physically. They need to provide knowledge and opportunities for people to escape the daily life. But the very important conclusion of statement that comes out of that survey says, if the museums want to be relevant in the future, they cannot wait for this to be over to try to heal they may not be as impactful. And what it is that we see today most of the time and too often is that museums are stuck in strategies for reopening and survival and not in conversations about what they should look like in the future. This reflects the conflict of focusing on reopening safely and have a vision for the future that will include exhibitions and programs focusing on safety, health and well-being as a result of a co-creation process with the community. Third, the need to be inclusive. We all speak about that. But in the US, COVID has affected Black and Latino minorities much harder than any other. On average, there are 2.8 times more cases of and death in these communities. That is the result of socioeconomic factors such as poverty, lack of jobs. These communities can access living conditions, but also from underlying conditions such as asthma, diabetes, obesity related to socioeconomic ones. The problem is that these communities are not our visitors. How are we going to be inclusive if we do not build more aggressive strategies to reach them where they are and listen to what their needs are? Fourth, the big corporations in some major countries such as Canada and India and others are considering strategies to bounce back from the economical crisis linked to COVID-19 by building on oil and coal, which is a setback from all the green economy plans that we had. As a conclusion, I would go back to this famous quote that says, "Give a family a fish and they will eat a day. Teach them to fish and they will eat forever." And propose a new one that I have picked up somewhere, don't remember where exactly. Give a family a fish is a charitable act. Teach a family to fish is creating sustainability, but organize a community-based intergenerational fishing collective is participating in social change. Science centers and museums must be able to rethink their mission in such a way that they will be able to respond to the new expectations from a traumatized audience by being very humble and at the service of their audiences, not thinking that they bring something to the community needs, but listen in the first place to what it is the community thinks they need, and enter in a new partnerships made by all those locally who want to participate in the co-creation of a new museum. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. So now, ladies and gentlemen, did you all enjoy that? Now, he first started from acceleration, so that we need to speed things up to do better. And then now, having listened to his talk, what I feel now is inspiration. So his message was truly inspirational. Of course, now in his message, he started from a very fundamental question, which could have been a bit, let's say, painful for some of you, but then also now as we get ready for a new start, where should we begin? Where should be the new beginning of thinking for us? So very important message. And also the last part that he emphasized, do you remember? So he said that give a family a fish is a charitable act. Teach a family to fish is creating sustainability. And also in closing, he mentioned that we need to organize a community-based intergenerational fishing collective is participating in social change. So he mentioned that organizing such a community is the process of taking part in social change. So really, it gave me goosebumps listening to his talk. And also there were some important messages along the way as well. And I'm sure that not only myself, but then for those who are engaged in science museums, I'm sure that they will also give you more inspiration. All right, so again, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. All right, now Yes, all three presentations for me really touching, truly. I'm truly impressed. And also what should be our perspective on the science museums. Although I am not a member of Science Museum, but then it was also a chance for me to get a glimpse into the thinking that goes on inside the minds of the people who work in the science museums. So now, yes, we have listened to all three presentations, which now lead us to an opportunity to have a conversation. So now, do you see them? Do you see us? Yes, good morning. Amsterdam, Netherlands. Yes, good morning. So the first speaker. So Jasper, good morning. So are you awake? Yes? Yes? So what time is it there? What time is it?
In the morning.
I 8 minutes to
3, yeah.
3. 3시 8분 전.
Right, so 8 minutes to 3 in the morning. So thank you so much for joining us in the wee hours. Then now below that, it is Dr. Tit Mung Lim. So hello, thank you.
Thank you. And we are about 10 a.m. in the morning here.
굉장히 아직도 그쵸? 8시 10.
So yes, it is still early. So yes, thank you very much for joining us. And also the last presentation was delivered by Mr. Walter Stavelos, but then he's not able to join us today because of some connection issues. Anyway, so now we will begin the discussion time with the questions received. And now we have the two speakers joining us. But if you have any questions to Mr. Walter Stavelos, then we will make sure that they are delivered to him so that we can think about these issues together. All right, now I will first deliver the questions that have been received from the audience so that we'll also be able to elicit responses from them. Now, yes, there is a question that we have received online, and it is directed to Dr. Titmung Lim. So now here is the question, and it is, now for the SDGs. Now, I'm sure that nobody would be against them, but then when we actually think about how science museums can put them into practice, how we can help implement them, it sounds a little bit vague and also ambiguous. So now then, as a director of the Science Center Singapore, then what do you do? What have you done to share the SDGs with the members of your science center? So what is your know-how in doing that? And then also, another question is now, as the chair of the Asia Pacific Network of Science and Technology Centers, then also the same question. So any know-how in sharing the importance of the SDGs with the science centers of Asia? So if you could also let us know about how you have shared that with the members of your center, then it would also be helpful for the Asian center. So could you provide a response to this?
예.
Yes, certainly. The at the Science Center Singapore, we have often pushed for the understanding of the SDGs. So in our galleries, we have climate change, we talk about global warming, we talk about sustainability practices. And coming up, end of this year, we're going to open another exhibition on energy. So all these are linked to sustainability. And Singapore is also an island where we really need to produce our own food. So we also talk about food security and so on. Other than in the galleries, in the exhibitions, we also run a lot of programs. In fact, this afternoon in Singapore, we are going to have the grand final of a hackathon funded by Temasek Foundation, which I shared in my talk. And this is another program that we got a corporate sponsorship to come in. And it's about innovation using youth STEM power to innovate solutioning. So this afternoon is going to be a grand final hackathon. And we even have our UN, UNESCO, the Asia, Dr. Khan, as one of the judges to come in to judge the project. So that is how we do it in Singapore. We do it through gallery, we do it through competition, we do it through seminars and outreach programs, plus a lot of events in schools We even have got our STEM applied learning program, which is a formal curriculum in school with no examinations. But what they do in school, these are about 15, 16 years old teenagers, they focus on how to use the power of STEM to address SDGs. Now, with respect to the ASPAC, Asia Pacific Science Center Network, we as a network has been talking about this very often. In all our conferences in recent years, we talk about aligning ourselves to the UN SDGs. So much so that we actually have got a network that came together. We created a traveling exhibition called Rice is Life, using rice as a topic to talk about how rice is related to SDGs, because to grow rice, to harvest rice, you need proper management of the resources on planet Earth, plus the technology behind to make sure that you also mitigate seawater rise and so on and so forth. So there are many, many ways of doing that. Yeah, time doesn't permit me to go into details, but we can do a lot. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, so due to limited time, he gave us a short answer, but the interest in SDG is high in society, he mentioned, and that they take part in SDGs by engaging in various activities. And Singapore Science Museum has done a lot of programs to do so. I think I can summarize his answer to that. I hope it answered your question. I'd like to actually ask the same question to Mr. Visser. I think in the European region, a lot of science museums do activities that are connected to SDGs, but probably not everyone does it, but I'm sure that some science museums do activities related to SDGs. So I'd like to hear about your opinion on what science museums should do and its staff members should do in order to plan and design and implement activities related to SDGs and the science museum's part in it. If you have a specific case, we would like for you to share that with you. So how do you communicate with the members of the science museum going forward to achieve these kind of goals? Can you tell us about that?
Thank you so much for that question. It's a wonderful question, I think. And I would like to go to one of the premises that was underlying the question, which is that it's difficult to be against the SDGs. And I'd just like to stress that even though there's 17 goals and 169 targets and there's something in it for everyone, I am currently doing a survey to test emotions and responses towards the Sustainable Development Agenda in the light of COVID-19 as well. And what surprises me is that there's actually a significant part of respondents that see the idea of SDGs, of a global agenda, as something that they are, let's say it politely, worried about. So even though it may feel from our point of view and within our community of science and technology and museum enthusiasts as a very obvious agenda, we shouldn't lose the people out of mind who, for various reasons, feel that anything that has to do with a global agenda for an end to poverty or biodiversity or climate action, such as the SDGs, who look upon that with serious doubts. And also some very strong negative emotions, and make sure that we don't lose them as visitors as we move forward, because I think it's incredibly important to do all of this together. Now you asked, what can we do probably more specifically, and I think the first thing I always do when I come into a new science museum or any organization is do a very proper analysis of what they're actually already doing. Because we've seen that the SDGs is not the first development agenda that we as a global community have bought into. And already, for instance, from a tourism point of view or from a building point of view, many science centers have taken enormous steps towards the SDGs unknowingly in the past decades, and they may have done it to obtain a green key or another sort of certificate to make their buildings more environmentally friendly or more accessible to people with disabilities. And what I've found is working from this, what's already been done is a great way to actually take the next step, because we don't have to start from zero. And so then I think a lot of what we see here in Europe is museums working on many of the themes that the previous speaker also mentioned, which include, the food security, not just of the community, but also the contribution the own restaurant or the cafe within the science museum or the science center can play in being a positive force within the food system of the local economy. Of obviously energy use, water use, including sanitation. These are like topics that I think come naturally to science centers and museums in their own operation, and that can be used as a stepping stone for future actions, which may be harder on SDGs that are probably a bit more difficult or a bit more ambitious to achieve. And I think that's, if you want to think where to start, what can we do, is start from all those amazing things we've already done.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the answer. I think that could be a very good approach. Actually, there are 17 goals in SDGs, and if you look at them, there are all the areas belong to the interest of science museums, I believe. So these are commonly established goals, and they're not something very complex. It's intertwined closely into our daily lives. So by analyzing what the science museums are doing today and looking at the relationships and the characteristics of the communities that these science museums are located in, by looking at the findings, we can seek new strategies for SDGs. Then we will be able to find some really good answers and be connected more with the stakeholders. I wonder how you found the answers. If you'd like to hear more answers, please leave more questions. There's another question. So now that we were on Mr. Visser, I think we can ask him another question. So you are an expert in SDG, as I understand. And from the viewpoint of the Koreans, the UN SDG maybe the acceptance, the level of acceptance of SDG can be different from continent to continent, in Africa or in Americas or in Asia. So there might be some continental differences when it comes to people's accepting SDGs. And based on your experience, maybe you could tell us about some of the differences that you have observed from continent to continent. So that was the question. Mr. Visser, can you answer that?
Wonderful question. Well, first of all, I think it's good to note that if you think about statistics regarding things like, for instance, the exact acceptance of the SDGs, or whether or not a country has adopted it as its legal framework for its policy making, etc., or whether or not a municipality or a region has adopted it as a framework for its policy making. There's a lot of statistics about this. And actually, if you look at, for instance, SDG 17, some of the key performance indicators of that SDG actually tell us a little bit about how it is adopted on a country-to-country basis. One of the things I think we need to take care for is that the SDGs do not become a goal on themselves, but actually achieving the SDGs should be our goal. And what I mean by that is if we look at the reality in my country, the Netherlands, which, generally speaking is a progressive, forward-leaning country. So a country where you think the SDGs are a very important item on people's minds, and also on policy agendas, and on the way we make our country work. You see that on an average, only 1 out of 5 people is aware of the SDGs. So only 1 out of 5 people in the country in general knows what they're about. and what the agenda is for. Yet if you look at people that act in line with the SDGs, you come up with, depending a little bit on the topic, up to 9 out of 10 people. For instance, when we think about the more green objectives, including biodiversity and climate change, so that would be SDGs 7 and I think 13 and 14 and 15, approximately 9 out of 10 people act in line with the set objective. So there's a considerable difference between the people who know that they're actually contributing to the SDGs and the people contributing towards a better world. And that even goes further in the sense that surprisingly the Netherlands and both on a national and a local level has not yet made the SDGs the formal template for policy planning in the future. This may change in the upcoming elections, but a country that's been among I think the leading countries in the world in terms of sustainable development does not use the SDGs as its framework for setting our own policy objectives. We don't even use them to measure our progress as a country, even though we were the first country to create a framework for measuring all the SDGs. And the reason is, from country to country, people will have their own priorities, and these priorities existed well before we adopted the SDGs, and they've become part of the framework of thinking and speaking in this country, and countries therefore use a different way of talking about them, and that means that statistics about the SDGs often may seem misleading in terms of uptake. And I think from my experience, and then I'm speaking mostly about the work we've done with libraries and not so much with science centers and museums, is that if you look at the continents, for instance, if you look at parts of Africa, issues such as food security, but also, for instance, sustainable energy, are well ahead of the same discussions that we see in Europe. If we look at Latin America, same story. There are certain development topics that historically are much more rooted in the community. And if you look at what museums and others are contributing to it, what people are doing with them, you'll see that they're way ahead, say, of many other countries. But you have to look through a different lens than just the SDGs. You also have to look at other classical development agendas and just the words and the ideas that people have developed on their own over the past decades to ensure a better world for themselves and everyone else.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Right, so of course we cannot specify this by continent, but then depending on the country's circumstances, yes, they would have to be different. So thank you very much. And now we'll move on to the next question, which is directed once again to Dr. Lim. And now this is about, yes, first of all, thank you very much for introducing STEM Alive program, such an excellent program. Now then, in the Science Center of Singapore, do you also have SDG programs for young students? So SDG program for young students, do you have such programs? Then, if yes, then are they any different from programs for adults? And also, what is your know-how in piquing interest from young students regarding such topics?
Yes, we do have for young students. In fact, we have been running more than 30 years program called I'm a Young Scientist. And it is actually a batch program that is, the students will have a so-called task list. And it's up to them at their own pace. They can do it within 6 months. They can do it within 1 year. And in there, they would tick and do the project, and they get their parents or the teachers to certify that yes, they have done this piece of work. Now, in recent years, we have come in to create I am a young sustainability champion kind of a scheme. And again, it is sponsored by and so students will get this, and we move this online. So now it's no more using paper card, we go online. And we see many students taking part in this, and it's so exciting to see them do projects, they upload the projects. And that is a new way of engaging and very powerful. I've been running this program for 30 over years, and we are seeing some of the young scientists when they were students who are now doing research, doing engineering, doing policy in education and so on. So we see a full cycle of reinforcing. And the difference between the young ones and the old ones is this particular scheme, we allow the young ones to just imagine, explore themselves. It was not a assigned task that you must do this or you must do that. It's up to them to look at problems that are related to sustainability, such as environmental issue or energy issue or food security issue. Versus the other ones that we talked about earlier with the young people, like this afternoon we are giving out the awards. It is given a certain task, they have to come up with like a hackathon to solve a problem. So that is actually very project driven and is group driven. Whereas the young champion card is individual. At their own time, they can do it with their family, do it with their siblings, or do it with their classmates. But that's an individual contribution towards, in this case, sustainability. So yes, we do have that kind of program. And it's very exciting because our young ones, I think, Singapore has this strong sense of we really need to protect our environment, and we grow many trees around in Singapore, and we know that Singapore needs to make sure that we are sustainable. So the concept of sustainability is very much our DNA. So I think it's very easy for Singaporeans to accept it, and our government is also behind this. And lately, many of our corporations, I give the example of Temasek Foundation. They sponsor us for the STEM Alive, they sponsor us for the Young Sustainability Champion program. And together with other corporations like Shell have just finished one with us. They're using their N Explorer program to look into sustainability. And just last week, we had a grand final, those for the students, and they presented and they pitched their idea of how they can come up with something that can address a certain aspect of UN SDG, especially in the field of plastic waste, in the field of energy, and in the field of pollution. So these are how Singapore reach out. While I'm still on, I'd like to answer to Dr. Graham's question, because he said that we seem to be focusing individually as a science center. As I said, time didn't allow me to say more. We do have, and I think I also want to do a shout out to Dr. Graham Duran, who is the CEO of Questacon in Canberra, Australia. And Science Centre Singapore, together with Questacon, together with the ANU, we have come together to co-host a program called Young People's Plans for the Planet. And I think that is one example of how science centers and museums across the continents, across the world, can come together to join forces to really create a platform to engage our young people towards UN SDGs. So that is one example of how cooperation can take place. And early on, when I mentioned the rise as a topic to address the questions of UN SDG, ASPEC had that program, and we had Singapore, Thailand, Taiwan coming in to co-create that exhibition. And the exhibition, as we speak now, is going to go back to Thailand. Currently, it's now in Singapore. And early next year, Thailand will take it back. And we intend to use that to push the understanding of US MSG, and also get corporation to come in to help us really drive sustainable business plan towards UN SDGs. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 나눌 메시지가 많아.
Thank you. He gave us a very enthusiastic response since he has a lot to share. I'm sure that for museum professionals out there in the field could really relate to his answer. Now there is one more question, also to Dr. Titman Ling. So this person gave a question in English, so please listen.
In the midst of combating against COVID-19, when physical movement may be limited in some countries, how science museum and centers can proactively extend the SDGs agenda? What are the initiatives, challenges, and how can you measure the impact that these centers can bring about to the community?
Well, that's a great question. With regards to how you measure the impact, we don't really have a formal tools to measure impact, but just to let you know that in Singapore, during this COVID situation, and we were into some kind of control movement situation, we call it circuit breaker, COVID circuit breaker. So all the schools were closed and everybody stay home as far as possible. And straight away, our Ministry of Education called us up and say that Science Center, can you roll out online communication, online programs, so as to enforce and enhance, on one hand, the understanding of the science behind COVID, and importantly also engage with our parents and students in particular, that they can continue to learn science, technology, engineering, maths in a very fun and interactive way. And that pushed us towards what we call using a digital tool to translate and transform our physical science centers and museum offering into online virtual offering. And because of that situation, and being in the science centers and science museum field, I think many of us in this field, we pride ourselves as very creative and very innovative. So many of my younger staff, they were all from home. But from home, they use whatever they have at home. They started to create very interesting home-based learning platforms. And then we created video, we created demo, and we roll out all these programs. And I think that's where the impact comes, because the impact is science centers and museums are now not waiting for you to come. We actually literally go into your house, so to speak. We actually go into your home, we go into your on your computer screen, your smartphone, and we communicate with you. And that made us move towards what we now call a blended approach. And this turned out to be, again, very impactful. Blended meaning now we even have online, plus we deliver certain kits to the school or to the family. And now that our schools reopen, and also to make sure that we have safe distancing, we created Zoom-in kind of festival. We do Zoom-in kind of activities. So it's blended, so they can learn online at the same time on their desk in the hall. The students are doing experiments, and we are pushing this to another level. As we speak now, I'm actually concurrently at another conference, which is on STEM education, all virtual. And we are also having Untamed Festival, where our staff created an online platform that you can actually go in there as an avatar, and you go inside to this world inside that we created. You can engage speakers. We have a lot of speakers that came on board to help us, including NASA astronaut, including people who innovate in terms of how you create alternate food sources, and robotics engineers, science in sports, and so on. And that created a very interesting platform. And to me, again, that's very impactful, because Science Center, we are into science communication. And we can use many, many interesting ways to engage people. And we are no more confined by the physical space. We are now both online, on-site, and we call it blended. And I think the movement forward, how science centers can continue to form very impactful agencies to spread the good work of STEM, will be through this. And speaking on that, again, back to Asia Pacific Science Center Network, during this COVID season, we created 2 online seminar platforms inviting all our participants. So the first one that we had was actually on, during COVID situation, how do we continue to play our role? And another one that we had was about how do we come together using online platform to train our people to create capacity, so that our younger staff will continue to run the mission of the science centers and science museum. So I give convoluted and quite a long answers to that. My summary is, while COVID may stop us, STEM continues. While COVID may stop us from physically welcoming people to our science center, the innovation of science communication will continue to infiltrate. And now we are in a better position that we can do both on-site and online. And I think even like now, we have this virtual platform, allow us to transcend time and space. We can even do this kind of platform without worrying whether the time zone is different or not. We can all come online to fulfill the common mission. So I think that's where the great impact is. And with that, I think UN SDG can have also a lot of collaboration. Thank you.
예, 긴 답변 고맙습니다.
Thank you for your long answer, Dr. Titman Ling, and for your enthusiastic response. Now let's go into the next question. Next question is for both of you. So I think Dr. Titman Ling did answer this question to some extent, but if you can add more comments, we would appreciate it. Now, this question is in English, so I will read this out loud for you.
The focus seems to be on what individual museums can do in regards to the sex, the SDGs인가요? SDGs? Sex. What can we do better by working together as a global community of science museums? 공이 먼저 우리 제스퍼 비스를 먼저 답을 좀 해주시면 좋겠습니다.
Mr. Visser, can you answer the question first? 네, 이미 이 질문에 대해서 조금 얘기를 나눴던 것도 같습니다.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. We've been answering this question already a little bit in the chat, and I think the most important thing we can do together as a global community is be advocates for the role of science museums and centers towards organizations like the UN and its various organizations to see science museums as actors within this global agenda. And I've seen, I mentioned before in one of my answers that we've done some work with libraries, and libraries have been globally pretty early in taking up this challenge and collaborating collectively to be seen as actors in the agenda by international bodies, and especially for them, an area where they could prove their worth was in the translation of these global goals into community action, being sort of like the intermediary between the UNGA and other sort of like overarching global bodies and the people actually living in communities where the work needs to be done. And I'm saying this because I think overall there's no lack of people raising awareness for the goals. There's no lack of organizations taking industry action, creating frameworks, creating policies, but there is a lack of action, and there is a lack of organizations that can take on the responsibility for involving the public, communities and people in this challenge. I think the previous examples that have been called about STEM and the role science museums play in education for the global goals is a great start for this and a very powerful entry point. And of course, education not just within the formal but also the informal areas where you look at just making sure that this is something we do for all. And I often ask people, you know, what is your favorite SDG, right? What is the thing that drives you? And the best answer I've got from a science museum director was, she said, I don't really have a favorite one, but what I love about them is that they're inclusive and that we can only achieve them if we work together. And this is exactly where science museums and science centers can make a difference, is making this an agenda for all of us. So I'd say by working together, we can be advocates, we can do advocacy for our role in this agenda. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 자, 교수님.
Thank you very much, Dr. Titman Ling.
Alluded to part of the answers earlier. What I'd like to add on is science centers shouldn't stand alone in your own community, in your locations, wherever you are. There's one philosophy that we adopt is science centers and science museums are community owned. So you want to embrace the community to work with you. And we realize that there are many people outside of the walls of the science centers and museums. They are very learned, they are very passionate. We call them bottom-up initiative, we call them grassroots initiative. and some of them are almost like NGOs, and even the youth in the schools, in the high school, some of them are very committed. And therefore, we are, in Singapore, we are moving towards empowering the youth. We call it a youth movement, STEM for youth and youth for STEM. And the power of youth can never be underestimated. I mean, we all see globally how the youth really believe in what they can make a difference to this world. And therefore, I will urge community, I will urge even science centers and museums network to work with this youth. After all, we, the older ones, will leave before this world collapse, and they need to sustain and continue. And I think the calling is very strong. And that's the reason why when Graham Duran from Australia approached Science Centre Singapore to say, could we come together and look at young people's plan for the planet? We resonate with them and say, indeed, we should empower the young people, and the future lies in their hands. And therefore, by working with networks, with either schools or corporations, and even with UNESCO, I mean, we are also now linked up with UNESCO in certain ways, looking into how we could, that's the reason why later this afternoon we have our UNESCO Asia network, Dr. Khan, who will be involved in judging our Young Sustainability Champion events. I think I echo Jasper, that is, we can do a lot together if we identify ourselves as a community and we collaborate. And libraries is a great network to work with. And in Singapore, the libraries are also working with us in big ways because where communities come together is where we could spread the message. Where communities come together, is where we form the alliances. And one great alliance is actually the Makers Movement. I think, I'm sure in many science centers and museums, you're involved in Makers Movement. And many of these makers involved in this because they believe that they can make something useful to in a way, help transform the economy, help make the world more sustainable. And we find many passionate makers. They don't come in because they want to make money. They come in because they have a mission. And being mission-driven is very aligned with Science Center and Science Museum. So if we look at UNSDG as a mission to fulfill it, it's not just to be aware about it. I think we have a lot of strong supporters resonating with us and gathering with us to move forward. Yeah, thank you.
예, 고맙습니다.
All right, thank you very much. So yes, we do have some more questions, but then there's also a time constraint. And also this symposium is not ending, but it is only getting started until tomorrow. So now I would have to wrap up the first session at this point. Now, yes, we have listened to the 3 presentations this morning, and as I was listening to them, I was thinking about the sustainability and the sustainable development, and also how the world now seems to have reached a consensus that sustainable development falls upon the public sector. And we also say that we only have 10 years to go until achieving these goals. And the question now is how we are going to muster the support and the participation from all the different stakeholders around the world. So I would say that that is the biggest challenge now. So today, we talked about how the science centers and museums and libraries, even how we can get together, how we can take the leadership in mustering the participation from the community to work together toward the SDGs. But now then, in the middle of all this, COVID-19 occurred, and now we had to take a bit of a pause. But then now, even in this pause, how the science centers, they can interact even better with the community. So I believe that it was also a time for the science centers to think more about how we can better engage with the community, as was also mentioned by the presentations. So yes, as we go through this COVID pandemic, the science centers thought even more about how we can work together with the community, so where they are located, and also in the community around them. So how they are going to contribute to strengthening sustainability of the community where they are in, wherever they are, and how we can also strengthen sustainability as a result of that of the world. And also in the presentations as well as the Q&A, I believe that the common thread was that we should not just think that we don't know the way, but then we have to be more active in thinking about how we can get it done and how we can find the approach. So we have to think about what we can do and also really put this into action. So I believe that that was one important message in the presentations as well as the Q&A session. And now then also it comes down to communication. So in the course of analyzing and also finding the way forward, so in the process of this, the workers of the science centers, those who are running the science centers, we also have to think about the activities with the perspective of the SDGs. So we have also talked about that, how we have tried to embed the perspective of the SDGs in the science centers activities. And I believe that for the science centers, of course, on one hand, you have the exhibition, you also have the program. So through those, you can also talk about the SDGs. So for example, well, this is the Science Center, and this is the SDG program. So yes, we can also do that to deliver the facts about the SDGs, but not only that. So not only about delivering and communicating about the scientific phenomenon, but we can also go beyond that. So I do hope that we can also go beyond that and also, let's say, embed some emotional approach in that about how this is going to affect our lives. And I believe that that can also immerse the issue of SDGs more closer into the lives of the people. So perhaps by doing so, the science centers can also become the hot spot of dealing with the SDGs. So are you also ready to do that? All right, so yes, now really we have to conclude this session because we are already an hour and a half into this session. Now, what I appreciate the most is, of course, I appreciate the three speakers for the presentation, especially those joining us from abroad, Mr. Jasper Visser joining us from before 3 a.m. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Titmang Lim for your enthusiastic presentation and the response. And also, you might not be familiar with this yet, but then for those joining us online, thank you very much for your online participation. Thank you very much for leaving such interesting questions. And also those who are working in science centers, now it was also a great honor and privilege for me to have this session with you. So thank you so much. Now then, also now there are also the activists in the local governments as well. So I do hope that they can also join forces with the science centers under the theme of the SDGs. And also with the speakers, we'll continue with our networking so that we can all together join a better, so that we can all together design a better future for us all. So now with that, we conclude this session. Thank you very much.
So we were able to hear about various perspectives with regards to the importance of SDG. This concludes the morning session. So please look forward to lectures given by global speakers continuing in the afternoon. And we will see you again at 12:30 p.m. Korean time. Once again, my name is Koo Soo-jin. I'm the science communicator at the National Science Museum. And I'm also Koo Soo-jin, who is a virtual MC. Thank you very much.
헤이 헤이 하나 둘 마이크 레벨을 테스트하고 있습니다. 하나 둘 셋 셋 헤이 헤이 하나 둘 둘 헤이 헤이 하나 둘 둘 둘 둘 잠깐만요. 거기다가 예, 알겠습니다. 네.
안녕하십니까. 오전에 이어
Good afternoon. I am Kusujin, your science communicator. I will also be serving as a facilitator in the afternoon session. Hello, I am the online facilitator. My name is Kusujin. And now we are going to start the afternoon session following the morning session at this 10th ISSM. And we still have a lot of participants in the online program, so thank you very much. And we have a rich program awaiting you. Yes, now at this symposium, under the topic of the science museums and the SDGs, now befitting this title, we will continue to listen to the presentations as well as the symposium and the special session regarding COVID-19 regarding the topic of today. Now, if there are any questions that you would like to ask the speakers, you can also upload them online. Korean participants, please search for ISSM on the KakaoTalk open chat room. And then also for the audience participating from abroad, you can also utilize the Zoom link that you have received to deliver your questions. So we ask for your active participation. And now with that, we are going to move on to the invited session 2. Now in this session, we will be discussing the SDG 4, which is the inclusive and equitable quality in science education. Is it possible? So then this session will be moderated by the visiting researcher Kong Jun-moon of the Seoul National University Center for Educational Research. So now let me hand over to the moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this invited session 2. I will be serving as your moderator in this session. As introduced, I am Kong Jun-moon, visiting researcher at the Seoul National University Center for Educational Research. It is a great pleasure for me to be meeting with all of you through this hybrid symposium. Now, in the aftermath of COVID-19, we are seeing the inequality and the differences in our society even more clearly. And now, at a time like this, we will be having a very meaningful discussion under the topic of the SDG 4 in this ISSM. Now, for this session, we have invited 4 speakers. And the first speaker in this session is Karen Peterson, founder and chief executive officer of the National Girls Collaborative Project. Now she will tell us about the importance of role models for girls in STEM activities and careers. So now let us meet the prepared presentation.
And during what we call collaboration networking, dynamic discussions between individuals matching needs and resources can highlight ways for organizations to work together to impact the youth they are serving. We all know there's a diversity of high-quality resources available, and many of you have little time to search for the strategies and content to improve your organization. The National Girls Collaborative Project helps address this need via our website and our newsletters, online databases, social media, and webinars and presentations like this one. We also seek to strengthen the capacity of programs by sharing exemplary practice research and program models. We know when programs are stronger and more sustainable, girls are better served. We distribute these resources in an accessible format via train-the-trainer programs, partnerships, and online platforms. And finally, we use the leverage of a network and collaboration of girl-serving STEM programs and all the champions that care about getting more girls interested in STEM to create what we call the tipping point for gender equity in STEM. So why focus on girls in STEM? We know that girls and boys do not display a significant difference in their abilities in math and science, but there are differences between girls and boys in confidence and interest in STEM. Women continue to be underrepresented in STEM at college and the workforce level, especially in engineering, computer science, and physical sciences. And we know that STEM is an equity issue. Research on youth in STEM choosing a STEM career can be related to a belief that you can succeed in that occupation. And girls tend to assess their abilities in mathematics lower than boys of the same achievement level, resulting in girls having a lower likelihood of choosing STEM as a career. Occupational choice is influenced by values, so well-documented gender differences exist in the value that women and men place on doing work that contributes to society. And this is a finding you will see clearly in the research on messaging as well. Women want a career that has a clear social purpose, a career that makes a difference in the world. And many do not necessarily make that connection to STEM occupations. The research on girls in STEM shows often negative stereotypes about girls and women in STEM still exists and have been found to lower girls' aspirations for STEM careers over time. There are two primary stereotypes: that girls are not as good as boys in math, and that scientific work is better suited to boys and men. These photos are from an exercise entitled Draw a Scientist. Young people were asked to just draw a picture of a scientist that they had thought of. And often this is what we see. We see a white lab coat, maybe some crazy hair. And so this demonstrates that there's still quite a bit of work to do to change perceptions about STEM careers. But it can be done. This is an example of research from the Fermi Lab in Illinois, one of many that has been done to identify these kinds of strategies that can help change girls' perceptions of what it means to be a scientist. So this shows a girl's before and after perception of what a scientist looks like, after she interacted with this fabulous woman role model at this lab. And she went from thinking that scientists are crazy, they talk too fast, and they're annoying, to saying, they might be normal people with a not so normal job that can be exciting. And scientists can be interested in dancing, pottery, jogging, and even racquetball. The National Girls Collaborative Project engages in a number of activities virtually, nationally, as well as through our local collaboratives. We manage something called the Connectory. It's the largest national database of STEM opportunities, and it also provides a way for programs to connect and collaborate with each other. FabFems is an international database of female role models from many STEM fields. They are passionate about the work they do, and they're ready to connect with programs to spark girls' interests. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about FabFems in just a minute. We are also working with Lida Hill Philanthropies, and we have launched the If Then collection. And that's a digital library housing photos and videos and other media of women in STEM fields. These media are available at no cost. And I'm going to say a little bit more about the If Then collection in a minute as well. We offer regular national webinars focused on research and exemplary practices to help educators serve their students. The National Girls Collaborative Project has been partially funded by the National Science Foundation since 2002. We began as a Northwest Girls Collaborative Project focused on Washington and Oregon states. And then, as we presented our collaboration model to others, we were invited to expand across the United States. And while NGCP programs and partners are located in every state, we have leadership teams in 41 states. And today, we facilitate collaboration between more than 48,000 organizations serving 20 million girls and 12 million boys, since many of the organizations who serve girls are also serving boys with engaging STEM curriculum and activities. So a little bit more about the If-Then collection. It's a digital library where you can find thousands of photos and videos and other assets that authentically represent women in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math. And the content features careers as diverse as shark tagging, fashion design, training Olympic athletes, and nudges public perceptions in a more realistic direction that illuminates the importance of STEM everywhere. And I just put a screenshot here of the collection, but I encourage you to visit it on your own. Fab Femmes was created in response to a national concern over the lack of women in science, technology, engineering, and math. And through our years of service and extensive conversations with young people, partner organizations, industry, and higher education, we have understood the importance of using role models and mentors to increase girls' engagement in and understanding of careers. However, in these talks with programs and partners and girls, there was resounding agreement about the barriers to implementation. Oftentimes, girl-serving programs wanted to bring professionals into their classes, and of course they still do, but they can't find them. And they also don't know how to train them. We've also heard from many women role models that they're looking for ways to volunteer, but they don't know how to find programs, and they're not necessarily confident about interacting with girls. So the Fab Femmes project is working to find solutions to these barriers, connecting role models and programs together to create successful STEM experiences for girls. It began in 2010 with initial funding from the Motorola Foundation as a small project. An online form for role model volunteer registration was created to collect information from the role models and vet them for this opportunity. The picture on the left shows a group of Fab Femmes in California that came together to host a Fab Femmes booth at a local Girl Scouts Career Exploration Day. The picture on the right shows Fab Femmes staff and staff from various partner organizations within the National Girls Collaborative Project Network that hosted a Girl Zone during a science and engineering festival. Our main tool is the Fab Femmes website, which can be found at fabfemmes.org. On this site, you can search role model profiles, you can become a role model, and you can browse resources. And the website is used by role models, girl-serving programs looking for role models, and parents and girls searching for career information. Right now, we have almost 3,000 Fab Femmes currently enrolled, and on an average, we get about 15 new Fab Femmes per month. But when we're working with special partners to recruit women in specific careers, sometimes more Fab Femmes are added. And this is how the directory is used. There are one-on-one interactions between girls and Fab Femmes. There's a contact button. Girls can ask questions. It goes through a safe, secure back end. Organizations can search the directory looking for role models for their program. And it's a recruitment tool. And then there are normally in-person opportunities, as well as these online interactions. So when you click on a Fab Femmes profile, you can see more information about that Fab Femme. And I'm going to click on this one. You can see that you can search by keyword or city, state, interest. This is also an international database, so you can search by country as well. And then here you can see information about the Fab Femme. Each Fab Femme writes a profile biography where they might share information about how they chose their career, their path through education, their life outside of work, and their advice for girls. And they are encouraged to be relatable to girls and write not only about their career and successes, but about challenges and milestones and even other hobbies and interests. Each role model must have a profile image, and they're encouraged to include additional images in their photo gallery and a video if they have it. Some Fab Femmes have also shared additional links. It might be to their work website, to their LinkedIn profile, or resources that they have helped create and can provide. This is just a little more information from a FabFem's profile. There's that contact button that I mentioned. And the National Girls Collaborative Project functions globally as the Global Girls Collaborative. So you can check out our website if you want to learn more about other countries that we're working in besides the United States. We have a collaborative in Australia. We're forming one right now in the United Kingdom. You can also visit the IFTED collection. It's available for you to use. You can embed any of the resources in your own documents or websites. And a reminder about FabFems, an international database of role models who are available to speak in your science museum, in your programs, or as an opportunity to provide examples of STEM pathways. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great conference, and I enjoyed speaking with you today.
네.
Thank you. That was lecture by Ms. Karen Peterson. So the difference between men and women or male and female students, there is actually no difference in terms of their same capability, yet there is the perception that there is differences between the genders when they're STEM. So we have taken a look at that, and it was a small project that began in an online platform and expanded to a nationwide project. This shows the level of expertise that Ms. Peterson has in this area. Let me introduce to you our second speaker. The second speaker is Ms. May Van Laar. She is the head of education and research at Nemo Science Museum in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. And she has been starting as education developer, as a project manager on several educational projects. Let's now hear her lecture.
Welcome everyone, my name is Meijer van Laar and I am Head of Education and Research at Nemo Science Museum in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Our museum has its roots almost 100 years ago, and we have grown from a museum of labor to a science museum with over 5,000 square meters of exhibition space. Until the COVID crisis broke out, beginning of this year in Europe, we received more than 650,000 visitors a year. And our audience consists of a mix of tourists, students, and families from all over the world. Today, I would like to talk to you about our journey to a more diverse and inclusive museum. In our museum, that journey already started more than 10 years ago. And I would like to give you an idea of the time it takes to change and the little baby steps that we call success. First of all, I would like to take you back to the year 2009. At that time, in our museum, gender was still framed as the difference between the two sexes, boys and girls, and we were looking for ways to involve more girls into science topics. We developed our first gender program and we called it the Gender Checklist. This was a booklet for science centers with tips and tricks on how to involve more girls into STEM-related topics. At that time, we had no experience with this topic, so we worked with in cooperation with other national organizations who were more experienced. In retrospect, this gender checklist was actually more a sex checklist, but developing this checklist did make us look differently at our exhibitions. We learned how to make our exhibitions more inclusive and more accessible for both boys and girls. At the same time, we were experimenting with new formats to interest more teenagers for STEM-related topics. We already knew that the best way to engage a group is to use formats that suits a specific target group. And at that time, we were partner in a European project called GAP, where we developed a contest for teenagers around STEM careers. YouTube and online video started to gain a lot of traction, and teenagers were using it more and more Therefore, we developed a program in which teenagers had to make a short movie about a STEM job. With the use of video, we hope to reach out to more people, especially people that wouldn't otherwise be interested in STEM topics. And this was the project To Your Future. Over the years, we gained more expertise and we started a project called Spot Your Talent. This was a project for primary education, where we worked together with other partners with expertise on this topic. Instead of interviewing role models, as we did with the To Your Future project, role models were invited to the schools to tell about what they do for a living. Students could ask them questions, and both projects, both To Your Future and Spot Your Talent, were a success because the children saw their future opportunities by meeting these role models. In 2015, the European project Hypatia was granted. This project gave us 3 years of funding to work with other organizations towards a more gender-inclusive museum world. Nemo was coordinator for the European consortium, and with this project we aim to develop a toolkit with practical solutions and modules with attention for gender inclusion for schools, companies, and science centers and museums across Europe. With this project, we wanted to attract more teenagers to choose for a STEM career. In the first year of the project, we learned that the differences between sexes are smaller than the differences within the sexes. We learned about the gender spectrum, where you have boyish girls and girlish boys and everything in between. And that to create inclusive STEM education, you need to develop education that engages everyone. We also learned the importance to involve your target group and the community around them to make sure that the developed materials fits the need of the target group. And therefore, in the Hypatia project, where teenagers were our target audience, we worked together with the teenagers, but also with the schools, the parents, industry, local government, and academics to promote gender-inclusive STEM education and communication. And in this project, we defined 4 levels in which people can be engaged. We call them the 4 levels of involvement. You start with the individual level. This is the environment of the individual themselves, and their own values and knowledge are the base for their choices. The interactual level is the level where participants do activities. This is the way they form new opinions. Then you have the institutional level, shape their vision and their ideas. And then you have the societal level or the cultural level. And each and every society has certain commonly agreed values. And these conditions are the conditions we can't change straight away by doing one project, but we can implement it. Some examples. The individual level, that means offering activities that, for example, activities you can find in our Hypatia toolkit. The interactional level, there you can think of training of explainers in a museum or teachers at the school. This third level is how to address people. For example, the Dutch railway announcements to the public used to start with ladies and gentlemen, and now it is changed to dear travelers. And in our museum, we used to say, ladies and gentlemen, Nemo will close in 10 minutes. And now we say, dear visitors, Nemo will close in 10 minutes. And then the cultural level, the societal level. How do we reach society? Well, through our Kennislink website, we have articles about the science behind the news. And in this way, we try to influence society. In the Hypatia project, we learned a lot. And not only how to develop inclusive educational materials, but also how to make our organization more inclusive. It became actually the turning point for our organization to become more inclusive. And during these years, starting at 2009, we also joined a consortium of people working on diversity in their organization. This consortium broadened our insights on diversity even more. We became aware that diversity was not only about differences in gender, but also differences in culture, accessibility, and sexuality are examples of all the different aspects you have to take into account. In the period of 10 years, we have gained expertise on diversity and we have learned the importance of awareness on diversity and inclusion. In 2019, we opened our most recent exhibition in the museum, Humania, and this is an exhibition focused on humans in all their forms. After 10 years of learning about diversity in programs, this exhibition was for us a perfect time to tackle inclusivity and diversity and use all the knowledge we had collected over the years. So we have built this exhibition with input from various groups from society. We were aware of the cultural differences, the accessibility of the exhibition, and the different meaning of, for example, objects in different parts of the world. But most important, we actually changed the exhibition with the input of these focus groups, and the exhibits were tested until it worked for everyone. So now we are ready to take the next step in our journey to embed diversity and inclusion in our museum organization. And to make sure that this doesn't depend on the project that we are currently running, it needs to be the base of how your organization works. We as a museum have not reached that point yet, but we are taking steps in the right direction. In the past 10 years, we have gained a lot of expertise about the point that we need to consider. In the Netherlands, we work with the Diversity Code. We work along 4 pillars to embed diversity and inclusion in an organization and in our society. These 4 pillars are public, program, partners, and personnel. Now we are trying to implement this in our multi-year policy and vision statement for diversity and inclusion in our organization. So public, what is public? Well, we want to be there for everyone. Everyone is our audience, and we can only be there for everyone if we actively involve people in the development of our products. Because you do not know what you do not know, and you cannot decide for someone else. For program, we want our program to be inclusive as possible. This means that we involve our target groups in the development of our programs and that we let our target group also test it. So take your target audience seriously and only test if you really have the intention to incorporate the findings in your final product. The P of partners. We choose the partners we work with based on our activities and when we have an aligned vision regarding inclusiveness. And personnel, the staff you work with, you show the inclusiveness of your organization. We are increasingly trying to become an organization with employee demographics that reflect society. This can be done, for example, by paying extra attention to the text in job descriptions. So to summarize, is inclusive and equitable science education possible? I would say yes, it is, but it takes time, awareness, and motivation. And 4 points that may help you. First of all, just start. Even when you do not have all the expertise you want, experimenting is always the way to go. Role models. Role models are so important to use. As teenagers, especially teenagers, they need people they can relate to. Third, work together with your target group. That is really important. You have to involve them, you can learn from them, and you have to take them seriously. And then last but not least, be aware of your own imperfections. Consult others, because insights from viewpoints others than your own always improve the product. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much. So that was the presentation by May van Laar. Now, through the case of the Netherlands, we could see that not only gender issues, but then also the other issues regarding diversity. So we were able to better understand these diversity issues, and also the challenges and issues related to accessibility to different parts of our society. And for those, we also need to have inclusive policymaking. Thank you very much. And now the next speaker is Professor Sonia Martin, who is a professor in the Department of Earth Science Education at Seoul National University. Now, she has been involved with science education for children and students from diverse backgrounds, such as multicultural family. Today, she will tell us about promoting inclusive practices to ensure equitable quality education in informal science learning environments. And here is Professor Sonia Martin.
with a focus on equity. My talk today will be presented in English and will include English and Korean language subtitles. I invited Ji Young Yu, who is a science educator from Daegu University, to provide sign language interpretation in Korean for this presentation. This presentation speaks to UN Sustainable Development Goal number 4 by addressing the question, is an inclusive, equitable science education possible? I intend to answer this question by first sharing some examples of the ways in which informal education centers are working towards meeting this goal. And I will conclude by sharing strategies that can support museum educators to also begin working towards meeting this goal. In the science education literature, many studies have shown that girls, culturally and linguistically diverse students, students with special education needs, and students from families with limited income face more barriers to accessing quality science learning experience. They have fewer role models, and they are challenged by internalized negative perceptions of themselves as science learners. However, recent advances in technology, changes in educational policy, and a general shift in how people view and value difference is having a positive impact in some informal education settings. In the next few slides, I will highlight some of the changes that are making museums more inclusive for a wider range of visitors. A critical first step to making museums inclusive is to make them accessible. Today, it is becoming more common for museums to provide website information about accessibility features offered. Making information available for users to plan for their visit, both before and during, is essential for ensuring positive experiences. This example from the website of the Science Museum of Virginia in the United States displays content that is not only clear, but the museum has also carefully tailored the information they share specifically for individual groups. Providing visitor-specific information really demonstrates understanding that all visitors have different concerns. By clicking on each category, visitors can easily identify what programs or assistive technologies are available for their individual needs. This level of detail and organization demonstrates that the museum educators here understand that visitors have different needs that cannot be effectively addressed by sharing simple, generic accessibility content. The Science Museum of London and the Boston Museum of Science both provide explicit information about upcoming events and provide contacts for learning more from a dedicated museum accessibility staff member who is trained specifically to guide and support visitors to be able to enjoy the same benefits as all visitors. Another example includes educational programming designed to support different groups of learners to access both regular and special exhibits. Examples from the Smithsonian American Art Museum include the gallery talks presented by ASL interpreters who provide voice information and observations from both hearing and deaf visitors, which allows hearing and deaf audiences to discover art together. A second example includes the online gallery talks made available in Korean Sign Language at national museums in collaboration with the government-sponsored Korean Sign Language Dictionary project. KSL interpreted lectures about famous exhibits are recorded and made available to access online. In this example, an interpreter is describing the science behind Korea's famous turtle boats. The America in Sight program offers a unique opportunity for blind and low vision visitors to join tours led by trained docents who use rich verbal description about the colors, smells, emotions, and even sounds and music inspired by different paintings and artworks. These tours include a sensory experience in which visitors are encouraged to get close to paintings for detailed viewing and to touch replicas of paintings and sculptures to learn about the materials used by artists. These tours provide an important pathway for appreciating art for blind and low vision patrons who generally experience museums with strict no-touch policies. The Mutter Museum of the College of Physicians in Philadelphia has programming for both blind and low vision visitors and for deaf and hard of hearing visitors. The programs are scheduled throughout the year, and on several dates, special programming is available where the museum is closed to the general public, so these visitors can access the museum without the noise that may make it difficult for them to really enjoy the exhibits. The museum also offers in-person and pre-recorded sign language tours that can be accessed online. For more than 15 years now, the Museum of Modern Art in New York has offered programming for seniors, especially those with dementia and Alzheimer's, that are designed to offer an experience for visitors to both elicit old memories and to make new memories with their caregivers. These programs employ senior citizens as docents, some of whom also use wheelchairs and can serve both as mobility guides and museum educators. Currently, more than 2.6 million Korean citizens have some form of disability. And as more than half of those people are over the age of 60, this number is expected to continue to rise as Korea is an aging society. Many seniors will develop mobility issues, and some seniors will develop dementia. Programming seeking to engage seniors in informal learning environments can play a critical role in supporting lifelong learning for an aging population. Some programming in science museums can be particularly difficult for everyone to access. As a science educator and interpreter, Ms. Yu has witnessed how inaccessible planetariums can be for deaf visitors, because when the planetariums become dark, it's difficult for deaf and hard of hearing visitors to view both an interpreter and the night sky at the same time. However, advances in augmented reality offer new opportunities. Smart gaze glasses make it possible for visitors to view synchronized sign language interpretation or subtitles that are superimposed on their glasses, so users can view the night sky and simultaneously access the same content as hearing visitors. New smart caption glasses that superimpose subtitles generated from live action performances can allow visitors to watch live science demonstrations with subtitles. And there are various options for PDA and smartphone apps. Handheld devices provide on-demand interpretation for deaf visitors in different languages. There are several examples of these programs, including Signly, Musei, and more. As awareness about autism increases, more museums are offering resources necessary for people and families to plan for a positive learning experience. The Victoria and Albert Museum of Children in London has prepared pre-visit booklets with cards that can be used to describe how to travel to the museum, what to see and do upon arrival, and how to return home after a visit. The museum also offers Sense family packs, which patrons can borrow during their visit. These packs contain a variety of resources to support the visitors with autism to enjoy the museum experience. Resources such as these acknowledge that visiting the museum for some guests requires more than just website information about the location of elevators and bathrooms. These tools are symbolic of the inclusive vision the museum has for welcoming all people. Digital apps from companies like Infiniteach are increasing accessibility to museums for people with autism by providing visual tap and talk icons that allow for nonverbal two-way communication, so visitors can ask and answer questions with just the touch of a button. These apps also allow visitors to plan activities in advance and create a visual schedule that can be marked off as each activity is completed. Finally, these apps offer sensory maps to help users identify and be alerted about places within the museum that may have bright stimuli or loud sounds. This can allow users to avoid sensory triggery points and even to locate quiet spaces when needed. There are already many examples of museums that are expanding access to quality science learning experiences for a broad range of visitors. In the next few slides, I discuss how museums and science centers can be leaders in promoting diversity and equity in education. The most critical component necessary for making an inclusive, equitable, quality science education possible is a commitment to the tenets of inclusive education and to multicultural science education. These ideas inform my research and every aspect of my work with teachers and students. My commitment to being inclusive is what led me to invite Ms. Yu to provide sign language interpretation for my presentation. Inclusive education is about trying to minimize barriers and assuring participation for all. Multicultural science education is about understanding that all people can learn science and that it's worthwhile for everyone to learn and participate in science. Making a commitment to be an agent for change is the first step. Rather than trying to adapt existing programs, museums need to design programs with diverse communities in mind. Museums need to understand and make connections between learners, families, schools, and the community, and to develop programs that identify and support diverse community members to serve as leaders within the museum. And museums need to better support staff and educators to meet the needs of all visitors. A practical way to achieve this is to develop relationships with community organizations to engage community partners in co-designing, implementing, and evaluating museum programming. By building partnerships with families, museums can develop programs that engage families and caregivers in authentic ways and that encourage individuals, family members, and caregivers to provide feedback that help museums address barriers that prevent visitors from regularly accessing the exhibits. Museums can help to challenge societal notions about who can do science by supporting diverse community members who can serve as docents, educators, and role models within the museum. While studies have shown it may be possible for museums to minimize barriers to physically accessing museums, it can be more difficult to overcome the negative beliefs and perceptions held by museum staff and educators about the need to make museums accessible to all people. The strategies mentioned previously all require that educators have necessary awareness and training about how to work with diverse populations. Museum staff need support and leadership to build a commitment to inclusiveness, and they need to learn how to be more effective in their interactions with diverse visitors. To meet these goals, it's critical that museums engage access advisors. These are people who serve as real representatives from targeted audiences who can help identify challenges and co-design training programs to better equip docents and museum staff to be able to serve the needs of a diverse public. In Korea, for example, there are many different organizations that museums can partner with to improve educational opportunities for people of a wider range. There are organizations for people who are blind and low vision, deaf and hard of hearing, people with learning disabilities, people with reduced mobility, and there are many different advocacy groups for senior citizens. They can all collaborate with museum educators to transform museums into inclusive learning spaces. For museums to be seen as and to function as belonging to all of us, we have to decrease barriers to accessibility and increase advocacy for inclusive science learning. This can only be done by integrating and developing structures that allow for meaningful participation by museum staff with the visiting public. To build relationships between museum staff and community members, you have to provide ongoing professional development for your educators. I want to thank you for listening, and I look forward to our shared discussions. On this slide, you can find access to some references. I will end my presentation here with some questions for general discussion about how all of you are working to expand access to quality science learning experiences in your own contexts. I'm eager to hear some examples from you and to learn what role you think that museums can and should play in promoting inclusive education. I'm especially interested to hear about any partnerships that you may have established with professionals and individuals representing different communities that are helping to transform programming for your visitors. Thank you.
네, 소냐 마틴.
Thank you very much. So that was Professor Sonia Martin. Thank you very much for the presentation. So now then, through her presentation, we were able to better understand how to lower the barriers of science museums and museums in general so that it will be made accessible to all. And also through such practices, we need to ensure that there would be education for diversity and also how helpful it is going to be for us to work together with other different organizations. All right, now, so we have listened to the three speakers regarding more inclusive and equitable science education and also the science centers or the science museums' role in achieving that goal. And I'm sure that you also have a lot of questions regarding what you have just heard, so why don't we now have a Q&A session online. Now we will be talking to the speakers online. Are you all connected? Are you all there?
네, 지금
So we have a question. So I'm going to ask you that question. The first question is for May Van Laar. But I think this is a question worth thinking about amongst all of us. So first question is that Ms. May Van Laar, in your lecture, you concluded that inclusive and equitable education is possible. However, with the fourth industrial revolution and the wider digital divide between the rich and the poor, in between countries and within countries, in that situation, I believe providing equitable education is becoming increasingly difficult. So the possibility that you were talking about in your conclusion, perhaps that was indicating the value and the goal that we should pursue. Can you answer that?
Right, that there is still a huge difference between the rich and the poor, and that is maybe increasingly difficult to reach both or all groups. But still, I believe that if we invest the time, we could also reach out to these target groups, although it will cost more time. As also said in the other presentations, I think it is very important to develop your programs together with the community you try to reach out for. So if you develop something together with this community, you will come up with solutions that fits that community.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your response. As emphasized in other presentations, it's not just the effort of the science museums alone. Related government departments and the community must be involved together to make changes. Now, the second question is for Sonia Martin.
Now, the Korean government recently has also installed an occupation called public service designer, and now they're currently trying to recruit them at different ministries, the public service designer. And also understand that the National Science Museum of Korea is also planning to hire a public service designer. So now then, for institutions like the Science Center, which also serve the citizens, what do you believe is the first step to better interact with the diverse array of visitors and ensure equitable education?
This is an excellent question. Thank you. I believe that an important step that museums can take is to establish these access advisory committees where you can have a kind of board that has representatives from different organizations that are already doing work with different communities. So these organizations have more information and more experience to represent targeted areas and can help to speak to their concerns and can work with their organizations to bring concerns to the board. And so I think that this is that having voice and representation is a really critical first step. Maybe some of my colleagues have some other ideas.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I do believe that, yes, perhaps for the other speakers as well, maybe what do you believe would be the first step to better interact with the diverse array of visitors?
That we took was, besides the development of our programs, it is also to make sure that our floor staff is really inclusive, so people can relate to the staff and they recognize themselves in the staff they meet on the floor.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you for the answer. And next, there is a question for Ms. Karen Peterson.
So now then this question goes like this. Now I am a mother of a boy and a girl. I am also a science center worker. Now as I raise these two children, I see that the two have different perceptions and I also interact them with differently. So now as I was thinking about more personalized education for them, perhaps I think that maybe this is also kind of discrimination. So it's inclusive education. We can lower the physical barriers, but also for us to make the thinking or the mindset more inclusive, I think that is going to be even more difficult. So can you cite some real actual cases of doing this?
I really appreciate that question. We know that the strategy that increase girls' interest in science are great strategies for boys as well. So, my recommendation would be to focus on the content and to be accessible and not worry too much about if your audience is a boy or a girl, right? Because we know that all of these things that we do to increase girls' interest work for boys as well.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you for the answer. So most of the speakers have talked about that. Well, first of all, they started with some gender issues and various issues related to that. But increasingly, rather than thinking about the differences between boys and girls, we should try to make education for both of them more accessible going forward. And that should be the goal of the science museums. And there's one question from me. It could be a bit of a redundant question. But hearing your cases, it seems that you were successful in small things first, and then those accumulated, which led to bigger success. And you probably saw the changes as you saw this progress being made. And what are some of the values of those changes that you observed? If you could explain that, I'm sure it will help more people to engage in the movement that we're doing right now. Can you share your experience? First of all, Ms. Karen Peterson, can you share your experience?
That we do, it's really about identifying the value for the individual. What is it that they value? And that the services that we're providing have to speak to them. And if they see value in it, then they will invest time and they will learn. right? Everybody's busy. Everyone has lots and lots on their lists. But the things that they value rise to the top. And those are the things that they commit time and resources to.
네, 답변.
Thank you for the answer. Next, there's a question for Sonia.
Now then, in your what you have mentioned, so for example, the disabled or the multicultural families. So now you have also shown a list of the support organizations for them, and now also as Professor Sonia, now as let's say an expatriate living in Korea, do you believe that the different organizations in Korea related to education, are they working well together, or is there any advice that you would like to give them so that we can improve such collaboration?
I think I don't have enough information to give a really informed opinion about all of these organizations. But my general experience is that we have a lot of groups doing a lot of wonderful work, very separate from each other. And so I think that this is probably the case in many countries. And it would be helpful if the government and if museum organizers could develop some sort of cohesive community. And through some, organization and development, I think we could have more improved education, more improved communication, and something that is sustainable over time. A lot of initiatives get started and, end within a year. And I think we need more sustained leadership. So it's certainly something for us to continue striving for.
네, 답변 감사.
Thank you for the answer. So I think we keep stressing the importance of how people can continue this work in the relationship that we do, and the fact that we need to form a common or shared value. Next question is for Ms. May Van Laar. So NEMO for a long time has worked for change in awareness in cooperation with your staff members, and I find that very impressive. But, this title, the science museums and science centers are usually value neutral, and there should be a lot of oppositions to this. What kind of oppositions have you experienced?
Just to understand the question correctly, I think that, can you repeat the question for me?
Is the most of the people, the science is very absolute and it cannot change. So that the question is, you are the courageous. You are courageous. They are all agree about your movement and these issues, or someone don't agree about this kind of the issue.
So basically, a lot of people think that science museums should be neutral, but you actually encourage change, and your staff members did. So were there any oppositions from the staff members in the first place?
There is this movement of becoming more inclusive as museums for a long time, and that I spoke about the 4 P's of program and public and personnel and partners, the 4 topics where we try to change and do something that is not only in our museum, but that is a national movement for change. And in our museum, there is already a lot of awareness that it is important to become inclusive as a museum, to become inclusive and reachable for all communities. And I think that may have changed when we already changed our floor staff in a more inclusive staff. So it is everyone wants their community to be a visitor in your own organization. So if there is a lot of inclusiveness already in your staff or a part of your staff, it becomes more important for them as well. And I think I totally agree with what Karen said. When there is a value for everyone, it becomes important.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the response. Yes, so now in the case of the Netherlands, when I do my research on education, I can see that in various areas, one of your priorities is diversity. So I see that that also has been helpful in coming up with such policies in your museum. So once again, thank you very much. And now the next question is again to May.
Your organization's invitations to address gender equality in your offering. In your presentation, you did mention one of your organization's efforts to make the exhibitions and the programs to be gender inclusive. Would you mind to elaborate more on the prior process before this initiative can be implemented, such as any background study, research, partners, and community survey?
Yes, I can. Not have all the time to answer that question. It's a very elaborated question. But a very short answer would be that what we tried to do in this exhibit and program, in all our exhibits and programs, is that we involve the community we want to reach out to, and we involve them from the start. And we test all our programs during the development, so we can change things accordingly to the wishes or the needs of the community we would like to reach out for. And specifically in the last or the most recent exhibition we developed, we also had different expert groups, experts in different communities to go through the exhibition and give us feedback on what we may change to become more inclusive for that specific target group. So I think the most important thing I want to stretch out here is to involve the public you would like to reach out for, because that is so important. That makes that target group feel important, and they are, but it makes also that you develop and you do not have any, you don't have things that you don't think about because you do not know the target group that well, that you may think you know them.
Thank you for your answer.
Now, when we try a new program, then yes, of course, there were visitors to the museum, but then it shouldn't be only those, but then we should also go to them as well in order to have more variety of programs. So thank you. And now the next question is for all three of you. And I believe that this is one that defies easy answers. Now this question is, now as an employee in the Science Center, now I have actually thought about having a science center only for the disabled in order to improve the accessibility to the facilities as well as the exhibits. And now the question is about how this person wanted to plan for a science center only for this, specifically for the disabled. But then the title, Science Center for the Disabled itself, might be discrimination in and of itself. So I would like to listen to your response or reaction to my thinking.
That accessibility is important for everyone to understand and be aware of. And so while the museum can be designed to be accessible, there are also disabilities that aren't apparent, right? Especially hearing loss, right? So I think you could design an environment that would be incredibly accessible for a wide array of disabilities and invite everyone. And I do agree on that title. It seems there could be a more creative title that also indicates the purpose of the museum. And ultimately, we want museums and our programs to be accessible for all, right?
Yeah, I actually was responding to this question in our cacao talk before we went live with it. But I agree with Dr. Peterson that I think the potential for more positive and more effective learning opportunity for everyone would be to design a museum that is, universal design, that is extremely accessible, and makes maybe the focus of the learning experience to better understand, our human differences, and that, by being able to experience different ranges of what is possible for people through the learning through the exhibits could be really educational also. So the exhibit could be about, some science content, but the different ways that we could, different tools that could be used to access it, different ways of understanding how other people can understand the exhibit would be really educational in itself.
Yeah, I totally agree with the two other speakers, and I think I do not have to add something to that.
So the speakers said that exhibition is rather than creating exhibition space for a specific group of people, we should make sure that we adopt a universal design based exhibition that is accessible for everyone. I also agree with the comments of the lecturers. Then with regards to increasing diversity and accessibility, we talked a lot about that, and the three lecturers talked about coming up with role models for girl students and for people who might not be interested in science to encourage them to get a career in STEM or get interested in STEM. So role model is very important. That was one of the key of the lecture. Then what kind of person can be the role model? In Karen's project, you have a database of many people who can be a role model, and so when using that database strategy, was there any important standard or criteria informing that database for role models?
Well, we think of STEM or STEAM very broadly, because if you're thinking about representation and role models, you want to have a wide array. You want to have a deep bench, so to speak, of people that are available so that young people can see themselves in the role models. So even for women that are in careers that you might not think of as science related, they might be more of a data analyst, right? It might be something that isn't one of the hard sciences, so to speak. It's important to have those sorts of role models, a wide array of role models. And I would say when we think about role models, really our focus is on training role models to make sure that the messages they use are positive and helpful. It's not an automatic thing to be an amazing role model. You could have an amazing career, but still not give the sorts of messages that are helpful to young people. And also to really think about how is that career described in a way that's attractive to young people. So, often we ask our role models to talk first about their personal interests and their family or their hobbies or their pets, because that's a way for them to connect with young people.
I'd like to add, I think that some programs that I'm familiar with, for example, the New York Hall of Science, they've had a really fabulous docent program for several years, engaging students who are racial and linguistic minorities, who don't often feel that the museum is accessible to them or is for their families. And so they created a special training program to install these young people as docents, and they get to work with some of the museum scientists for the museum. And so they're there as visible representatives of diversity at the museum. So when families like them visit, they can see themselves, they can interact with someone who maybe reflects how they themselves look. And they also get the training to begin thinking about a career in science or in informal science. So these kinds of programs can be really effective for visibility and for future careers.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think that it is at the end. I think everybody can be a role model. It's important that people can relate to you. They become a role model for someone. Yeah.
So I heard the answers of the speakers, and it seems that the common idea is that people who become role models, whether the target is a student or women, the role models need to have a communication skill and leadership through which they can truly connect with the target group. So anybody can be a role model. And if a science center has to play a role in this, I think it is basically to identify and nurture these role models. That's the part that science museums can play. I don't think we have further questions, so I think I'll ask my own question if you would. So when pursuing projects in science museums, when we see these examples and cases, new science and technologies are being used to tackle new issues. For example, using online platforms or VR devices or other new types of technologies to help those with disabilities and help people with various other limitations as well, so that they can enjoy exhibitions in science museums. And these science and technologies, with regards to education that is being held in science museum, how can these science and technology can be used to raise inclusiveness for education in science museums? What should be the focus? Can you share your opinion?
I'll add something quickly. Okay. When I was working with Ms. Yu Ji-young for the sign language interpreting, she introduced me to quite a few apps and digital technologies that are really advancing the flexibility that museums can have for creating their content. Some of the older technology was, one program and cost a lot of money and could not maybe be used again because all of the sign language interpreting videos were set to one exhibit. But the newer technologies are very flexible, can be reused, and so I think it's easier both budget-wise and more easy to change exhibits and change the content so they can be used more readily. So I think just more flexibility is possible now, and museums just need to step up and start investing in this.
Yeah, I can add to that. I really appreciate that because I think it really is about providing additional access along with that flexibility. And I know we're working in a project now where community members can access an app that would let them know about events and special exhibits and things that are happening in museums near them. And just knowing that that sort of information is available can increase visitors and also just increase general engagement, right? Knowing that that information is available, on a mobile device instead of having to, visit a website and look it up.
And visibility, not only for the people who need it, for everyone.
Yes.
Of course, there are people who want to come to this museum that need this, just like me. Yeah.
Yeah, and to what very focused on for the last period of time, that was to reach out to other communities who are not visiting yet the museum. So these are all very valid examples of how you can make your museum or your center more inclusive. But first, these people needs to go to the museum. And that is where we invest our time also to see if we can increase the different communities that are willing to visit the museum. And therefore, you first have to go to them before they will take the step to visit the museum.
네, 답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for the responses. I believe that through this session, now we were able to connect the different people in different time zones thanks to this kind of technology platform. So yes, going over the time zones. So we have had the participation from the 3 speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your participation today. So through your presentations as well as your responses, we were able to better understand how the science centers are able to lower their barriers, improve their accessibility, and provide better education as well. And we also had the Q&A session with online participants real time. So we were able to listen in to the views of the experts. And now with that, I would like to conclude this session. And once again, I would like to thank all the participants from home and abroad. Thank you.
여기 채널 1번이 한국어인가요? 네.
Thank you for waiting. You are joining us for the 10th ISSM that is held via online. The theme of this year's symposium is Science Museum and Centers with SDGs. Now it's time for us to hear the third invited lectures. This session is related to the goal number 13 of SDG, and it is titled How Science Museums Can Respond to Climate Change. Ms. Jeong-Kyu Lee, Director of Seoul Science Center, will be the moderator. Again, participants at home can send questions via KakaoTalk Open Chat, and those who are abroad can send their question in through Zoom. I will now hand the microphone over to Ms. Lee. Hello. As introduced, I am Lee Jeong-kyu, Director of Seoul Science Center. I am very happy to be able to meet you. Due to COVID-19, we are undergoing many changes, so it has become difficult for us to gather physically at one place. Nevertheless, I am happy to meet you through this hybrid event. Due to COVID-19, we are facing difficulties. That is true. And we are undergoing a lot of changes. But this might just be a small alarm. We might be faced with bigger climate change, ecosystem destruction, and economic crisis. That is what experts say. So what can science museums do to respond to climate change? That's the topic of this segment. And of course, that is related to goal number 13 of UN SDG. And we will hear the opinions of the experts through their lectures. Our first lecturer or speaker is Miss Amy Hollander. She is the founder of Cloud Mill LCC. And she is a storyteller, exhibit designer, and a strategic planner with 20 years of experience in the museum field. In 2017, she established her company Cloud Mill to help museums navigate the challenges in the 21st century. The title of her lecture is The Climate is Right for Change, Museums and Environmental Sustainability. We will now hear from Ms. Amy Hollander.
I am Amy Hollander, and my talk is The Climate is Right for Change, Museums and Environmental Sustainability. How many of you became museum professionals because you hope to change the world and leave it just a little bit better off than how you found it? If you're like me, you wanted to share stories, objects, or ideas that would inspire new generations. The curators I met when I was in school were wise sages with amazing depths of knowledge. They were in charge of preserving and sharing a boundless wealth of material. The museums that I visited were iconic temples of art, history, and science. From the outside, these temples appeared as unchanging monuments that I was sure would stand for centuries. When I entered the museum field, I quickly saw that museums and their professionals were racing to evolve to meet the demands of the swiftly changing world around their hallowed halls. My career as a museum professional can best be described as running an ever-changing obstacle course. Once I learned to navigate around one challenge, I was scrambling over the next one. I learned to digitize collections when computers became household objects in the 1990s. I coded web pages in the 2000s to ensure museums could be found on the internet. During the past decade, I learned to navigate social media platforms expertly. As soon as I learned one platform, though, a new one was rising to prominence. I embraced the concept of interactive exhibits, replacing heavily loaded text panels with buttons, knobs, and dials. Today, I work with sites to bring underserved voices into our museums, both through exhibits and programs, and through outreach efforts to attract broader, more diverse audiences. This will not come as a surprise to anyone in the audience. You've all lived through these changing times and are likely struggling with one, if not all, of these obstacles at your own institutions. You are being bombarded from so many different directions. It may even seem as if you don't have time to breathe. That is why I'm speaking to you at this international symposium. I want to remind you to breathe. I want you to plan first before you react. I want you to think strategically when you consider making changes at your sites. We've been sprinting through an obstacle course, always focusing on the next hurdle in front of us. I suggest that our energies would be better used by approaching our challenges as if we are running a pentathlon. We have to take a step back, take in the whole course, assess our strengths and weaknesses, make the best use of our resources, set an effective pace, and establish benchmarks to celebrate along the way as we strive to reach our end goal. I believe that if we want to change the world, even just a little bit, we have to start by changing how we do business. What I'm going to share with you today is a framework to implement successful change at your institutions. This framework can be used for a multiplicity of issues, but today I'm going to use the framework to showcase how museums can tackle the challenge of environmental sustainability. No matter the issue, I start by encouraging museum professionals to ask and answer 5 essential questions. Number 1, what is the problem you are trying to confront? Number 2, why is it important to your organization? Number 3, where does your institution currently stand in respect to this problem? Number 4, what resources do you need to help you meet the challenge ahead? And number 5, how will you know that you are successful? By answering these 5 questions, you are engaging in strategic thinking. In doing so, you are opening yourself and your organization up to intentionally shifting your perspectives, transforming your expectations, and creating an organizational-wide culture of change. So let's ask these 5 questions as they relate to climate change and the museum world. What is the problem you're trying to confront? Climate change is one of the biggest hurdles we, as global community, are facing today. Museums have certainly been on the front line, educating the public about climate change through powerful exhibits and dynamic programming. But perhaps it's time for us to be more introspective and look at our own buildings, operations, and policies. As you know, climate change is being caused by the increase of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The great majority of greenhouse gases, 68%, are generated from human activity and come from the burning of fossil fuels. The worst case scenario as greenhouse gases increase is that temperatures will rise so significantly that the ice caps will melt and water levels will rise drastically, transforming coastlines and river valleys. whole regions of the planet will suffer from wildfires, drought, and famine. That brings us to the carbon footprint. What is the total amount of greenhouse gases you create? A person can have a carbon footprint, but so can buildings like our museums. Now that we know what the problem we are trying to confront is, we have to ask our next strategic question. Why is climate change important to your organization? There are three main reasons museum professionals should care about climate change. Number one, our visitors care deeply about it. 68% of the global population believes that climate change is a major threat. Number two, climate change policy is being enacted around the globe, from the Paris Climate Agreement to New York City's new climate demobilization goals. Policy is being shaped, which will impact how museums will be required to do business in the future. Number three, climate change is a threat to our very existence. If we do not make change, rising waters and temperatures will threaten our communities, our ecosystems, the safety of our structures and of our collections. Coastal cities like Venice are flooding during extreme weather events and will soon be underwater from rising sea levels. Forests are burning as temperatures rise. 26 million acres last year in Australia, 5.7 million in Siberia, and 6.9 million this year in the US. Animals are being endangered by loss of habitat as ice caps melt and wildfires burn. And our artwork collections and museums are under threat of floods and rising water as well. The third strategic question we need to ask is about setting a benchmark for moving forward. Where does your institution currently stand in relation to the problem? Let's do the math. The average commercial building emits 5.4 metric tons of greenhouse gases per 1,000 square feet of building space. The Louvre in Paris, France, is considered the biggest museum in the world at 652,300 square feet. The Warley Museum in West Yorkshire, UK, is the smallest museum in the world at 9 square feet. Your museum is likely somewhere in between. The actual median size of museums globally is 32,292 square feet. So a museum of this size would produce, if we were to do the math, 174.37 metric tons of greenhouse gases annually. To give you a better sense of that number, that is the equivalent to the greenhouse gases produced by 38 cars annually. That doesn't seem like such a large number if there was only one museum to take into account. Now, New York City has about 100 museums. So if we use that median museum size to estimate how much greenhouse gases the city museums produce, it would total 17,437 metric tons annually. That is the equivalent to the greenhouse gases produced by 3,800 cars. Again, that doesn't seem like such a large number. But what if I were to share with you that there are 55,000 museums across the planet? Again, using the median size to estimate the amount of greenhouse gases these museums produce a year, the number is exponentially larger, 9.6 million metric tons. That is the same as the greenhouse gas emissions of 1.7 million passenger vehicles, or of a city like Atlanta, Georgia. What that tells me is that museums could have a huge impact on climate change if we do it strategically. We have to do more than replace our incandescent bulbs with LEDs, or even make the shift to renewable energy. We need to embrace a comprehensive strategy toward environmental change. It needs to be the lens through which we consider all other issues. Just now, I shared with you an average museum stats regarding greenhouse gases. The first step in any strategic plan is to assess where your own institution stands. So it is essential that before you begin drafting your environmental sustainability plan, that you conduct an energy audit. This audit should look at the past year of energy and water bills, square footage, hours of operation, number of staff, number of computers, number of visitors, and the percentage of the building that is heated and cooled. It also means assessing your infrastructure. How old are your HVAC, lighting, and internet systems? Are they operating at full capacity? Are you optimizing maintenance? What level of automation do you have in your facility, if any? A report like this is essential if you are going to gain organizational support for launching a sustainability plan at your museum. And that brings us to our next strategic question that needs to be answered. What resources do you need to help you make this change? To make organization-wide change, you need the whole organization on board. You need to bring both the board of directors and the staff to the table to draft an environmental impact statement and develop the policy to support it. Your statement and policy should address everything, including operations, energy use, water conservation, purchasing, and sustainable product choice, contractor evaluation, recycling, transportation, staff engagement. It should encompass all areas of your museum, including your administrative offices, your collection storage, exhibit space and grounds, as well as your retail operations. If your board and staff are a part of the planning from the start, they will be more likely to embrace the policies when they are put in place. Remember, this is about asking the hard questions. What sacrifices need to be made? What obstacles will we face? Which efforts should be prioritized? And what support and resources are essential to be successful? Be sure to highlight what is to be gained as well. Discuss the long-term cost savings from such goals as replacing outdated equipment or from generating renewable energy through on-site solar panels. Emphasize as well the benefits your efforts will have for your community, its future generations, and for the planet. Once you have your policy, you need to ensure that there is oversight in place. How will your green team lead the charge? What tools do you need to provide a standardized approach in all departments? How will your efforts be tracked? And finally, and most important, how can you excite and empower your staff to become environmental champions? There are many ways to engage your already overburdened staff in becoming a part of the organization's environmental responsibility efforts. Start by acknowledging that these changes may add to their burden or require them to relearn a system or procedure. Assure them that you will provide them with the necessary training to meet these new expectations. Bring experts in to explain complex changes. Encourage your staff to lead lunch bag lectures, showcasing their own successful efforts. You can also offer incentives, such as subsidies, to encourage your staff to use public transportation, or amenities like car charging stations in the parking lot, which might make it easier for staff to make the choice of buying an electric car over a gas-fueled vehicle. Be sure to reward success and recognize when a department has reached its environmental benchmark or an individual has developed a successful practice. This brings us to our last strategic question, and in many ways the most important. How will you know that you are successful? High-level strategic priorities need to be set for the organization as a whole, but it is crucial to set departmental goals which tie to the broader goals of the organization. Each department should be given the same checklist and the same overall broad climate benchmarks that the organization is striving toward. Then it is up to the department to determine how they can best contribute given their own constraints. For instance, administrative offices can reduce energy use by adjusting the thermostat when the offices are closed. The archives, however, do not have that luxury, as the collection must be kept at a constant temperature. On the other hand, the archives do not always need to have the lights on for visitors. An automated lighting system that is triggered by motion may offer energy savings for this department. We want to make sure that you use SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. So instead of a goal saying, use less paper, you might say instead, launch digital mailing initiative, which will gradually replace paper mailings over the course of 3 years. Let's face it, environmental change is costly both in time, training, and financial resources. Your plan should include ways to leverage your efforts to garner support from the wider community. With outside support, you can tackle more expensive efforts, like replacing your organization's HVAC system, putting a solar panel array over your parking lot, or installing a living roof atop your building. Hold a press conference to announce the launch of your new eco policy. Consider creating a blog or a podcast to showcase your efforts. Be sure to include your struggles as well as your successes. Build relationships with businesses that might become sponsors for your efforts. Invite other nonprofits to the table. Encourage them to model your efforts and multiply its effects in the community. With a little research, you can capitalize on climate abatement campaigns and the funding sources which accompany them to reach your environmental impact goals. Your eco statement and your policy will go a long way to showing these resources that you are committed to your efforts. Tracking of your efforts will provide the continued proof of your museum's shrinking carbon footprint and give you a leg up in the competition for grant funding. In 20 minutes, I have walked you through the strategic framework for making organizational-wide change at your institution with respect to environmental sustainability. You have defined the problem you are trying to confront. You know why it's important to your organization. You know how to determine where your institution currently stands. You know what resources you need to meet the challenge ahead. And you know how to establish benchmarks for success. Now, if each and every person who hears this presentation goes back to their museum and commits to a plan of environmental sustainability, we could have a huge impact on climate change. We could change the world and leave it just a little bit better off than how we found it. Our impact will be exponential. Our museums will not just have lowered the carbon emissions or reduced their waste. We will have encouraged our staffs to be more conscientious, inspired our constituents to become engaged, and challenged other organizations to follow in our footsteps. This framework can be used to make big changes, but it can also be used to implement small changes. So before you leave, I want each of you to reflect on what you've heard here and pick one sustainable goal that you can tackle using this framework at your museum on your own. As you know, small successes lead to bigger ones. Your effort could be the spark that triggers an organization-wide plan. I thank you for your time and the ISSM for inviting me to speak. I am Amy Hollander from Cloud Mill LLC, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have now, but feel free to take my information and contact me in future as well.
All right, thank you very much. So that was a presentation by Ms. Amy Hollander. So she was talking about the carbon footprint, which is one of the major causes of the global warming. And then now for the science centers, what kind of strategy we can utilize in order to utilize the carbon footprint. So thank you very much for that. And also encompassing topics of the community. So thank you very much once again. Now, once again, if you have any questions, then please upload them on the Kakao chat, and we shall deliver those questions to the speakers later on. And let me now introduce the second speaker, who is Ms. Julie Becker, who is a public engagement consultant. Now, under the topic of time to get uncomfortable, museum-based climate change communication is going to be her presentation. She has been working in, with, or for European museums and science centers for 15 years, driving creative processes and facilitating international collaborations. And now, here is Ms. Julie Becker.
Hi, my name is Julie Becker, and the presentation I'm giving today is called Time to Get Uncomfortable, and has to do with museum-based climate change communication. The picture at the bottom here was taken a bit more than 3 years ago, as the leaders of the Science Center field were gathered in Porto, Portugal, and signed the so-called Tokyo Protocol on the role of science centers and science museums worldwide in support of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So at the time when this photo was taken, I was working for EXCITE, the European network of science centers and museums, whose conference these leaders and many of their staff were attending. And I was watching with one eye as this picture was being taken, and then with the other eyes, I was keeping track of the preparations of a small reception that was going to follow this signature. and I was feeling happy. This protocol to me was a reason for hope and empowerment. True to its values, our sector was joining a global effort to make the world a better place. We were embracing a framework, the SDGs, that was identifying pressing challenges for the future of our planet, with the tackling of climate change, which is a cause close to my heart, high on the agenda. The SDGs were, and still are, a clear framework that sets specific objectives while avoiding silos. They were, and still are, known worldwide by a large diversity of stakeholders, thus giving us a common language for collaboration with a wide range of governmental and non-governmental organizations, businesses, citizens. So to me, this Tokyo Protocol really sounded like great news, like a vision that every member of staff working for a science center or a science museum worldwide could share a vision, a tool articulating their daily jobs with something bigger, giving their daily endeavors a global meaning. Later that night, I joined friends from around the world, exhibition developers, learning officers, partnership managers, and I was sharing my enthusiasm for the Tokyo Protocol. And at first, I was rather surprised by their off-the-record reaction. They weren't feeling uplifted or galvanized like me. They were anxious. They felt like the weight of the world had just been put on their shoulders. It was now their task to engage often reluctant audiences with all these big problems. And they felt like they didn't have the right tools for that, in particular around climate change, which is the specific challenge I'm now going to focus on from here onwards. And so seeing them so worried about the on-the-ground implementation of the Tokyo Protocol actually reminded me of the helplessness that I had felt a few years earlier when I wasn't sitting in an office in Brussels, but developing exhibitions at the Natural History Museum in London. And so this story is about 10 years old or even a bit older, and the exhibit that I will show you in a minute is no longer operating in the way that you will see it. And from what I know, the Natural History Museum itself is taking its public engagement around climate change in other directions. So it makes it a safe story to tell without hurting anyone's sensitivities. And I'm really not going to point fingers, but what I want to show is how easy it is to get climate change exhibits or climate change communication wrong. So in a minute, I'm going to launch a video of what we called the interactive wall. It was part of the Natural History Museum's new branch dedicated to museum research and curation that opened to the public in 2009. I was then part of a multidisciplinary team working on the loose brief of a multi-screen installation about the science of climate change. So at the time, and bear in mind it was 10 years ago, I didn't know much about climate change. And so together with the non-specialist members of the team, we started to interview our scientist colleagues, to read books on climate science, to watch films. And honestly, after a few weeks, we were utterly depressed. News were very, very bad. We as a species were just rushing towards a very hard climate change wall, and it seemed like those in charge of the handbrake were looking elsewhere. It was a terrible story, and we really didn't know what to do with it exhibition-wise. We also didn't know what to do with it on a personal level, and we were really too shy to share our anxiety feelings with each other. Let me launch the video now. So this is what we created in the end. Let me explain how it works while you will discover the images. So at first, this wall was displaying beautiful images of the natural world, and was based in color LED lighting that was pulsating in a reassuring blue or green, depending on the mode you were in. And as visitors got closer, a motion capture system was registering activity in the space, and as a result, changing the color of the light towards a more alarming yellow, orange, and even red. Most of the screens were touch screens and unveiled information about museum research on the effects of climate change, mostly centered on monitoring biodiversity loss and showing the effect of human activities on nature in pictures. In hindsight, I can now realize that this exhibit was basically saying, look at this beautiful nature, while we're destroying it in terrible ways. And we at the museum have graphs that prove it, and we are all guilty. Now, go deal with it. But this experience stayed as an unresolved, frustrating problem in a corner of my mind. And when I heard my museum practitioners' friends' anxiety when confronted with the daunting task of making the Tokyo Protocol a reality on the ground, I felt like the best thing I could do for them, and maybe for the planet, was to use some of the time and agency I had as the editor of the Spokes magazine, the magazine of Excite, the European Network of Science Centers and Museums. So use this time to gather a sort of toolkit for practitioners. And so this resulted in an article aimed at anyone working on climate change communication in a museum context. And I hope that it's the case of some of you in the audience. Of course, back in 2009, when we were struggling with that exhibit, we weren't the only ones who were wondering how to tell the climate change story. If we had asked around, we would have realized that there were also environmentalists, psychologists, or think tanks working on the topic. And the good news is that in the past 10 years, there has been a lot done to unpack this challenge. I had the chance to read some of this literature and to interview some of the writers or scientists working on the topic, and to gather it all in the article I told you about. I can't summarize everything in a few minutes, so what I'm trying to do in this talk is to make you aware of the fact that there is a growing, robust basis out there for anyone wanting to do evidence-based climate change communication. So someone like George Marshall, for instance, whose quote you can read on this slide, wrote an entire book to unpack the problem that's called Why Our Brains Are Wired to Ignore Climate Change. Others, like Rayner and Means, have very usefully analyzed some of the strategies that we all develop when confronted with unwelcome messages like climate change. They argue that the adaptive coping that we need to aim for, as opposed to denial strategies and maladapting coping strategies. So this adaptive coping is accepting the science and the accompanying emotions, and that it's a bit like the final stages of grieving or mourning. So accepting the science and the accompanying emotions, that's precisely what we did not do when we were working on that climate wall exhibit. And with hindsight, I've realized that there were a lot of wrong things with this exhibit. And so I'm hoping that if I were starting again today, having learned from others, I would avoid these pitfalls, and that you will too. And that's already a good start. The same George Marshall, whose book I was showing earlier, often says that the secret of good communication is to avoid bad communication. And so if I go back to this interactive wall, there were 5 main problems with it, in my opinion. The first one is that we were promising hell to guilty audiences. There were very loaded moral undertones in what we were doing, and without realizing the interaction mode that we were offering to visitors is that the more active they were, the more destruction they were causing, which is absolutely distressing if you think about it. We also left audiences hurt and disempowered. We basically took them on this visitor journey, which all museum professionals do when they plan programs or exhibits, and then we just left them. We abandoned them. We dropped facts on them and let them deal with it. There was no agency offered, no what's next, not a space to breathe and reflect on what they had just done with the exhibits. A third mistake that we made is that at the time, the topic of climate change was starting to get polarized, at least in the UK and the US. And we completely ignored that or believed that an avalanche of facts would overcome that polarization, which has been proven not to work since. A fourth mistake we made was that we didn't seek outside help. And the fifth one is that we didn't acknowledge the emotional burden on ourselves that tackling such a difficult topic on a daily basis was provoking. So if you want to go further, you can dig into the work of people who are bridging climate science and social psychology, and a lot of interesting reports and toolkits have been written on the topic. You need to start with a few basic concepts to understand how brains, biases, values, or opinion forming works, and that of your audiences, but also your own. It's a very introspective journey to some extent. And this will give you a very good basis to start from. And so all the concepts that I'm listing here on these slides are also explained in the article I wrote. And before I share the QR code that leads to that article, which is much more a story and a list of references than an academic paper, let me sum up my message to you in 3 points. The first one is, please acknowledge the emotional consequences of the climate change story, both for yourself and visitors. Don't let go of the hand when it gets hard, basically. Second, read the 101 of social psychology applied to the topic to at least avoid bad communication. And third, don't do it on your own. There are academics or perhaps activists, citizens, civil society organizations working on this topic for longer than you have been. Seek their help. And so my final slide, here you can see the QR code that will take you to the 2-part article that I wrote on the topic about 2 years ago. It's really meant as a conceptual toolbox for practitioners, and it's based on the work of many, many brilliant people and organizations whose reports really urge you to discover. All the references and resources are listed at the end of the piece. And so thank you very much for listening today, and I hope that this work can be of value to some of you. Thank you.
That was presentation by Ms. Julie Becker. Thank you so much. For the past 30 years, when communicating about climate change, she talked about what mistakes she has made and the lessons she learned through those mistakes. They were some valuable messages. And with the theme of climate change, when science museums present exhibitions related to that topic, these are some of the things that we must keep in mind. Next presentation will be given by Sarah Sutton. She is the principal of Sustainable Museum. It's a consultancy, and by leading sustainable museums, she has helped the staff and leadership of cultural and natural resource organizations advance individual and collective climate action. The title of her presentation is Science Museums' Responsibilities for Fostering Public Climate Engagement in Action. Let's meet her via screen.
Hello, everyone. I am so pleased that climate change is an important part of this year's conference. And I'm grateful that you've taken time to join me for this presentation. Thank you to the organizers of this International Symposium of Science Museums for inviting me to share some thoughts and hopes with you. I'm an independent museum professional who helps museums reduce their impacts on environment and climate and engage with the public so the public can too. I also work to connect the museum sector to others, such as businesses, higher education, government, and tribes, to make change happen faster for more institutions and people. The United States museum sector has 35,000 museums. 15,000 of them are historic sites. Last year, before COVID-19, 850 million people visited those museums. Recent assessments about the interests of those museum goers and the general public regarding climate change have revealed that most of our visitors are concerned or alarmed by climate change, and that they are very likely to agree with the science that climate change is real, it's happening now, and that people have caused this change. This information comes from the Yale Program on Climate Change Communication and the surveys on climate change and the American mind. The November 2019 assessment revealed that 31% of Americans are alarmed by climate change, nearly triple the number from 5 years earlier. And if you add to that the concerned group, that number leaps to 57% of the public alarmed or concerned. From Colleen Dillenschneider's research, we know that a person who strongly believes in climate change is nearly twice as likely to visit a museum as someone who does not. The museum public also continues to indicate that museums are among the most trusted resources in the country, more than the government, more than the news media. So museums have both a responsibility and an opportunity to talk about climate change and climate change action. So our visitors are worried. They realize people have caused this problem and must make changes, and they trust us to tell them important things to do. So how, as a field, do we respond? Well, let me describe the current state of things and my hopes. And to do that, I'm going to use the Talanoa Dialogue. It was established as a planning approach for action on climate change in 2017 at the Conference of the Parties. And it asks, where are we now, where are we going, and how will we get there? So if we look at where are we now, there's no professional expectations for sustainability. There's no professional commitment to climate action. There is research on climate communication and education for staff working in zoos and aquariums. And some museums are signing on to We Are Still In, the declaration in the United States that supports the goals of the Paris Agreement. Now, where do we want to go? Well, to be sufficiently effective in the context of a grand and global challenge, and to honor its own purpose, the museum sector, especially in science, must align itself with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I believe if there were this professional commitment to this, to the expectations of the goals, then more museums would have the confidence to do this work. And certainly in the United States, if the federal government got behind the Paris Agreement, more museums in the US would support this work as well. But regardless of the lack of expectations, the Science Museum has a responsibility to do this work. We also need all of our staff to communicate effectively on climate science if we're going to be able to create a literate public that can fight for climate change through behavior change, as well as through building codes and public policy, and to help train a public who can call for these changes and comply with them. And third, we need to address greenhouse gas reduction. In the US, according to America's Pledge, which is an organization that monitors commitments to the overall goal for the nation, 4 out of 5 energy emission sectors are making progress on that goal, even during COVID-19. There is progress in clean and renewable energy generation, clean transportation, reduced methane, reduced HFCs and hydrofluorocarbon, which are hydrofluorocarbons, which is an ozone depleting chemical that is worse than carbon, and it comes through cooling and refrigeration emissions. One thing we haven't reduced is building use emissions. This must change, and museums can help. Remember, there are those 35,000 museums. We light up all of our galleries and we condition all of our buildings for collections. If we could cut down on those impacts, we'd make a significant difference. And research. When a museum contributes to research, acts as a pilot site for new approaches or technology, and engage the public in understanding new research information, the museum advances climate action in ways that contribute to broader success and accelerated change for greater benefit. So, how are we going to get there? To reach a state where science museums are fully engaged in successful practices that expand public knowledge and behavior in the face of a changing climate, we must commit to those standards, support those who are providing climate literacy education in the public schools, and provide climate science and communication training for all staff, not just interpreters. To reduce our greenhouse gas emissions 50% by 2030, all museums must commit to monitoring their energy use and reducing the energy use. And when we build new buildings or expand our buildings, we have to commit to net zero. And to advance research, we need to create awesome partnerships, prioritizing those partnerships that create greater community benefit, not just changes in our museum. One of the surest, most efficient ways to broaden that and accelerate research is through collaborative efforts, especially those that engage multiple sectors. So here are some examples of institutions that give me hope. The Perot Museum of Nature and Science in Texas is an example of how a science museum can work to understand public interest in climate change information. The staff developed an audience research approach to examine public perceptions of the role of museums in climate change. And what they discovered is that the public does indeed trust us to talk to them about climate change honestly, but the trust is fragile. That sometimes politics and policy get in the way. And when a museum is transparent on its sponsorships and its politics and provides accessible language so that the public understands the science, then the public will trust the museum. As for reducing physical climate impacts of greenhouse gas emissions, the Science Museum of Minnesota is the best example I know. It's on a path to carbon neutrality using all of its opportunities: an advanced heat recovery system, purchasing energy from a community solar program, and researching new ground source heat technology for increasing efficiencies. The heat recovery project you see shown here was a partnership with a local energy company that reduced annual carbon emissions by 30% for the whole institution and paid for itself within 3 years. And every year forward now, it saves $300,000 in energy that they can use for other green practices and for education programs. If we think about research, the Detroit Zoo is an awesome example. They worked with researchers at the University of Michigan to not only design and build an anaerobic digester, but to continually test and modify the system to improve its productivity. The on-site system can process 500 tons of waste from animals or food waste that comes out of the cafeteria and restaurants. The result is compost for the 125 acres at the zoo, and they capture methane to change to electricity to run the zoo's animal hospital. It's the first anaerobic digester at an American zoo and one of few in the world. But this good work doesn't always have to take place on site. The Science Museum of Minnesota is proposing a new strategy for solar installations on farmland that are close to critical water areas. The solar would be built along the uneven edges of the farmland, adjacent to creeks and streams. Energy companies could lease these solar installations and the edge of field area, and the farmers would be able to cultivate their land and earn an income. The additional benefits are restored habitat for pollinators, reduced water pollution from field runoff, and renewable clean energy. The Science Museum has had 2 partners in doing this research and examining the data, and they're confident with their numbers. The research partnerships that extend into the community provide the widest benefits. Dr. Jeremy Hoffman, scientist at the Science Museum of Virginia, has used his community-based research to identify urban heat island issues in the city of Richmond. Then he used that research to help the city identify areas most in need of interventions for social health and welfare issues during the summer of 2020, and the COVID-19 impacts. Together, they mapped the areas of the city where residents had the least access to cool indoor spaces, either because they didn't have air conditioning or they couldn't afford to run the air conditioning. And in those same places, the ones that had the worst heat island effects. And then Hoffman and the city planners prioritized which areas of the city that they could convert from an unused area, like the image on the left, to a comfortable, attractive, socially distant public space where people could find shade, cool, and rest to be safe from COVID-19. So with those examples, what are our next steps together? First, to foster changes like these, the changes that the world needs the most, we must normalize climate action by making it an expectation of all professionals in the museum sector. We can follow the lead of the International Council of Museums and their commitment to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And finally, each of us can align our work with our country's nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. And as our countries develop those and then file them with the UN, we can state that we are contributing to the goals of the nation and the Paris Agreement. In the US, despite a threat by the federal government to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, so many of our civic institutions are stepping up in support of this goal. We Are Still In is a coalition of nearly 4,000 businesses, colleges, and universities, cities and states, tribes, healthcare groups, faith-based organizations, and cultural institutions who are committed to upholding the goals of the Paris Agreement. That America's Pledge report that I talked about earlier, it indicates that all of those organizations together can reduce United States greenhouse gas emissions by 37% by 2030. The national goal is 50%. If the federal government in the United States got behind that effort, we believe we could get to 49%, almost all the way to our goals. And to that end, 85 cultural institutions in the United States have signed on to this work. They include the Association of Science Museum Directors, the Association of Science Technology Centers, and critical individual science museums such as the Science Museum of Minnesota and the Perot Museum that I showed you, the California Academy of Sciences, North Carolina Museum of Science, and the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, and others. All museums have an opportunity to pursue and share knowledge to help our communities limit and cope with climate change. Science museums have an especially valuable opportunity to lead the way in climate action nationally and internationally. They have an especially valuable opportunity to create change in the ways the world needs most. Thank you.
네,
Thank you. Rather than media or government, museum earns the trust of the public more, and it is the responsibility of the science museums to educate people about the seriousness of climate change, and she shares some successful stories related to that. Thank you very much. Now it's time for us to ask questions to the speakers. The three speakers are now connected via Zoom.
Thank you very much for your participation. I loved all your talks. Wish we could be, talk one on face. But anyway, I have some questions from audience. The first one is to Sarah. 이건 제가 그냥 우리말로 읽을게요.
So this is for Sarah. Museums have positive aspects, but you pointed out that museum operation also has a negative aspect of accelerating climate change. Public education in schools can educate people about this, and yet why should Science Museum take part in providing these kind of educations?
Reasons, as
Go ahead.
is that echo all right?
No echoes. It's fine.
All right, thank you. As charitable institutions in the United States, we have a responsibility to make the best use of the money and resources given to us, which means not to waste them on energy if we don't need to, and certainly not to contribute to the degradation of the environment around us. But for science museums who focus on a subject related to climate, who can engage with the public on the topic in a way that they might find more accessible, more exciting than perhaps learning from a book or in a classroom, museums have a particularly good opportunity to do this work. And their activities of actually reducing their impacts on the climate are activities they can show to the public so that the public can think about how they might do similar things on a different scale at their home. So we often talk about how we have to walk the talk. We have to, what we do on the inside, we have to do on the outside. So museums can educate, but they can also show what they're trying to learn themselves.
네. And this question is to all of you. 기후 변화 위기에 대응.
Now then, there have been not enough aggressive or innovative practices among the science centers or the science museums, and why do you believe that is the case? So what's making them reluctant in leading the way to fight climate change? So this is a question to all of you.
Go first, if you don't mind.
I didn't hear who she said to go first.
Julie.
Good question. Obstacles. I guess they will be different in different parts of the world. I guess that in some parts of the world there's polarization on the climate change issue that might make some museums or science centers uncomfortable about tackling the topic. Some are in difficult dilemmas with some of their funders or patrons not wanting to fund exhibits or programs about it. So I guess that might be an obstacle. I think there might also be the idea of the museum as a neutral space, hindering progress, but we know by now that museums are not neutral. So I don't think it's a right excuse. And as I think Sarah was saying just now, research seems to prove that if you're honest about where you're coming from, if you explain, for instance, which scientific data you base your position on, why you think that one argument might be stronger than the other one, your audience actually tends to trust you. So it's really about making clear where you're coming from as an institution, and you can take a stance while still earning the public trust. So that's a second sort of obstacle that might be. And the third one might be anxiety in the face of this big topic. And it comes back to what I was trying to say in my talk and unpacking this difficult issue before tackling it with audiences.
Yeah, thank you. Amy, can you go next?
Sure. I, of course, agree with everything that Julie just said. From the operations side of things, I do think that we don't really have that standardization. There are a few museums that have done some amazing work, as Sarah pointed out, in their structure and their policies, trying to embrace climate change holistically. But it isn't standardized in a way where you can easily go out online and find that template where everyone can just step in and apply those same standards very easily to their own sites. So I think that the more that we can share our successes with other museums, the easier it will be for all of us to embrace that as part of our day-to-day operations.
Yes, you many good success examples today. So that really are examples we can look up to and try to mimic. Sarah, do you have something to add to that too?
I would add risk aversion, and it encompasses a lot of those things. What Julie was saying about polarization. You don't want to go into dangerous territory, perhaps. what Amy was saying about not having models. When we don't feel like we have a good frame of reference, it's too risky to step out there and do something with new equipment and spend money on it, because someone will surely criticize you, especially if it's an innovative process where the risk is already higher. So we find the best progress where we've got a courageous leader with a strong board backing him or her, willing to say, yes, this is important, we're going to give this a go. And as a matter of fact, as a science institution, we're supposed to be doing this research. We're supposed to take these risks, and we're going to give it a go. Why don't you come with us?
Yeah, science is, based on the history of failed experiments. All the risk takers had brought us right here. So, you talked about courageous leaders. This is a question I have for you to all. That here we have a director. Depending on the director's interest and passion, things go that direction. Then after 2 or 3 years, new director comes in. So the direction changes. How does it work with you? Your director stays how long? And how do you ensure the continuation of the policy once the director changes?
I'm not sure I have a good answer for that one.
Okay.
Do you have mission statements the way we do for our organizations?
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And that gives us some sort of guardrails. And a director has to get the nonprofit board to go along with them. So that sort of buffers for pulling it too far in one direction. But the personality of a science director, an art museum director, or history museum director does often change the way the museum operates, and it can be a little challenging to keep up the consistency. I agree.
I think that one of the reasons why I always promote an organizational-wide change, if you can do it instead of, one small aspect, is because if you do get an eco policy, if you get the board supporting it, if you get the staff incorporated and everybody's working towards it, then if you do get that shift in leadership, it's already a part of the day-to-day operations of the organization. And so it's more likely to stay, even if that isn't a priority for that director.
Okay. Julie, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
All right, okay. Well, there's a comment from the audience saying that 과학관이 기후변화의 액션.
Now then, it seems as if that we also need to have role model science centers for us to take climate action. So we need to have courageous leader science centers in the field of climate change as well. So the courageous leader science center. Well, do you know that in the Gwacheon Science Center, the climate change exhibition has started? Now, it's a pity as the director of Seoul Metropolitan Science Center that we lost out this opportunity to the Gwacheon Center, but we hope to do it together. Well, now then, yes, we can take it as the need for us to become the leader science centers.
대중이 겪는 기후.
And now, regarding the practices or the thinking about climate change among the public. So what are the challenges regarding the public's climate thinking, and also are there any cases of overcoming such climate thinking limitations? And also, as Julie has mentioned, like for example, in the non-successful exhibits where we give health. So instead of that, what are the cases of successful exhibits that gain their empathy and even their their participation? If you could share such cases with us.
So I guess it's one for me. I don't know all the climate change exhibits in the world, luckily. That would be a massive job. But I think that there are some good practices out there. But one thing that struck me is when I had conversations with experts in climate change communication, they actually asked me, are you sure you want to make an exhibit about climate change? One of them said, actually what we need is an exhibit about how we make choices as a society. And I think it's a really interesting path to think that these days, climate change is more about action, climate action, than explaining the facts of climate science. I think that at least in Europe and the US, the climate science is fairly known to those who are ready to hear it. And what the audience are asking is, okay, but what do we do with this? What next? So maybe it's more about offering agency. And there have been some really interesting exhibitions lately about societal choices, about values, about future scenarios. There's one I could mention at the Eureka Science Center in Finland. They had an exhibition about values called The Seven Siblings of the Future that was encouraging visitors to visit their own values and see what their view of the future was based on. And then that was encouraging a discussion between them to imagine future scenarios. And for me, it's a very promising, direction.
So I went recently to an exhibit at the Nurture Nature Center in Pennsylvania. And what I liked was that they did a pairing. They have one of the spheres from NOAA where you can project different data sets about migration patterns, rising water. It doesn't matter any data set they have, they can project it on the globe. And they have been doing these shows for a very long while. And what made it impactful is that they invited local writers and artists and poets to come and experience for themselves these data sets, and then to create literature, do a public reading or an art show that reflected what those data sets meant to them. And I think that that was really impactful for the public because it brought science and art together in a way and shared the emotion that these numbers really, these data sets really had on the people who connected with them in an artistic way.
Wow. Sarah, do you have anything to add to that? Any example you wanted to share?
I would just reinforce what both Amy and Julie have said, that I think we're moving away from exhibits as information and more engagement. And since we know two things, that facts don't change minds and that action creates hope, how can we drive more towards action and engagement with people so that they feel hope and that they scale change?
Wow. I'm just, wanted to take in whatever you said, it's just something I so wanted to hear, and it's the topic I've wrestled with for the past 3 decades, and I've seen those evolutions within the science community as well as in myself. So wow, thank you. I'm so honored and happy to have this conversation with you. And there's one more question to Julie. 보통
Now then, when people visit science centers, it is mostly to gain pleasant experience for himself or the family, and also to get reliable scientific information. So I would say that that is the main reason for visiting science centers. Now, if there are frequent exposure to uncomfortable truths, then don't you think that this could also discourage their visits? So what do you believe would be the right frequency of such exposure to uncomfortable truths?
I think it's really about how you frame this narrative, how you tell this story. You can tell stories of hopes around climate change. You can tell stories of collective agency. And this is part of what I was saying. One of the mistakes is to just provide an avalanche of distressing facts and let visitors deal with it. Yes, you should not do that. That's depressing and people will not be coming back. So be careful about the stories that you are picking and the way you're telling them.
Yeah. The very important fact about framing, about narratives. What is the narrative? It's, you know, it's very clear that delivering the facts alone is not enough. And there's one quote I love. I recently came across and it felt like summarizes my experience. This is by an American environmental lawyer, Gus Speth. He says, "I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapses, and climate change. And I thought that with 30 years of good science, we could address those problems. But I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with those, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation. And we scientists don't know how to do that." And I think this is a point where Julie's experience and advice from failure comes in. You know, don't do it on your own. Read Social Psychology 101. You know, and Sarah also mentioned about, was it you or Julie, I forgot, about collective agency. You know, fact alone can leave us depressed. So we need to take care of ourselves, not to lose hope. And I think it's Sarah who said, action for hope. So yeah, thank you very much for really insightful discussion and sharing all your experiences and knowledge for us. And I think it'll be a really amazing food for thought for Korean science museums and centers, and you know, hopefully we can report back to you that what kind of changes we've made with the beginning of this discussion. Thank you very much for joining us from abroad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Wow. 네, 정말 이렇게 시차를
So given the different time zones, we were able to hear active discussions being held by the experts in the area of Science Museum and SDGs. Thank you very much. I hope that going forward, we will be able to engage in more discussions like this through ISSM. So this now concludes session number 3. Thank you for taking part in the session.
네, 여러분.
I hope you have been enjoying the lectures. Through the keynote lecture and invited lectures, we heard the knowledge and experiences related to SDGs from global experts. In the next session, you'll be able to hear the voices of people out in the academic field. We have a flash session ready. Museum professionals across the world will present the outcome of their academic research with regards to the exhibition, education, research, and operation of Science Museum. For this session, you can ask questions through the Kakao Open Chat if you're in Korea. If you're overseas, please send your questions via Zoom. Then now I'd like to introduce the moderator of the flash session, Mr. Ha Tae-eun, manager of Busan National Science Museum. Good afternoon, it's nice to meet you. So the second segment of the afternoon is Flash Session 2020. I am the head of the Promotion and Cooperation Office at the Busan National Science Museum. So the flash session is related to themes other than, but not excluding, the SDG goal number 17, which is the theme of the 10th ISSM: education, environment, exhibition, creativity, and makers. These are various themes of the flash session today. So I'd like to introduce our 8 speakers. 2 speakers, their face will not be shown because they are to present their lectures via video. First is Kewadi Achawisit from Thailand, National Science Museum of Thailand. Second speaker is also from National Science Museum, Thailand, Rakchana Butayuthi. Third speaker is from Science Center for Education in Thailand, Piakan Srimwang. Fourth speaker is from Kids Stop at Science Center Singapore, Regina Lee Wen-eun. Our fifth speaker is from Science Center Singapore, Jiazen Liu. Sixth speaker is from Chungnam National University here in Korea, Namsari Jargal. From Mongolia. The seventh speaker is from Petrosains at the Discovery Center in Malaysia, Nensirati Bitya Supahan. And last speaker, also from Kids Stop at Science Center Singapore, Lei Peng and Astra Yap. So we have 8 speakers in total. Thank you very much for taking part in the flash session. There's no separate Q&A session for the flash session. However, if the audience have any questions with regards to flash session, please leave them on the chat room and we will respond to those questions later. Allow me to introduce the first speaker. The title of the presentation is Promoting Science Learning Through Science Activities in Outreach Program to Equity in Education in Thailand. Again, the speaker is Kedawi Echawit.
Everyone, I am Kewadi Achawisit. I'm science educator from National Science Museum, Thailand. Today, I would like to present our project entitled Promoting Science Learning Through Science Activity in Outreach Program to Equality in Education in Thailand. This present consists of 4 parts. The first, introduction, then objective, and then project effect and conclusion. First of all, I would like to present the National Science Museum. Thailand. We have a mission to promote the public awareness of science through exhibition in our 4 museums: Science Museum, Natural History Museum, Information and Technology Museum, and Ramanai Museum. In addition, we aim to further public understanding of science through learning activity. For example, science camp, science show, science lab, walk rally, and museum trail. Our 4 museums, located in central plain of Thailand, Pathum Thani province, from the past to present, the majority of Thai citizens have good economic status, living in a big city. Also, many of learning centers located in cities. However, people living in countryside have limitations include time, expense of transportation, and safety to access the learning source. Therefore, the youth in countryside may have few opportunities to access the learning center. To address the problems I mentioned previous, outreach program of Science Karawan was established. The program allows participants to access to information and opportunity to learn science, inspire and emphasize scientific value, and significantly create educational equality, particularly for all Thai youth in all over the place. Our service area are all around Thailand, which except the place nearby ISSM. This is the example place. This place is very far from National Science Museum, Thailand. Science Caravan consists of 6 parts. The first, traveling exhibition, science show, fun science activity, makerspace, planetarium, and the last one, science laboratory. This slide shows interactive exhibition which the youth can basically experience by touching, playing, and learning with scientific phenomena. Next, science show. This activity promotes learning science with exciting and amazing. Fun science activity. The youth will receive scientific toy which they can experience observation and DIY with fun. For example, rocket from drinking straw. Next, this is a makerspace which promotes critical and logical thinking to solve the problem under limitation as the basic step of inventor or innovator in the future. This our planetarium, which further the youth to learn astronomy and the beauty of stars in the daytime. They can also learning about secret of space, and it's interesting which make them enjoy studying astronomy. It's the last one. Science laboratory is one of popular activity in Science Caravan. It's scientific laboratory which all participants will notice, practice, and find the answer in each scientific phenomena with self-learning method. This activity emphasizes that science is all around us and aim to participants to enjoy learning. The response of this project is very impressive and successful. Since the start, only 20,000 participants in 4 provinces were attended. Now, more than 500,000 people and people from more than 45 districts per year and attend during 15 years of this project. In addition, We expand and divide the journey of Science Caravan into three parts to allow people to list: provincial caravan, remote school caravan, and specialized caravan. This project have been launched in every part of Thailand, 26 provinces. We get positive feedback and inspire the youth more than 3.86 million people. This graph shows the number of places we travel in each year. In 2019, we list up to 54 places, 15 year total, 420 venues. This slide shows learning outcome. In 2019, our questionnaire and result from the 900 participants in 6 regions: Northern, Southern, Central, Eastern, Western, and Northern Eastern. In addition, this graph shows the percentage of each gender. The first 58.78 is female and 41.22% is male. And if we see the detail of age, we found that people who are interested in our activity is 13 to 15 years old, which is the first rank, about 55%. 16 to 18 years old follow as the second rank, about 20%. And younger than 12 years old occupy 15 as the third rank. This result shows that the first 3 ranks with participants interacted and received from Science Caravan are: the first, the understanding of science, technology, and innovation. Secondly, enjoyment and inspiration. And finally, scientific skill. Conclusion: in 2020, Science Caravan has been proceeding many projects and activity for leading science and technology to Thai citizens in all places, includes all remote area. Include in all remote area to generate educational equality and being one of science contributor in Thai society for national and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Because we do not have a session in which we take questions, I will just add my comment.
So I would say that in sum, it was about equal opportunity. So I believe that a diverse array of programs have been made for equal opportunity. So now the title is Science Caravan, but then I see that it is, let's say, a visiting science center or a science center on wheels. So it is quite similar to that. And I also agree that it is very important for us to utilize programs like this to make our contents and programs more accessible. And now with that, let us move right ahead to the second presentation.
This speaker is also from National Science Museum, Thailand. The title is Promoting Education and Harmony to the South of Thailand. The speaker's name is Rachana Butayoti.
Hello everyone, my name is Lakchanok Butayoti from National Science Museum, Thailand. Today I would like to present my educational project in Thailand. This presentation is provided into 3 parts. Firstly, initial of project. Secondly, สานใจไทยสู่ใจใต้ project. Finally, outcomes. Due to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 16, which concern the promotion of harmonious and inclusive society. To agree with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 16, which concern the promotion of harmonious and inclusive society, we, National Science Museum, public, private sectors, cooperation to reduce conflict and bring the harmony to Thai society, particularly in southern of Thailand. For more than 12 years, there is conflict in the southern part of Thailand due to religious separation in 3 provinces, Yala, Pattani, and Narathiwat. The strength of insurgency varied greatly, caused by clashing cultures, political views, and religions. Also terrify many teachers and other people to avoid the 3 provinces. To make the matter worse, the opportunity for further education is lacking. Most people have to resort to religious school as a result. Southerner youth are highly discriminated compared with youth from another areas of Thailand. The social inequality between 2 groups is immense. To address this problem, สานใจไทยสู่ใจใต้ was established by collaboration of public and private sectors. National Science Museum, through cooperation and General Prem Tinasulanon Foundation, to allow participants to have access to information for further education, careers, and funding source. Moreover, they have opportunity to apply scientific knowledge, experiments, and skills to their life. Significantly, they optimize their thinking method, improve their quality of life, realize the opportunity of studying in other fields. As part of this project, participants are accepted to be open-minded, willing to learn and live with different religious and cultural beliefs harmoniously. Firstly, participants visit and study selected communities in Bangkok and neighboring provinces, all of which are composed of Buddhists, Muslims, and Christians who are living together in harmony. For instance, the community also features 3 more religious places: Santa Cruz Catholic Church, Wat Kalayana Mith, and Ton Son Mosque. Secondly, to enhance participant experience, they are allocated to live with Muslim host families in Bangkok and neighboring province for 2 weeks. Thirdly, and most importantly, these participants have opportunity to join the science camp by NSM. Since the start of สานใจไทยสู่ใจใต้ project, there are 36 cohorts of students who participate in the programs. The total number of participants is stunning 8,346, yet growing. Each year, there are 2 cohorts to allow as many students as possibility to benefit from the camp. Even after the camp, these participants are working together for establish the waving Thai heart for the South Society in each province to assist each other as well as benefit their communities. In conclusion, สานใจไทยสู่ใจใต้ aims to organize activities to benefit community, further inequality of education and eliminate disparity, agreeing with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal SDGs 16. Create a scientific society for the sustainable development of the nation as the motto of NSM. Thank you for your attention.
네.
Thank you, Rachana Butayoti. That was a great presentation. So, among many measures to dispel social disparity in southern part of Thailand, the National Science Museum of Thailand has conducted this particular project that was shown through the presentation, giving scientific knowledge and encouraging young people to gain scientific knowledge as well. So I think the project emphasizes actionable science. Thank you for the presentation. Next is our third presentation, also from Science Center for Education in Thailand, Piakan Simuran. The title is Space and Time Virtual Exhibition, The Way to Move On During COVID-19 Situation.
예, 발표 시작.
Now, if you could start the presentation, and as we begin the presentation, let us also share the screen.
네, 화면.
Now, if you could share the screen first, could you do the screen share first?
Hello.
Can you see me?
Yeah, just now we are
Oh,
going
okay.
to shut down the screen.
My screen. Okay. Can you look?
Just 1 second.
Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint right now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
I can see you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I will start my presentation, I would like to thank you to an International Symposium of Science Museum 2020 to give me an opportunity to join and present my project in this conference. As you know, because of the COVID-19 situation, it has given an impact to every business around the world, including us. Many of science museums still closing for social distancing policy. In case of Science Museum for Education, Bangkok, Thailand, for answer our vision to raising awareness of science for people, we try to change our exhibition to online platform. So this is the reasons of my project, Space and Time Virtual Exhibition, the way to move on during COVID-19 situation. About us, National Science Center for Education, Bangkok, Thailand, is a learning center where everyone can explore about science, technology, nature science, environment, health science, astronomy, and space. Our mission is to create exhibit that educate, entertain, and engage visitors. We found on 1964 as a first science museum of Thailand. Space and Time exhibition is one of our exhibition in Science Center for Education. It is open in 2017. This exhibition have three main objectives are promoting interest in science and technology among younger generation and people, raising awareness of time regarding its impact on socio-economic and sustainable development of the country, and focus on science and technology content related to time and space. This exhibition have a space around 390 square meter. It is used the government budget 5 million baht or 156,000 US dollar. Our target we want more than 240,000 visitors come per year. Exhibition have 5 zones inside. You can look in the map picture on the top left side. The zone 1 is named Space Time. In the front of the exhibition, the gate is inspired by the wormhole theory to make an atmosphere-like visitor journey to the space. Inside the zone, use multifunction technology, for example, virtual reality, glasses, 4D spaceship experience, for the knowledge from board and the monitor media, for telling about the theory like twin paradox, general reality. Next, zone 2 is called the origin of the universe and time. This zone is about linkage between time and everything. It is start with the beginning of the time according to the Big Bang theory, relation about time and life on Earth, time and the human origin, time and living, and time and activity in life. Next, zone 3 is named Journey of Life and Time. This zone is telling about the purpose of life. We use the question to visitor, what is the happiness? We imply life like a labyrinth. When everyone start with when we happening, and we live our life when we perish. This zone is linked aside with the philosophy. Next, zone 4 is time and telling the time. We use a hand-on media. We use the interactive game like GMT for the visitor can play it about how to convert the time to another time zone. And we use the question like how the ancient people know about time, how we counting time, and what is the first clock in the world. And the last zone is named Time and Imagination. We have the time machine theater and the monitor media to telling about a new technology to answer the question, like, can we live beyond the time? Is time traveling is possible? And is it have a possibility for the human to immortal? Or can we copy ourselves, our mind to the machine in the future? We choose this exhibition to be our first step in the virtual exhibition. We design it in dual language, English and Thai language. User can select device to access this exhibition, such as a smartphone, computer, laptop, and the virtual reality glasses. This project is received a budget from the government around 120,000 baht or 3,900 USD dollar. This slide show you an atmosphere inside our virtual exhibition. User can looking around, select a monitor media, can click on the board to zoom and show more the information. Some media like the spaceship here, we record that virtual to make the feeling like user can sitting inside the real thing. So because of the building we have, the space and time exhibition is still closed for renovate. We use this virtual version inside another exhibition by use the touch screen like this in the digital and machine learning exhibition. And after we publish the virtual version, we receive a feedback from some teacher. They use this version for their classroom for formal school. And we use an online Google form to get a feedback from the user. Now we have feedback from 10 users. They give an overall satisfaction as 4 to 5 points. And we use the Google Analytics to counting the number of users. And we found 48 countries around the world access with this platform after we start counting on 17 September. So I think we still have the time a little bit. I will, if you interest, you can visit our virtual exhibition by access to this link, and I will show you a little bit about the virtual exhibition. Okay, if you come inside the virtual exhibition, it look like this, and you can click yes to open the audio, and after that, it show you the manual how to use it. After you start it, it will show you the gate of the exhibition, and you can click an arrow button to access and look around inside here. You can scroll up and down to zoom in and zoom out, and you can click to go to another way. You can click to the television to starting our media like this.
Around 300 years ago, Sir Isaac Newton, a renowned physicist and mathematician,
for example, and you can go inside the spaceship. Is use the version to the atmosphere like you go in the real place. And you can click in our map here to select the zone you want to go, like this. And if you have the virtual reality glasses, you can click here to use the VR mode to open it on the version. Okay, that's it all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Piakan.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now, thank you very much. And there will be no Q&A session. So thank you. And now we shall move on to the fourth presentation. Thank you very much.
Our fourth presenter is from Kids Stop Science Center, Singapore, Regina Lee Wen Ng. The title of the presentation is Bringing STEM to Preschools. Please share your screen for the presentation.
Can I just check that the screen is visible?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Please.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining me today. My name is Regina, and I'm going to talk to you about bringing STEM to preschool through our outreach program. So I'm from Kids Talk, which is the children dedicated science center in Singapore itself. So we are going to cover today 4 main areas. Firstly, I'll tell you more about Kids Talk and also the aim of our Kids Talk outreach arm, and also some of the approaches that we use for our Kids Talk outreach programs. And finally, I will share with you some of the challenges that we have been facing ever since the COVID-19 pandemic hit all of us. So first and foremost about Kids Talk and its program. So Kids Talk opened its door in 2014 to meet with the demand of a science museum in Singapore that would cater to a younger audience. So Science Center so Kids Talk with Science Centers a dedicated children museum, and we reach out to children from 18 months all the way to 8 years old. So we have more than 20 thematic exhibits designed to introduce concept of STEAM, where young learners are provided with the opportunities to learn and be equipped with relevant skills, and also to prepare them for the future. And apart from the hardware, we also run programs in-house and also outside to guide children to discover more about the world through hands-on experiences and also playful exploration. So these are some of the photos that we have grabbed. So we have thematic exhibits like a built environment where children can take on the role of an engineer and operate a crane, for instance. We also have a small world which is catered to our younger audience, where they can learn through sensory touches and play. We also have a Dino Pit as well as a Know Your Body zone for children to find out more about their emotions and to know that it's actually all right to feel, angry or sad, and they also learn ways to also talk about their emotions. So for our outreach arm, we have certain aims that we laid out way before we start, and this outreach department was formed about 4 years ago to extend the reach to our preschool sector. So we have 4 main areas in terms of our aims. Firstly is to start them young. So one of our main mission is to ignite interest in learning about STEAM, a concept through an enjoyable and approachable way to continue to inspire children to engage with science or STEAM even when they grow up in the future. And also the outreach arm aims to increase access to STEAM learning among preschool sector. Although, like I mentioned, that we have programs that we run in-house, we do realize that not a majority of preschools are coming to Kids Talk, which is why we feel that there's a need to close that gap. And that is why we're bringing programs to school and to their venue. And all of our outreach programs are designed to complement existing school curriculums so that we can enhance the learning of science or STEAM in their school through meaningful and fun means. We also make it very fast, free, and easy for preschool teacher, meaning to say that because we are bringing the program to the school will not have to, for instance, prepare lunch for children, find ways to organize transportation to bring children to our gallery, as well as the concern of dealing with a large group of children when they do bring children out for excursion. So in terms of approaches as well, we are looking at 3 main approaches. So we have arts integrated into STEAM learning, experiential play through hands-on activities, and theme-based learning. So let me walk you through these 3 points one by one. So by integrating arts into delivery of STEAM content, this has always been our main way or approach to engage young children, especially through creative drama and performance. So we feel that using creative drama and performance, young children can encounter and understand a more difficult subject like science or STEM through song and dance. And this approach makes learning come alive because it's more interactive and is constantly engaging with the young audience. We also spend time to focus a lot on the sets and props that we use. So they are a must when it comes to outreach program. So using props, they are, for instance, larger than life and also colorful. It appeals to our younger audience almost instantly, and it creates an instant connection between the performer and also the children. And most of the props are made lightweight, portable, and also being able to flat pack it because we need to bring it out often to schools. So the other aspect of integrating arts into STEAM is the use of mascot to enhance performance. So, you know, KidStop is a children science center, so we use a lot of, we have these 5 members whom we call the KidStop founder, and we use them because they have specific characteristics that we hope that children can also, so that children can relate to them easier. So we have Win, Belle, Joe, Max, and Pepper, and for instance, in terms of their characteristics, Win is usually the playful and the outgoing one, and Belle is the youngest of the group, so she's innocent but always excited to learn about new things, about discovering the world. Jo is the leader of the crowd, so she's always the adventure one and always urging the 4 other children to go on adventures with her together. And of course, we have Max, who is like the Care Bear, and he loves music and art. And last but not least, we have Pepper, who is the smartest of the lot, but also the most eccentric one. So by giving them characteristics, we hope that by using them in our performance, children can then identify themselves with the character or the mascot and make the performance more engaging. So with the 2D version of the mascot, we then convert them to 3D, turning them into costume where our performers can wear during the performance. And like I mentioned before, children love mascots, so it's really very easy to get a very favorable reaction, and thus reducing the distance between the performer as well as the viewer themselves. So in 2018, we actually took the mascot to another level because we teamed up with one of the non-profit organizations called Singapore Kindness Movement in Singapore, where they run national campaign to promote kindness to Singaporeans. So we have a mascot from both of our company coming together to do a musical talking about the science of kindness. We also run mascot meet and greet in our gallery and sometimes at events, so that, like I say, we can also promote the brand to our audience. In terms of also arts integrating into STEAM, if you look at this picture over here, this is actually a screen grab from our digital version of our one of our latest program called Creating Curiosity, where we co-develop it with one of theatre company in Singapore. So in KidStop, also through our outreach program, we work very closely with different partners from the industry so that we can tap on their expertise and also improve our standing in this case, giving better performance or adopting creative drama more efficiently in our program. So next I have, I'm going to talk about the other approach, which is experiential play through our hands-on activities. So hands-on activities is also a very important component when we bring programs out to preschool. So apart from, for instance, a performance, we will also pair it up with a hands-on activity so that children can continue the learning rather than, up sitting there and watching just the performance itself. So we hope that through this facilitated program, children will explore and naturally be encouraged to use scientific processes while they play, create, investigate, and also explore. So if you look at these 2 photos, these are actually photos that we took during our outreach program where children are being engaged in sensory-based learning. And all this material itself, even though sometimes it's a lot, we do prepare them and also bring them to school for the program. Then the last approach that I'm going to talk about is theme-based learning. So thematic approach is a way of teaching and learning whereby many areas of the curriculum are connected together and integrated within the same theme. We find it especially useful and helpful to use this approach of learning because then teacher will be able to map what children are learning in school and scaffold their learning through programs that they want to get from external vendors. So one important point, like I mentioned, is that it helps to enhance the curriculum or learning in school. So one example I have here is one of our performance called Amazing Cabbage, where we teach children more about chemistry. So in the performance, children will be exposed to pH indicators, and also during the hands-on activity, children will get to test out what kind of pH value a certain unknown liquid is. We also have I Spy with My Eye, which is another performance that we conduct in school. And this thematic program is this thematic program on the human body is especially popular during the first 3 months of the school, because that's when the academic calendar starts and teacher wants to teach the children more about their human body and understand their own human body. The next one I have is called the STEAM Play Shop, which is recently launched, where children are taught the basics of design thinking while collaborating with their peers to creatively provide a solution to a design brief while using tech tools. So if you see in this picture, you have children trying to figure out how to use a 3D pen, and also they work together to, for instance, find a solution to light up to answer to a design brief. And in this case, because the workshop is called Light Up the Village, the children are supposed to find a solution to light up a village, because the village has went through constant power outages. And now I'm going to talk about a bit on the challenges due to COVID-19. I think a lot of museums around the world are quite badly hit due to the pandemic, and it's the same for our outreach program as well, especially when we have to go into the preschool to conduct the activity. I think as soon as we were out of the national lockdown, there were a lot of early regulations that dictate preschools to not have external vendors to enter any of the preschool, which is why it was really difficult for us to even continue engaging children in terms of STEAM and also science learning. So even now, situation has improved a lot, but preschool are still quite receptive to having, are still not very receptive to having a third party into their school compound. Reason being is because preschools are facing a shortage of manpower. There are certain preschool teachers that decided to go home during this whole pandemic situation, and which is why teachers have to cover one another in terms of cover one another in terms of their own curriculum and also lessons, which is why there is a lower commitment level for preschools to embark in any of our outreach program. And last but not least, this is quite an interesting point that I found out. So in Singapore, most of the preschool try to adopt an open concept classroom, meaning the furnitures are not fixed or drilled to the floor, and they can be shifted accordingly to carve out a certain space required for lessons. And funny enough, although this was a very popular style of designing the classroom, it is now considered a limitation because their children then can flow easily from one place to another within the classroom, and this creates this makes it very difficult for children to not intermingle. And these are the 4 challenges that we have been facing. And to overcome these challenges, what we have been doing is to digitalize our outreach program to make it more accessible via our online platforms. And we try as much as possible to introduce flexibilities within our program, meaning to say that, for instance, if a preschool prefers to have a digital version of the performance and coupled by restricted numbers of teachers from our end going to their school to conduct a hands-on activity, we will be happy to work with their restrictions to make sure that we still continue to engage their children in STEM learning. And thank you. That's all I have for today.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation by Regina Lee Wen-eun. Thank you so much again. Educating children about STEAM, the key to that is sparking their interest. And according to this survey that I know, it seems that there is a lot of differences between teachers and children in terms of their response, because there is a gap between theories and practical application. But seeing how in Singapore they're integrating the two areas is very interesting. Due to limited time, I'd like to introduce the next speaker. Next speaker is from Science Center Singapore, Leah and Tina Leo. The title of the presentation is Science at Your Doorstep. Before we begin the presentation, please share your screen with us.
Hi, sorry.
네.
Can you see my screen?
Hello.
Hello?
Jia Jian.
Hi.
Yeah, are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, please.
Everything okay? Yes. Okay. So, hi everybody. I'm Tina. I'm from Science Center Singapore. I'm a science educator working at Science Center Singapore. And today I'll be presenting on one of our initiatives called Science at Your Doorstep, which is an initiative that came out of the COVID-19 pandemic, where we can't conduct workshops in Science Center, so we had to bring it to their doorstep or to the homes of our customers. So under this umbrella, we have a couple of projects. But before I touch on this, let me just introduce Science Center Singapore. So this is our Science Center, and over at the center, you can see that this is the main building. So over here is where most of our exhibits are at, and we also have classrooms and laboratories where we can hold workshops and events catered for both schools and public. And over at the right, you can see that is Kids Stop, which my colleague was telling you guys about just now. And over at the corner, we also have Snow City, which is a snow center designed to give a winter experience all year round. So for Science Center Singapore, we pride ourselves on being an informal science hub, and we want to promote interest and learning and creativity in science and technology. So we do this through engaging and exciting events catered for both schools and public. And apart from being in the edutainment industry, we also want to partner with different organizations to advance science and technology initiatives. And as an organization itself, we also want to be caring and progressive. So the initiatives that came out of this COVID-19 pandemic is an example of how we overcame difficulties and progressed further. So one of these initiatives is Science at Your Doorstep, where because when the COVID-19 first hit, a lot of these workshops and events had to be cancelled. So we had to find a way to continue engaging our audiences with science. So we need to make science accessible to all of them. So we decided to bring science to their homes. So there are two broad ideas. First is the home-based science kits, and secondly is live online workshops. So our very first trial of workshops or online workshops is from the Abbott Young Scientist program. So this program is supported by Abbott to bring science to underprivileged students, and these students are being mentored by our Science Center staff. So the students will get to complete Young Scientist cards and a science project. So typically during the summer holidays in June, we have workshops for these students in the Science Center, but because of COVID-19, we had to shift all these workshops online. So we offered 4 workshops, and 2 of these workshops came with activity kits or materials that were delivered to their house. And 2 of these didn't come with any materials. So what we did was to send the participants a list of materials that they need to get. So it can be common household items or things that they can get at a supermarket. But overall, there is more positive feedback for the online workshops that came with the activity kits, possibly because it is more convenient and the students can have more hands-on activities. So over on the top left, this is an example of one of the activity kits and materials that we sent to their home. And at the bottom, you can see some screen captures of our online workshop that was held over Zoom. So all in all, we reached out to 36 students who were mentored by 39 of our staff. And concurrently, we were also pushing out home-based science kits. So these science kits are very similar to the science kits you would see in the market, but we try to value add to it by having online workshops and an online learning platform. So the online learning platform is to reinforce their learning, so they can also discuss with each other through the online forum or to ask questions to the educators. So over on the top left, that is the Curious Geneticist kit. So in this kit, they will learn about DNA extraction, about traits and inheritance. And over on the right, you can see that is the Curious Physicist kit, where they get to have a little bit more tinkering experience and build their own scissors lift, pen flute, and tricolor torch. And over on the top right, you can see that is a screen capture of our online learning platform where they get to do some matching games, some quizzes, or view some videos. And upon completion of all these activities, they will get a certificate and a badge. So since the launch in July, we have sold 46 kits, and most of them actually come from the online workshop, but there are still some customers who actually bought just the kit only. And following which, we also started to push out more online live workshops. So again, the kits are delivered to their house. The workshop duration is kept shorter, about 1 to 1.5 hours. So this is because we know that over Zoom, the children's attention span might be a little bit shorter. We also try to offer a variety of topics from DNA to physics to more nature-related activities. And apart from just having hands-on activities, we also try to incorporate some online games and quizzes and polls so that there is more interaction between us and the students. So since the launch, we have about 12 online workshops reaching out to over 200 students. And even though it's a session that's held over online and there is a lack of the physical interaction, our feedback rating is still quite high, so the students still feel quite engaged and enjoy the session. So for the last part, I'm just going to touch on a few pointers or lessons that we've learned from conducting online workshops. So definitely when we started doing this, we are not very familiar with Zoom, so we need a lot of time for preparation. The students as well, they might not be familiar with Zoom and would require more time. We also set a few ground rules, such as switching on their video cameras if possible, so that there's more interaction, and also how to ask questions, such as do they type in the chat or do they unmute themselves. We also try to familiarize ourselves with various functions of Zoom, such as things like polling or spotlighting, so that we can have a easier and more interactive service. So online workshops, definitely that is more focused on the listening and might not be very suitable for non-audio learners. So we use a lot of slides and videos and demonstrations and hands-on activities to keep all these students engaged. We also make sure to have checkpoints. So for instance, in between hands-on activities or in between sections, we would pause and ask if they have any questions, if they are following, because over Zoom, it's very difficult for us to check on their progress. So having checkpoints will ensure that all these students are following. And you can see a picture below. This is an example of our setup. We have a few laptops and visualizer. And we also have a few assistants to help with things like moderating the chat or spotlighting the educator. So in conclusion, these online workshops should definitely come with activity kits and materials to make it more engaging for the children. And we also want to make use of different features or online features to engage the students, such as using things like quizzes or polls to keep them engaged. And we definitely need assistance to help with moderating chat and answering questions. And as we move forward, when the pandemic starts to slow down, we can look towards a more blended learning approach, combining both physical on-site workshops with online workshops or online resources. So that's all for my presentation today. Thank you for having me. And if you have any questions or anything you want to discuss, you can drop me an email. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. So that was Jia Tia Liu. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. And now the next presenter, now it was supposed to be Namsray Jargal, but then now because of the urgent matters, we would have to move on to the next presentation. And it is Nansirati Supahan from Petroscience, Malaysia. And the presentation is entitled Petroscience Design Thinking Process. So please go ahead.
Hello. 네. Hello, 낸시라티. 안 들리는 것 같은데 오디오.
Nansirati, do you hear me? Hello? We're not getting your audio. Can you also do the screen share?
Patrick,
yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, already.
안녕하세요. I've been wanting to say that to all of you. First and foremost, thank you ISSM for actually inviting and giving me the opportunity to share this paper with all of you. And my name is Nancy Rati Supahan. You guys can call me Nancy. And I am from Petroscience, the Discovery Center. Basically, Petroscience is a science center that is located in the Petronas Twin Towers in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So in the future, if you're in Kuala Lumpur, please stop by our science center. We also do have presence around the world, around Malaysia via small satellite centers we call as placemats. So basically for today, we are going to share with you guys on the Petroscience design thinking process and how is it a structured approach to design thinking. So this is actually the layout and the flow of what we're going to go through today, the introduction and a bit of history on design thinking and the development of the Petroscience design thinking process workshop. So I'm going to call this long term as PDTP along the whole presentation. And then what is PDTP all about and how do we actually conduct the workshops in the methodology and a bit of conclusion on the workshops that we have conducted. So a little bit of history on the design thinking process. Basically, it started off with the engineering design process, whereby in this design process, it's a 7-step design process. Engineers are required to understand the problem first and then only generate alternative approaches. And the design thinking process is actually a very iterative process, meaning that if you have problems, you want to revisit the step before it, you can always do so. So it is not a linear process, it's an iterative process. And then in 2007, this school in Stanford University began to teach design thinking. So basically it is to shape the future innovation leaders. The end goal would be to tackle big projects and to inspire multidisciplinary and of course to promote radical collaboration. So the D School Stanford, the design thinking framework has 5 steps, which is empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and also test. And then design thinking is actually being made popular by David Kelly and Tim Brown from IDEO. Why? Because they actually started using design thinking as a consultation tool in organizations. So it is still hooked on human-centered approach, but the reason why it's being used as a consultation tool because it brings together what is desirable from the human point of view with what is technical feasible and also economical viable. So how do I sustain these solutions for the organization? And there are 3 core activities for design thinking. Number 1 is we start off with the inspiration, and number 2 is the ideation, and of course the end would be the implementation. So in Malaysia, we started to adopt the design thinking methodology and framework via Genovasi, Malaysia. They actually pioneered design thinking in Malaysia and they adopt the D School design thinking framework. It's the same, it's the 5-step process, but they encourage participants to adopt the DT mindsets via the 12 commandments. So these are the culture and the innovative culture that Genovasi, Malaysia wanted to bring forward when they actually conduct design thinking workshops. So in this paper, we're going to share the documented work on what we have done in Petroscience when we curate the PDTP workshop, and we're going to share the potential values of incorporating design thinking in workshops. And we can see how science centers can learn from participants when they engage and learn in the design thinking workshop. So that's a little bit of history on the development of the Petro Science Design Thinking workshop. So basically, we went for the design thinking workshop by Annversary, and then we thought that, hey, this is actually a good approach to inculcate the innovative mindset in students. At that time, design thinking is used as a consultation tool and also is used among corporates. So it's quite an expensive cost to go. So for students, it's a bit not accessible. So we thought, let's try and do this. So PetroScience start to conduct design thinking workshop with university students. When we did the first batch, it was a pure adaptation of the design thinking model by the Stanford D School. But when we do it, we realize there are a few challenges that we face. So number one is the motivation and the context of design thinking is not well received by the students. And number two, we realize that they struggle a lot with the need to defer judgment. They don't want to challenge the assumption. Instead, they push straight away to ideation. So this is something that we are so used to be doing, right? Whenever we have a problem, we don't assess the problem first. We straight away go into how can we solve the problem. So we need to have to take a step back, and that is one of the challenges. The students don't want to take the step backs. And the other thing is the need to build and gain empathy. So basically, when they go out for empathy studies, we realize that the students are having problem listening to the users. Instead, they just want to validate certain things. So in design thinking, we promote people, our participants, to listen first and see what are the real concerns of our users and also our customers. And then because of those challenges, we start to iterate the design thinking workshop, and then we iterate it according to the Malaysian ecosystem. And then the final phase in 2018, we come up with the Petro Science Design Thinking Process workshop. So it was rolled out in the ASPEC, the Asian Pacific Network of Science and Technology Centers, in 2018, and it was validated by Prof. Su Ye Liang from Yuanzi University. So just a little bit of context on what is actually the Petro Science Design Thinking process, what are the difference and what are the similarities. So basically the difference would be it's a very structured approach, it is a very tool-based approach, and it's very hands-on. The similarity, that's the difference. The similarities would be it is still anchored on human-centered approach. It is an iterative process, meaning if you have to revisit any process, you can always do so. It's not a linear process. And of course, it encourages the DT mindsets, meaning that whenever the participants go for the workshop, we try to ask them to adapt to the DT mindsets. And if you can see here, the Petro Science Design Thinking process have three big domains, which is discover, explore, and solve. And under each main domain, there are actually smaller domains. You can actually see that the information is being segregated into really bite-sized pieces. And we realize that this actually works best for people who are really first-timers to the design thinking process. They are not sure yet, but they want to learn. So this is a good way to adapt and adopt the design thinking process. So you can, at the end of the whole workshop, the participants will actually need to pitch their solution, and their solution needs to be indicated what kind of pain points that the solution is actually solving. So I'll go through the structure of the Petro Science Design Thinking process in detail here. So basically, how we normally start a workshop, we do have two different types of workshop. One is just an awareness workshop, which is 1 day, and into a really depth case study workshop, we usually have two or more days. So we'll start with the opening frame. So that's the setting of the context and how it is related to innovation. And of course, after that, the participants will choose their own themes and provide their initial thoughts on how they perceive the challenge, and then they will be introduced to the petroscience design thinking process. So in this section, in this part, they will be needed to actually try and adapt certain of the design thinking mindsets and principles. Like for instance, they need to try and generate ideas with an open mind. They need to encourage, engage with multidisciplinary. So we encourage in one team to have maybe different people from different classes, different genders, and of course, maybe if you're in a corporate setting, different departments. Yeah, and of course, we encourage them to collaborate and work in a team because they will need to make decisions as a team. You cannot make decisions as an individual. And of course, be purposeful and meaningful always, and place people above all. So whenever they want to come up with some insights or they want to come up with any solutions, they need to think about what is purposeful and meaningful for the customers that they are creating. So and after that, we actually reveal the design challenge to the participants. So each workshop will have a different design challenge based on what is relevant for the workshop, participants of the workshop, and they will undergo the whole process, which is the discover, explore, and solve. So under discover, they will try to understand what is the problem statement first. They need to validate the problem statement first, and then draw meaningful insights from the data through the empathy studies, and then they will need to define their users, means they through building of personas, and then with that they will try to ideate, come up with ideas based that is meaningful for the users, and then they would change the idea. They would turn the idea into something that is tangible during the prototyping session. And of course, they will need to test their prototype. And after they test their prototype, they will need to gather feedback from the users and change or iterate the prototype according to what are the users' findings and comments. And at the end of the workshop, they will need to pitch their solution. So basically, when they pitch the solution in front of three people, a panel of judges, they will need to tell what is the name of the solution and how does it work, and what are the pain points that the solution addresses, because the end goal would be to come up with meaningful solutions for the customers and users. And of course, when we did the workshop, we find out there are two actually significant factors that plays an important role for the successful delivery of the PDTP workshop. So number one is the active roles of facilitators, and number two is the introduction of the relevant design challenge that the participants will use throughout the whole PDTP workshop. So I'd like to go into detail further here. In a normal setting of a design thinking workshop, there will be, you need at least two facilitators. One is the lead facilitator. The lead facilitator will go through all the slides, will introduce the design thinking mindsets, and also will introduce the tools that the participants will use. And then usually after that, we will actually break them into groups, and that's where the co-facilitator will be guiding and making sure that the group is on track. So the lead facilitator can also turn into a co-facilitator when during the breakout sessions. Yeah, so at least a minimum of two people to make sure that the effectiveness of learning is among the participants. And of course, the introduction of a design challenge. So what we normally do is, before the design thinking workshop, we actually talk to the teachers, we actually talk to the stakeholders to actually come up with what design challenge that they want the participants to work on. So basically, because we want the participants to work on something that is relevant to them, so that's why we need to actually personalize the design challenge for that group of participants. And then of course, at the end of the session, they will be pitching their solutions in front of a panel of judges, a very informal pitching, and followed by a short Q&A. So basically, some of them will pitch their concept posters, and then some of the group will pitch their prototype in front of the panel of judges. So the thing here is to tell a story that resonates with the people. Like, this is a compelling story that I want everybody to be on board. So that's why we encourage the groups to share their solutions with the panel of judges. And some conclusion, after we have done a lot of series of design thinking workshop, we realized that the PDTP actually has a really good advantage for participants who are first timers because it's very structured, it's very hands-on, and it's very tool-based. And then we realized that after talking verbatim with the university students, they agreed that the design thinking actually add value to the way they view a problem and coming up with a solution. And of course, there is a need to identify the different design challenge for each workshop because that will ensure that the participants have ownership towards what they come up with the solution because it's relevant to them. And of course, the design thinking workshop is very productive and also replicable. But to obtain a higher learning impact among participants, we need to have facilitators that is very well versed in the design thinking methodology. And of course, as for now, it's very hard to conduct physical workshop, and the capacity and the manpower to conduct physical workshop is quite limited as well. So moving forward, we are trying to change, we are trying to convert this design, Petroscience design thinking process workshop into a e-learning module. So we call it the PEDTP. So that is still in research phase. We are still researching it with a group of university students as well. And then if the outcome is good, we might actually try to market it off and also reach out to more people by the online version, which is the PEDTP. All right, so if you guys have, if you want more information on the Special Science Design Thinking process, or if you want to collaborate, just feel free to contact me if any questions. And that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, 낸시 라티. 네, 디자인 싱킹에
Thank you very much. So that was a presentation on design thinking. So creative and innovative solution finding, and also problem-centric thinking, how they should approach problem solving through this kind of design thinking process. So thank you very much for the presentation.
So one of the presenters could not make it due to personal reasons. So this will be our last presentation from Kids Stop Science Center Singapore, Lei Peng and Astra Yap. So we have two presenters. The title of the presentation is Making Science Program Accessible for All. So starting with you, Astra Yap, please share your screen with us. 안녕하십니까? 네, 지금 보이십니까? 제 프레젠테이션 보이십니까? 네, 좋습니다. 안녕하십니까? 저는 아스트라라고 합니다. 오늘 저는 여러분들께 보시다시피 이 주제에 대해서 발표를 하려고 하는데요. 싱가포르 과학센터의 이제 아이들을 위한 센터인 키즈스탑에서 무엇을 하고 있는지, 그리고 모두가 접근 가능한 과학 프로그램을 어떻게 만들 수 있는지에 대해서 말씀드리고자 합니다.
Okay, so here are the content that we will be sharing for today. So just a little bit of a background is that Lei Peng and I, we are the committed member of the Inclusion Amoeba team. So why do we have this Inclusion Amoeba team? Is because we hope to promote an inclusive environment that empowers all to connect, belong, and grow in the interests of science and technology. So through today's discussion, we hope to inspire you, in particular in science inclusive programming, because inclusion covers a wide spectrum, includes like sexuality, race, languages, and today we will be focusing on children with diverse abilities. However, the strategies that we will be using are practical and feasible, which you can customize to your museums and science centers' needs. So prior for the visit, we usually communicate with teachers as well as parents on different things, such as the participant's profile. We want to understand more about the children that we will be interacting with. We will also share with the teachers as well as the parents on the lesson and activities that we will be conducting. And things to note, for example, if a child, or whether is there like any allergies, whether the child needs have like maybe like visual impairment. So these are the little things that we want to take note of. And also we will encourage them to come to KidStop to Science Center Singapore for a site visit so that the caregivers will know more about the spaces and things that they have to be aware of. After all this communication, we hope to make some modification. And this can include like lighting, whether is it too bright, do we need to dim it? Quiet space where children can need a space to regulate their emotions in a very respectful manner. So we might want to have an area for them to cool down and to avoid those overstimulation environment, as well as activities. So for example, if a child is allergic to, for example, like vinegar, can we actually provide alternatives like, for example, lemon juice? Or if a child has a certain visual impairment, can we provide a bigger text for the child? Apart from that, we also provide access guides. These include social stories, sensory maps, as well as sensory bags. So what is exactly social story? So social story is developed by Carol Gray in 1991, which was specifically designed for children with autism. However, it's found to be benefit to all different age group as well as different people. Now, social story tells you a brief description of an event or an activity, yet gives specific information of what can be expected and why. And these social stories give children a sense of what to expect and an idea of what is happening. And it helps them to reduce their sense of anxiety. Apart from social stories, we also provide sensory maps. So sensory maps gives them a guide of what are the sensory friendly areas that can be found in the exhibits. High sensory areas includes like loud sounds, bright lights, crowded place, while low sensory is the opposite. And we do understand that the environment is a hardware and therefore it can be difficult for them to change. And therefore we will provide a sensory bag if requested. This includes like earmuffs, toys, so that children who have sensory issues can help to regulate themselves, either that if they are too overwhelmed with the environment or they are underwhelmed with the environment. So these are the things that we'll be sharing with them. So next up, Lei Ping will be sharing with you more about the on-site areas, which she will be taking over.
다음 발표자시죠? 예, 같은 주제입니다만 레이팽 씨 부탁드립니다.
And over to you, Lei Peng. Please share your screen with us.
잠시만 기다려 주시고.
We'd like to ask for you to wait just a moment. Lei Peng, if you would, please go ahead with your presentation. I don't think we can hear you. I can't hear the audio.
오디오가 안 나오죠?
I can't hear the audio.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, no problem.
Apologies, I was having some issue with, so I will just continue. For today, I'll be sharing some strategies that can be used when conducting a program for children with special needs. So visual resources can actually help a child with special needs to interact and allows them to have the ability to make certain choices and to express their needs. So for today, we will look into schedule, rules, and visual cues, in which I'll elaborate a little bit further in the upcoming slides. So by implementing a visual schedule, it actually allows the children to know what is expected of them. This way, it would also help them to manage their time better. To help them with the transition to the next task or activity, the facilitator could use timer or bell to indicate the transition. So rules are actually recommended as it helps to set some simple expectations at the start of the class. The rules implemented should be short and simple for the child to understand. For this picture you see on the slide, it was a program conducted by Esther and myself previously for a special school. We implemented the visual rules and schedule for the class, and the children actually followed through it pretty well. And visual cues, such as the instructional boards, can also help a child to learn better. It provides a clear picture illustration and instruction for the activity. At the same time, it breaks down the task into simple steps to make it manageable for the child. And when speaking to a child with special needs, we should always use everyday language and speak in a slow and clear manner. Giving short instructions will help the child to understand and follow through the process better. The facilitator should always provide positive encouragement and feedback to the child, as it helps them to build up their confidence and maintain the motivation to finish the task. In the process, one should always remember to minimize the usage of no and stop, but instead tell the child what is expected of them. For example, if you want the child to stop running, you should say, "Let's walk." And in Kids Stop, our usual class ratio is 1:10. However, when we conduct programs for children with special needs, we will have a lower teacher-student ratio, such as 1:5. This allows the facilitator to better attend to the child's learning needs and provide a better facilitation. In the process of learning, the facilitator should also ensure that there are minimal distractions in the learning space. By providing an individual set of hands-on activities for each child, it allows them to complete the task at their own comfortable pace with the help of the instructional board. A post-program evaluation helps the facilitator to identify what is good for the program and what could be done better. It can be done by consistently seeking feedback from the schools. This way, it can help to improve on the content and the quality of the program. Post-activity helps the class to reinforce their learning. The facilitator can consider coming up with a post-activity with clear visual cues and instructions, and is relatable to what the children have learned in the program. With that, we have come to the end of our presentation, and we hope that by sharing the strategies for the 3 areas under pre, during, and post-program, it will inspire us to make science accessible to people from all walks of life. Thank you, everyone.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Astra Yap and Lei Peng. Once again, thank you for the presentation. So for an hour and a half, we have heard from people of various sectors: creativity, environment, school. Those were the topics of the presentation. Thank you so much once again for your wonderful presentation. And to conclude, we are going through some difficult times due to COVID-19, and the conference has to be held online. But we are in the process of overcoming COVID-19, so I hope that we will be able to meet face-to-face during ISSM 2021. And thank you so much to all the audiences for listening until the very end of this session. Thank you.
온라인으로 시청하고 계신 글로벌
You are watching the ISSM 2020 VR online, and now we only have our last segment left. We have seen fulfilling lectures and academic presentations from the morning till this afternoon, and this session is related to COVID-19. COVID-19 has thrown this world into a chaos. So in the post-COVID era, what will our lives look like, and what challenges lie ahead? 4 global experts have gathered to talk about these issues. So allow me to introduce each and one of them. Mr. Walter Stavelos, Director Science for Society at Yes You Can Consulting. Dr. Tingmin Lim, Chief Executive of Science Center Singapore. Chevy Humphrey, the President and CEO of Arizona Science Center, and Michael Jordan Gordon, Founding Director of Biotopia. The 4 will engage in an enthusiastic discussion. So please watch our COVID-19 special session and leave questions if you have any. For those of you in Korea, leave the questions on Kakao Talk Open Chat. And for those overseas, please leave the questions via Zoom. And we will answer these questions during the COVID-19 special session Q&A, which will be held at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So we ask for your active participation. Now, let's watch the COVID-19 special session via video.
Hi, hello everybody. Thanks for joining us today for this panel about the vision about museums in the post-COVID era as a start to this symposium. I'm very grateful to the organizers of the International Symposium to have trusted me to come up with a great panel to do that conversation. And so I'm happy to present to you today following speakers. And first and foremost, I would say, because of the latest actuality in Science Museum, Chevy Humphrey, who just recently has been appointed as the new President CEO of the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. So congratulations, Chevy. When we look at your bio here on the screen, this is certainly well deserved. And I'm not going to read all of this. You can see it, but Chevy has been president of the CEO of the Arizona Science Center since 2005 and created a strong non-profit organization that has adopted best practices for business. She leads with self-management, entrepreneurship, and strategically deployed resources to gain market share and respect, donor confidence, and public support. She's a global leader in informal science education. She served as the chair of the board of the American Alliance of Museums, which is larger than Science Museum Field, as you know, and the biggest organization in the United States. And she has been chair of the board of the Association of Science and Technology Centers as well. And so, as I said before, soon in January to become the new president CEO of the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. So congratulations again, Chevy, and thanks for joining us here in this conversation. Tingmin Lim, many of you know, he's the chief executive of the Science Center Singapore, and also professor of biological sciences at the National University. In Singapore, he contributes to science education and outreach and champions STEM applied learning programs in schools for the Ministry of Education. He has given numerous talks to popularize science locally and globally. He has a large portfolio of positions that he has in several scientific and academic organizations. He is elected fellow of the Singapore National Academy of Sciences and fellow of the Singapore Institute of Biology. He serves as president of the Asia Pacific Network of Science and Technology Centers since 2016. And he has also been serving at the board of ASTEC for a number of years. Michael John Gorman, and move this here, is a founding director of Biotopia, a new museum for life sciences and environment in development in Munich, in Germany. And he's professor of life sciences in society in the Ludwig Maximilians University in Munich. He was the founder of Science Gallery and the Global Science Gallery Network, university link space for creative collisions between science and art. And we all have heard of that because it has been developing from Dublin to London, Melbourne, Bangalore, Rotterdam, and Atlanta in the United States. He just published a new book about the future of museums, Idea Colliders, the Future of Science Museums at MIT Press. So this is quite a unique panel, I'm quite sure, and I'm very happy that they have been willing to join me for this conversation. I'm Walter Stavro, former Executive Director of Excite and Director for International Relations at ASTEC, and now helping the field as a consultant. So how this is going to work is that we will certainly not discuss about the impact that COVID has had on museums. In the past, we know that has been a dramatic impact, that lots of people have lost their jobs, and it's a societal crisis. That's for sure. We're not going to speak about that. We also will not speak about reopening strategies because that's been done in many places. But what we will focus on is what the field could or should look like after the COVID is over and we go to what we call the new normal. And we have three parts in our conversation. First, we would like to look at what societal trends are being identified that might influence the future. The second part will be how that affects the museums directly. And finally, our three panelists will be able to give their own personal view on how they think the field will look like, and that will be our conclusion. You will be able to ask questions, and the organizers of the symposium will tell you how to do that. And at the end of the symposium, we will somehow try to find a way to respond to them. And so without further ado, I would like to start with TM. I read your biography, but I also know that besides that, you are a gardener, right? That's something that I did.
Yes.
So
I'm a gardener. Yes.
And so it's interesting to see that many people that we talk to every day have a number of passions that we don't know anything about. So I'm happy to share that with the field. So how is it going? Are things growing?
Oh yes. Well, I must tell you that when I was young, I spent 10 years in a farm. So I'm very close. I'm very close to nature, and that could be why I ended up majoring in zoology and became a professor in biology, right? And during the COVID, our circuit breakers time, we are at home a lot. So we experimented even with more things. And Singapore is also moving towards trying to sustain our own food production. So we are given seeds for crops from our national parks. So we have started growing things, and we just harvested our lettuce. So we are growing eggplants, and other than all this, of course, the beauty of all the flowers that are blooming all the time. So you see on my Facebook, I always post beautiful gardening pictures. Great. So to cheer us up, especially during this very depressed time. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I already said Chevy that what the news is with her. But one thing about Chevy also that you may not know is she's a singer, right? And you have been singing in a blues band, I'm sure, right?
Wow.
So, will you entertain us at the end of this panel?
I'll get to that. That would be a lot of fun.
Blues would be great in Chicago. That'll be a
yes, exactly. Yes. Yes.
And Michael, and I like to do this because I make this panel a little bit more personal, and so that we know who we are talking and making it a little bit closer to the audiences. Michael, you have had an incident, or not so, just an incident. You have been riding in a taxi somewhere in the US with a big rock group or a pop group, right? How did that happen?
Yeah, well, I was trying to think of something bizarre that nobody would know about me, and for your question, and I ended up at midnight in riding around Boston with Jizza from the Wu-Tang Clan, and the Wu-Tang Clan is a famous American hip hop outfit, and Jizza is really one half of the core of the Wu-Tang Clan with RZA, but the interesting thing is that Jizza actually is passionate about science communication, and he has created a program called Rap Genius, where he gets kids, particularly in the Bronx, to create rap around scientific themes. And I was at this event with him, and we ended up riding around Boston for about an hour at midnight in a taxi, and it was fascinating, just an amazing adventure.
And what is amazing is that when we go personal with people of our panel, we immediately land back into the topic that we want to address, right? So that's the interesting part of this. And so as a reminder, we start the first conversation now about what are the societal trends that we have identified. And I think that one of the major things that we have seen and that people tend to say is there is a much bigger expectation and trust in experts today than it was before. So I'd like to hear from you if that's something that you have been experiencing as well.
Yeah, I've just, trust is very important. And I think that we as science museums have garnered that trust with our communities, and it's important that we maintain that. And safety, that is something, following the science is going to be critical moving forward, and our visitors are going to expect that. We're finding that in Arizona, that people are coming. We're breaking the mold of the attendance numbers because of that trust, and because they know that they feel safe and they are in an environment where they can engage freely, because we're going to protect them and give them the science.
Is that the same for you, Tian?
Yes, absolutely so. And in fact, when we were facing this COVID crisis, we already went into cleaning up our place, and we are certified as SG Clean. And when we are allowed to reopen, one thing we want to make sure is to let people know about safe distancing. So we came up with props like a UFO spaceship using umbrella, and then our staff put on the space shuttle, and we make it in such a way it's a 1 meter radius, and became I must take photograph with this. So when they came, we actually tell them that you have to keep the safe distancing. And we are a trusted science center. I was also invited to go to on radio and television to talk about why are people fearful of this. So we need to understand the virus. At the same time, we want to understand the psychology of fear, because there were a lot of rumors spreading around, and there were panic buying, panic grabbing of toilet rolls and all kinds. It's crazy. So we have to go into talking about fear and phobia, because at the science center we have an exhibition on phobia. So we are in a way trusted to even go into understanding the psychology of why people are behaving in such way.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting that TM is both a biologist and a science center leader, and the fact that he's being invited on the radio to talk about this is very interesting, because I think we've seen this huge rise in trust in scientists and trust in experts during the pandemic. And I think the Edelman Trust Barometer, which comes out every year, this year it says that 85% of people now say we need to hear more from the scientists and less from the politicians. So you have these kind of science stars that have emerged, like Dr. Fauci, but also right here where I am in Germany, there's a guy called Christian Drosten, who is the head of the virology in the Charité in Berlin. And his podcast comes out every day. And people really love it. They listen to it every day, and in a way, it makes us ask the question: why do we need science centers and science museums anymore if people can hear directly from the horse's mouth? And so I think that is an interesting challenge to us.
And that's something that we will address in the part 2 or 3, I guess. But yeah, and I was going to say, yes, scientists are considered as experts, but when we say experts, are they uniquely scientists, or are there other people that we can consider as experts in these times? Or would there be other voices that we think people can look at or listen to?
Well, I would just quickly jump in, because in Singapore, when we were hit quite badly, we have our ministerial committee. Our ministers, they are involved, and every day there's a panel of briefing and discussion with chief medical doctors and so on. So I think other than scientists, you also want to listen to people who control so-called implementation policies and so on. So our Ministry of Manpower was around because we talk about jobs, and that part is important because other than trying to keep ourselves safe, you still need to get the economy going. So how are our so-called policy makers, our Ministry for Education and Ministry of Trade looking at all these things? So it's not just science. I think you have to look into the whole social aspect and the economy. Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, when we reopened, we actually developed an exhibit on the pandemic, and we actually highlighted scientists and their findings and quotes, and we're constantly updating that so the public, we can get the public to understand how to follow the science and who are some of the renowned scientists for them to follow. And that is an iterative process that we've developed in the Science Center, because people now, when they come, they actually look for that because they're like, okay, what's new? And I think that we have an incredible opportunity to interpret and get and cut through all of the noise out there to really help our visitors understand, you know, what we're experiencing and how to use the science to take care of ourselves and be safe and be better community and citizens.
Yeah, thank you. And we have to move on, and I think we all agree on this, you know, on this very special notion and very particular. But we also see different trends. Like it looks like people are willing to behave differently today than they did before. And if you compare to how people act according to climate change, for example, which is a real threat as well, they don't seem to be as quickly willing to change attitudes and behaviors because of that threat. But here with COVID, that has been changing, right?
Yeah, I think that you can really see that if people feel that there's a direct threat to their health, an extraordinary level of behavior change is possible, which we've just seen in the last few months. And you're exactly right, Walter. You know, the question is if we can do it for COVID, which is a big threat for sure, but you know, will likely be gone in a year or two. Why can't we do it for climate change and also the biodiversity crash, which are in a way much greater threats to humans and to the rest of the planet? And I think it's perhaps one thing we might have learned from this experience is that, you know, maybe if we think about framing climate change in terms of the health consequences, that could be actually powerful, you know, the effect of climate change on disease. So, for example, with plastics, when people first learned that that we all have microplastics in our body, and that actually, you know, it's in our bloodstream and it's in our babies, suddenly people became extremely concerned about plastics. So, and that actually helped with triggering behavior change. So I think there are definitely some lessons we can take from that link with health, which could actually help us in discussing climate change and also biodiversity.
And I think that's a good point, and I've heard that from Greta Thunberg herself, saying exactly, I am still acting on climate change. I know the priority today is different, but what we can learn from how people change behaviors today should help us to strategize against climate change after that. So I'm quite sure. We all agree on that, DM and Cherry? Yeah.
Yes, and just a quick point that is during this so-called lockdown close-up period, we notice nature even more. In fact, Singaporeans are discovering a lot of wildlife in our urbanized place, and I think that brings about the awareness of biodiversity, and I think that's very powerful. Yeah.
And maybe going a little bit further, I see a number of voices that say that people are now questioning the society as a global. We were not able to handle this because we had seen that coming. We could see that coming. It has not been handled. So is the way we operate as a society actually the right way of doing things? These questions come up as well, TM.
Yes, I mean, but I think at the end of the day, it's still the science. You have the scientific basis of how you implement policy. And that's the reason why our government always go back to science, saying that based on science, initially we don't quite understand the virus, and the initial understanding was only when you're sick that you need to put on the mask. So we were trying to just get the mask to all those people who are not well, and then give the mask to all the hospital workers and frontline workers. But later, when science shows that the virus can be spread, even asymptomatic virus spreading from asymptomatic people, and that's when the government started to even issue out. We all have got free masks nationwide. Everybody got. We have 3 tranches of masks given to us, and I think that also helped us to mitigate the control. So science is still the deciding factor of what should or should not be done.
Sebi, do you agree that that people question organization of society because of the weak response that we have had to the COVID? So, and also I'm sorry, is that to say also the link between that happening and the rest of our environmental views about society?
Yeah, what we found is really helpful, and what TM and Michael John are saying is that we actually try to provide those real experiences when visitors come in. So we do experiments, and we show if we actually have a spray bottle where we spray bottle the mask, and you see if the water goes through, and if not, and we have people stand on the other side to see, does this really work? We also have real life experiences on, going outside, being citizen scientists and exploring nature. And we show pictures of what it looked like before COVID and what it looks like now when people aren't going outside. And so showing those real time, real life experiences when people come in, they are able to connect because they were able to identify and see the differences and experience it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah,
If I can pick up on that point. Yeah, I think both TM and Chevy have alluded to, this new awareness of nature and citizen science opportunities during this strange period that we've just been through. And we did a project which was maybe an example of how to tune into that, which was that we noticed that there was a silence during the pandemic of human activity. So you had less cars on the roads and you had less airplanes in the skies. And suddenly you could hear birdsong much more clearly. So we initiated a project called Dawn Chorus, where we got people all over the world to go out and make recordings with smartphones of the birds, because people were under lockdown as well in their homes. So they could actually go out in the morning and record the birds. And we found that thousands of people around the world wanted to get involved and wanted to share their local Dawn Chorus. And it wasn't just a way to connect with your local biodiversity, which I think was quite strong for people at that moment, but it was also a way to connect people across different locations and to discover something through the ears, which is very precious and very local. So I fully agree that this was a moment where people suddenly had a new awareness of nature and a new connection with it, which would be great to kind of harness for the future.
Exactly, and I think these were the 3 major points that we have identified: the trust in experts, changing attitudes, and a new vision about the environment and the place that the humans have in the environment. Basic main things that we've seen over this period. But there are also negative things, right? And so, for example, we know very clearly that underserved populations suffer much more from the COVID than others. In the US, 2.8 times more deaths in the African American community, in the Latino community, and that goes together. And these are two maybe different but linked points. Is that we've seen also the increase in the digital divide, because in the way that we need to respond to the crisis and give people opportunities to learn and to educate themselves, these underserved populations are suffering twice, because not only they are suffering more, but they have less access to solutions, so to say. So I'd like to hear your comments on that. Maybe Chevy, want to start with that?
My parents always told me knowledge is power, and you have to make sure that you not only present these messages and provide these opportunities for your visitors, but you have to take that to the communities. And that's something that is really important, that, we live beyond, in science museums, beyond our walls, and we've got to get out of our museums and go to communities and spread those messages and create those opportunities to enhance people's knowledge, because it's really knowledge based. They just don't have access to the same information as everyone else, and it's our responsibility as museums to do that, because we serve the community, and that's something that we take very seriously in Arizona. And I'm soon to be going to MSI Chicago, and it's something that has got to be critical, that connection with communities. And even now, even more after, not even after COVID, but we're still in the midst of COVID, we found that connectivity to our communities is even greater. And so I think that, I know we're going to talk about this, but I think the future of our museums is really going to be based on that connectivity that we have, and a deeper engagement with our community and with our society.
Yes, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with what Chevy said. And I want to address the part about digital divide, have or do not have. We roll out a lot of online content, and we really throw out communication as well as for school and for family learning. And when the society reacted to say that, hey, we do not have all students, especially the underprivileged students, having that device. One thing good about Singapore is our government really look at education very seriously. So straight away, there's mobilization, and every child at home without a laptop were given a laptop. So now everybody in Singapore, every school kids will have access, and that's also enabling us to do even more of such online outreach to the families. Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think TM and Chevy have said it all almost, but just to, I think you're absolutely right that this pandemic has really shone a torch on inequality in a very powerful way, and also shone a light on perhaps working situations that we weren't aware of. Like for example, here in Germany, there were a number of outbreaks in meat processing plants, and we've really seen how, learned a lot about the kind of inhuman conditions in such places. We've learned a lot about the conditions for migrant workers, and this has, I think a learning that, has to also go into how we think about such places in the future. We've also learned, which is quite interesting, what an essential worker is and what is not an essential worker. And I'm sorry to say it, but unfortunately, museum people are not essential workers. We're talking about healthcare, sanitation, food. These are really the essential services in society. So I think it's interesting for us to think, as non-essential workers, what can we do to make a difference?
Yeah, and I'm happy you say that, because I think even if our intentions are good, we were closed very quickly. And what is the image that we have in our community when we are closed? How do they see our role, right, in such a period? And so what you say is that, well, we have not been the ones who have been providing the essential services. So that's one of the conversations that we will need to have in the future is, how do you maintain this image that you are essential in society or not, right? And that may be in the third part.
I'd like to add to that, because, I thought that at first, and I talked to the head of our largest medical provider in the state, and he said he had a different flip to that. He said, you are essential because you are helping to educate the community to make better decisions. And it is your responsibility as a science center and science museum to carry out those messages for us, and to make sure that those messages are consistent. And so, it was just a different perspective that I got from someone in the medical field, that they relied on us to tell those messages. So on our building, we've actually put banners around saying mask up, and actually promoting those things. So we found a way to be even more important and adding that value and pushing those messages in our community.
And that is great how you turn around a situation that is actually in the beginning a very difficult situation. Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to add on, because I agree with Chevy, because when the school all shut down and the students got to learn from home, our Minister of Education turned to us, say, can you quickly roll out your outreach and programs? We even came up with an animation to teach the children how to wash their hands, how to mask up and all that. And we became a so-called a provider of online resources to help parents, because the parents said, I'm going to stay at home, I'm going to work from home, I'm going to look after children who are screaming and running all over the place. So we roll out a lot of online things. We even develop online experiments, and we roll out regular programs to engage the family. So we became essential in that sense for home-based learning and also for communicating proper behavior of coping with the stress. Yeah.
And that is great, and I totally agree that is some way to turn around, as Chevy said, a negative situation for us and making a strength and reaffirming for the future what your role is in society. If you have not been doing it so far, this is the occasion to do it. So, but let me come back to one point, because it's not as easy as that at the end of the day. We spoke about the underserved populations that have been affected by that mostly. And as you said, Michael, these are the people who work in the restaurants, who drive the buses, who are on the front line. They deliver the food to your house. They are at risk. And in the African American community, even more, there are underlying conditions like diabetes and overweight and all of these things that make it really difficult. The point that I want to make is that when we look at our tradition, and even if we say we are relevant to our communities, large parts of these populations are not science center visitors. So how do you in the future be proactive in making to reach out to these people, because we are now compassionate, we understand what their situation is. How can we actually be more active with them?
I think we go to them. I think we have to go to them, and we have to make sure we're in their communities and make sure they understand what we do, how we serve them, and make sure that we provide them with the proper tools to make better decisions. I think free days are very important. I truly believe that we need to go to those communities, because that's really the key.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that one thing that some of our organizations have learned during this time is how to go to them. I mean, I think that's how to actually not be reliant on building visitors, and how to think differently, whether it's making a TV studio in your science center, or whether it's sending out kits to people's homes. This has been a time where there's been some really interesting experimentation in ways of actually thinking, as Chevy says, outside the walls. And those, many of the people you're talking about, unfortunately, are really unlikely to come into a science center or museum for a large number of structural reasons. So just and also during the pandemic, this has been exacerbated because people have really been focused on different needs, really at the lower level of Maslow's pyramid of needs, and physiological needs and safety have been paramount. So I think I would hope that from the pandemic, many institutions have tried out and experimented with new ways of going outside their buildings. Yeah, I've seen examples of that, but I think that's hopefully something that we will take with us. And it doesn't just mean digital. I think that's also an important point, that it also means going into communities. It also means making kits and also shifting your focus, like TM was saying, hand washing. If people need education about hand washing, that's what kind of organization is better suited to provide that than a science center.
So does that mean?
Add to that, Michael, because I would like to, Michael John, I would like to say it would be awesome too, and this is what we've been trying to do, is providing the PPE, as TM is doing, going in the communities and providing the masks, providing whatever they need as resources in addition to the science kits.
So what I'm hearing is that, and that's some way what I'm thinking as well, is that we have always had over the last years this vision that we need to be relevant in the communities, and that we need to do. But I think that maybe the intensity by which we think about that has shifted a little bit, and that becoming relevant to the communities may be a little different after the pandemic than it was before. Do you agree with me?
You mean intensity of engaging the community?
Intensity is maybe not the right word, but that we need to think. I would say that we should be more humble and listening to what the real problems are in the community and trying to respond to them, rather than only thinking that we bring something to them that they need. See what I mean? Michael, do you see what I mean?
Well, I do see what you mean, but I think that it's a balance between kind of doing what we are best at and I've seen some really radical changes of the purposes of museums during the pandemic. I mean, some very dark. So, for example, the Irish Museum of Modern Art became a morgue for a while during the pandemic, which is about as tough as it gets. But other museums have, opened their spaces up for distance, socially distanced learning and so on for school children, but on the other hand, I mean, we are living through a really critical time for science and for science communication. And I think that if one thinks, for example, about even such a thing as the vaccine, and attitudes towards vaccines, less people now are willing to take a vaccine than they were at the beginning of the pandemic. So less people would consume a vaccine, because as this trust in science is rising, strangely enough, anti-vax movements and similar are also on the rise. So I think as science centers and science museums, you really think, what can we do in this environment? How can we find a new way to work with scientists and to actually engage people around science? Of course, there are some basic needs that we could also potentially satisfy, but I think, and maybe in the crisis, it makes sense to do that. But I think we need to come back to these key crises that the planet is facing right now, where we can actually have an important role.
So, but I think with intensity, I meant is even more focus on the relation to the community than before, is what I probably meant. Sebi?
I don't have much to add. I mean, Michael John really covered a lot of it. But I do believe that providing the equipment and the proper equipment to communities is going to be really critical. And we need to play a part in doing that. And I think it's our responsibility to do that.
Okay, that's a great answer. And I believe that we will see that a lot happening in the future. But that will also mean that we need to identify what the asks are, what the audiences will ask from us. And so do we know today what these new asks will be in the future, or do we think that they have not changed? So is there a change in what people expect from us, from your point of view, DM?
I would see families and teachers also looking towards us because we have, Singapore has always wanted to test how to become a smart nation, and we want to enable learning more from home, and also allowing a lot of independent learning. One of the philosophy that we believe in is you teach less to learn more, and Science Center become a very important part for that. And I think that is something that we would want to go into. We want to be like the largest applied learning science classroom in the nation, and also enabling a lot of this self-directed learning. So the Science Center has got to be very good in science communication, and also having a lot of good infrastructure to enable even experimentation. I can imagine in the future we won't have IoT, Internet of Things, to enable students to come and set up experiments, and they can monitor from classroom and so on. So that is how we are seeing ourselves playing up our main core role to be more engaging and more empowering to learners of all age.
So again, my question, Michael, to you is as well, what do you think the public, that visitors will ask after the COVID? Do they have same expectations than before, or will they be changing? I would say, and as many other people say, that the focus of audiences will be on health and well-being, right? Is that something that we will have to take into account?
Yeah, I mean, so I think if we're thinking about beyond the pandemic, when it's no longer with us, that I believe that museums are going to be incredibly social. And I think the real thirst that people will have is for community. So, of course, health and well-being will be important topics, and will continue to be of great interest for a long time. But I really think that we are going to have an absolute burst of desire for community among the visitors after the pandemic. And you know, after the 1918 flu pandemic, there was a huge baby boom. I mean, that's one example of this thirst. But I think our museums are going to. But I think we really need to think about how we can facilitate social connections in our museums, because that is what people will want after this experience of isolation and anxiety that we've all been through.
Mm-hmm. Yes. What do you think, Chevy? What will be the expectations?
I agree that, we as science museums are going to have to be agile and be adaptive to those needs. And I think that we need to design for social distancing. We need to design our spaces, and I would say physical distancing, not social distancing, but physical distancing. And we need to design and promote this physical distancing, yet not obstruct that social interaction. And that is going to be something that is going to be really key to build a great emphasis on circulation zones for visitors to experience our content, while but also allowing for pause and reflection. And that's something that we've done during COVID, is that pause and reflection, and to have a space where there's a discussion and there's a richer museum experience. I think those are things that we need to think about, and we need to be thinking about it right now and prototyping and testing it while we're reopening.
So I think that that's a great segue to our last part, and I'd like to invite you now to give your vision about the post-COVID Science Museum, and maybe I start to end this conversation, and maybe we start with you, TM, and then Michael, and then Chevy as the last one. So TM, what's your big vision about the post-COVID?
Well, we have quite a few, and I think the COVID situation has accelerated the way we want to use digital. So digital is certainly will be something with us, and we are going a lot more to the blended way of engaging our audiences. So imagine that before they come to the science center, already we engage them online, and then when they are with us, we engage them in a very rich, very immersive. I call that an epic journey. It's very experimental, experiential, participatory, and interactive, at the same time connected to the community, connected to the knowledge in the internet and so on. So it's an epic journey coming to the science center. So pre, during, and post, after they left, we can continue to engage them using online. And because of this COVID, we have developed a lot of platform for that. And I think that will continue to strengthen us. And I want to also echo what Chevy has said. We also realize that community is important, and we also want to move towards making Science Center a place. We call it place making. That is, you come there, you come to the Science Center to also engage in what you believe in. It's not citizen science per se, but a lot of community issues like aging population, like the youth, the way how they worry about the uncertainty, the VUCA world. And you want to make Science Center a very safe place for this kind of discussion. And of course, one last bit which I like to emphasize is the UN SDG, the SDG 2030, and we want to continue to play a critical role. And with this pandemic, we can see ourselves as very fragile on this planet Earth, and we do not use science and STEM as a power to come up with solutioning. Plus STEAM, you have to include all the humanity and philosophy and social sciences. We will probably be paralyzed again if anything had hit us. Yeah. So these are some of the broad directions that we are moving towards.
Thank you so much, TM. Michael?
Yeah, well, the book that I just published, Idea Colliders, The Future of Science Museums, actually starts with a previous pandemic, the swine flu pandemic of 2009, which was less lethal than Corona. But the book describes a number of shifts in our cultural institutions, which are happening, and that we're moving from large institutions to small ones, slow to fast, from stable to agile, as Chevy was saying. And what I think is going to happen is that this experience, this episode, is going to accelerate this disruption. Also because this episode has forced many of our institutions to act in new ways and to explore new ways to reach the public. So I think that we are going to see these shifts really manifesting in a new generation, a kind of a Darwinian evolution of the Science Center and the Science Museum, where we have new, more agile forms of engagement emerging. And at the heart of it, I think, is this idea of a more social experience, of engaging, connecting across boundaries. So we're living in a society where we're ever more fragmented, and we have these echo chambers, and we have the physical isolation of the pandemic. I think the future is about this new kinds of social connections and getting out of the filter bubble and engaging with people in the flesh.
Thank you. And Chevy, you have the last word here.
Well, I'm not gonna. I agree with TM and Michael John as well, but I would like to just go a little bit deeper. But I think our visitors are likely, it's going to be a slow process back to our what we call normal post-pandemic world, and they may opt for personal interactions over shared and public elements. I do think people are craving to be together, but they're still apprehensive. And I think that we in our museums will need to think differently, and we need to meld the hybrid of online and in person. And these can include disposable recycled devices that we develop and we create, such as a Google Cardboard, or virtual tools, such as apps loaded onto their personal devices that would enhance their experiences around a particular exhibit, where they're able to interact with each other on their cell phones and not be close together, but they can send pictures and emojis about what they think about their experiences. So I think we just need to open our minds up and be prepared for, what, and hear them. I always tell my team, we need to listen to hear, and we need to hear what our visitors are saying and hear what our community needs and fill that need.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree with that, and thank you for saying that. And I think it's a very nice conclusion to this panel. We have to listen more than we have been doing before, and that will probably change the way that we do our job, and it will change the face of public engagement as well, I'm sure. Thank you so much for your contribution to this panel. I hope that we will get a lot of questions. I think there is a lot of food for questions and comments. I hope they will come, and we're happy to answer them somehow at the end of this symposium. Thanks again to the organizers for making this possible. Thanks to my speakers. Fantastic panel, fantastic conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, TM. Bye, Chevy.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
네, 여러분.
So that was the 10th ISSM 2020, which was held online. I wonder how you found the symposium today. Though we are apart physically, I think the connection through online enabled us to more closely communicate with the global museum professionals and to cooperate with them. You're right. So, once again, the ISSM 2020 is being held under the theme of Science Museums and Centers with SDGs. And we have special sessions prepared for tomorrow. Starting from 9:30, we will have a special session that celebrates the 30th anniversary of the museums moving to Daedeok Science Town. And in the afternoon, we will have workshop programs where the audience will be able to closely communicate with global professionals. We provide a Zoom link to those who have signed up in advance. So please check out our website to see how you can apply for the workshop. And don't forget that the Q&A live session for the COVID-19 special session will be held tomorrow at 2 p.m. And we will also show a fantastic mapping video show which is held against the background of the National Science Museum through our YouTube channel, so don't miss out. So we will now then conclude the symposium for today. Thank you for being with us until the very end. Once again, my name is Koo Soo-jin, the Science Communicator of the National Science Museum, and I am also Koo Soo-jin, the online MC. Thank you very much.